Hello. I'm laughing at a sheep on the loose, a sheep gone rogue by the name of Oscar, who banned someone who he thought was being rude to me. But was referring to Kristi Noem being a dumb fuck, which is in the title. And watching that lovely interaction play out, but how are we doing, guys? If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and give me a like to the stream. And if you're watching on Twitch and you're not subscribed yet, what's wrong with you? I'm an affiliate. You should try subscribing. And I want to thank PonscomPod for subscribing with Prime. You didn't ban him? Well, what'd you apologize for? I assumed you banned him by accident and then like undid it, but... Ay. It's okay. All right, let's get into this. So, Kristi Noem is the, I don't know if it's a director or a secretary. Secretary of Homeland Security or Director of Homeland Security? Let me see. Secretary. Okay, she's a secretary of Homeland Security. And this caught my attention because she didn't even know what habeas corpus is, which is off-putting. But what's more off-putting is the fact that she doesn't. And this lady doesn't really like, she like gives her an out. You'll see. There's boomers on screen, so we go to 1.25.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. Secretary Noem, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff recently said that the Trump administration is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus. Last week, you were asked about this, and I want to clarify your...
And for people who are not aware in chat, Americans, non-Americans, whatever, habeas corpus is just effectively due process and making sure people aren't detained arbitrarily.
Your position, because it's obviously really important to get this right. So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to...
Let me stop you, ma'am.
Oh, God. I wouldn't be surprised if she really did not... She's repeating something that she's told, or she really didn't ever think to, you know, brush up on the Constitution and like know that.
Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
Habeas corpus, whatever it is, Trump's doing it and he's allowed to, is her answer.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that...
Like, why are you giving her a lecture, lady? Why not let her speak in her own words? She should have been like, oh, okay, elaborate, and just let her sink herself.
It separates free societies like America from...
Like, she's not wrong. Everything that I agree with, everything that she's saying. Everything she's saying is objectively correct. It's just like, this should be a thing that you don't let go. You know,
from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the Live Free or Die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So, Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let us be clear, though,
it has never been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress. So I have been asking executive...
Yeah, the big talking point that I've seen the right cling to for this is that people shouldn't be freaking out because Abraham Lincoln did it. And it's like, okay, yeah, but pull up the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about that with regards to that specific question? Like, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. What was going on at the time that Lincoln was the prez?
Executive branch nominees a simple question. over the past few months. If the president orders them to break the law, I've been asking, will you follow the law or follow the order? I want to ask you a more specific question here. If the president tries to suspend habeas corpus and a federal court reverses the president's order, will you comply with the court order and uphold habeas corpus, or will you follow the president's directive?
We are following all federal court orders and are complying with that, as is the president, and every decision.
Do I even need to say that that's not true?
Well, that is obviously not true for anybody who reads the news. There are federal court orders right now, including returning somebody who was deported mistakenly.
What did she just say? I wouldn't rely on the news. Okay. The line that Tim Pool gave for this is that he doesn't need to do it, and that Trump's actually continuing to uphold the law. And the context was like the deportation of Kilmar Rigo Garcia, who was removed without due process or a trial or anything like that, even though the admin admitted at first that they made a mistake. But the judge that issued like a staying order, it's called like a national injunction, which can be used against any president. This is not something that's only being deployed against Trump to prevent the excesses of his actions. This is something that like the Biden administration was hit with respect to student debt and whatnot. But now you have Republicans are suddenly against it because they're realizing like, oh shit, this is the stopgap between Trump being able to do whatever he wants versus having to, actually subject himself to judicial review or make sure that, due process is in place for the people that they're deporting.
Facts.
So I'm waiting for her to make an argument around that. Technically the judge can't even be doing that, which isn't true.
Clear. This is about a fundamental legal.
She gets her news from Twitter, you see. I mean, that's most people. Most people are getting their news from Twitter. I'm not actually convinced that these people actually do much on a day-to-day basis. I feel like the majority of what they spend their time doing is like not just this, like Senate hearings, congressional hearings. It's just like press releases, media appearances. That's it. And then their staffers are the ones actually holding down the fort.
Right. That ensures that we live in a free society.
So just like random, like unelected kids, kids meaning like young, Harvard graduates and whatnot that have terrible beliefs.
Instead of a police state that would have a sham legal system like Russia or North Korea. So I'm glad that you have now committed to following court orders. I'm glad you believe in the basic freedom for Americans if ordered to do so by a court. And again, I want just to make clear that it is critically important that even if the president tries to suspend the right of people to know why they've been detained or imprisoned, if a federal court reverses.
Like, why did she just admit, this lady, like 2 seconds earlier, or like press her on the fact that like, no, Trump's not complying with this shit. But she just takes her at her word that like, oh, I'm glad that you say you're going to do it. So
that order, that you will follow that order. And I hope all the members of the administration will.
Like if they're not going to call for the removal of these types of people that are just flagrantly violating and ignoring the laws set by Congress, why not make these appearances as painful as possible for them? Why not draw it out and make them explain like why he hasn't been doing that or why she hasn't been pressuring him to continue or to do it?
Because it's obviously critical that some of the people, for instance, who've been deported by mistake, who didn't get due process, be returned in compliance with court orders. So now, let's move on to another issue. International criminal organizations target Americans with sophisticated cyber crime, including elaborate scams that robbed Americans of billions of dollars, with seniors in the United States losing $5 billion to scammers in 2024 alone. As artificial intelligence improves, so does the ability of criminals to deceive and defraud Americans. With this new technology, criminals can impersonate loved ones, develop advanced malware, or make more convincing phishing messages. How is DHS?
They can hack the mainframe with AI.
It's working to identify trends in illegal activity and ensure that new AI systems have safeguards in place to prevent their use in criminal activity.
Yes, we are working extensively through CISA, but in all of our agencies to make sure that we're going after these criminal nefarious actors. I would say partnering with private industry is critically important so that we have the insight that we need to really understand the tactics that they use and the advancements in software. The AI.
Someone should make a video of that woman who is on stage at a pageant who kept saying, like, she didn't know what to say and she kept being like, and such as, and just, it was like word salad the whole way, but include like Kristi Noem's answer as the as the audio.
Ability that they have to adjust and to supersede some of our systems is incredible. And so investing in those systems is important, but also having the knowledge and bringing everybody to the table and breaking down the silos between our agencies. And
I wouldn't say AI allows them to make better malware. I'd rather say they're making more poorly coded malware, LMAO. I mean, old people, like, people still fall for like phishing scam emails and that text scam that tells you that like the United States Postal Service is like holding your package. So, you know, I have no hope for any government anywhere, any person anywhere coming up with a strategy like on how to combat like AI malware and impersonation and like scams and stuff like that and identity theft, and actually have it be enforced.
Our intelligence agencies is important, so we all have the information that we need to get.
Well, and that gets me to one final point and question here, because Senator Peters began to ask about it. There's been recent reporting that indicates that the Chinese government installed remote access to Chinese-made power inverters in the U.S., raising concerns that the Chinese government.
But you would have bet this is the first time Kristi Noem is hearing about this shit.
Could try to disable parts of our power grid. And you made a comment following up on Senator Peters' question.
Most issues are user-derived. Are you victim blaming, Oscar?
About the importance of not only working with private industry on this issue, as you would also want to work on AI, but also on working with state and local governments on cybersecurity. And can you just talk to me a little bit about how DHS is partnering with state and local governments
Well, that's
right now
one of the core critical missions of CISA, is to help those state and local governments harden their systems. We're extremely vulnerable by our weakest link. And so when you have a small state that doesn't have the resources it needs to invest in these security operations, then they're vulnerable to attacks and hacking attempts, and they can access our systems. If they have a contract or a system that interfaces with a federal system, it makes us vulnerable as well. So
well, don't worry, fellow Americans, because this woman is the one that's leading the charge.
Are responsible for 10 of the 16 critical
woman who doesn't even know what habeas corpus is.
Structures under the Department of Homeland Security, and making sure that China can't come in and shut down our electrical grid, our water systems, things that people rely on every day for their day-to-day lives is very important. So that's why we need these kind of partnerships, is to make sure that we're secure all the way down to our smallest actor that participates.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate working more with you on that. Thank you.
This is just, it's a joke. It's like watching this despotic like play. And the stage is like the Senate. It's like neither of those people seem genuinely invested or like, no, it's like they're just trying to get to the end of their sentence and like, you know, say what they need to say, do their lines, and then go home.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Secretary. A press release came out from the Department of Homeland Security a couple days ago. It said that members of Congress in New Jersey that went to the Delaney Hall ICE detention facility could have just scheduled a tour. I guess I'd just like to hear from you if you can confirm that you understand that members of Congress by law are allowed to show up unannounced to conduct oversight visits of ICE detention facilities.
Yes, they can conduct oversight, but Senator, what I would ask is that they understand that that doesn't mean they could show up with a mob with the intention to break in and assault law enforcement officers. That's what happened at Delaney Hall last year.
Okay, what she's referring to is that there were, I think the mayor of Newark in New Jersey went to an ICE detention center. They had permission to be there. They warned the detention center in advance that they were going to be touring the facilities. They took a look around. And then they left, and there were people protesting, and she's calling all of this like, this is the mayor going to go visit them, and people protesting outside of it while he's doing that. That's a mob that he incited.
You're familiar
is that those individuals and those members of Congress were surrounded by criminals, creating criminal and perpetuating criminal acts.
You understand that
But when
they
you
were
show up
already
and ask
within
for a tour,
the
we've
facility.
facilitated every single tour that every member of Congress has wanted. We've always done that, and we have to, when we have a tour, also make sure that we've addressed security concerns and have enough staff and all of that, and we were accommodating that when those individuals showed up and they decided instead to break in.
You know that
Security concern equals random U.S. citizen holding a poster board that says abolish ICE.
they were already on the ICE premise, already facilitating into having the tour when there was the arrest of the mayor. They were not breaking into.
They had broken through the outer fence, and they were interior on federal property when
They
the
were
crimes
invited
occurred.
in by ICE as the ICE was preparing to give them a tour.
That
You're
doesn't
aware
give
of
them an excuse to start punching law
But you
enforcement
understand that they were not
officers.
storming the fence.
Well, I
at
don't
the-
understand. Are you making excuses for their behavior that day?
I'm just trying to clarify what exactly happened.
Oversight is an important part of what Congress does and what you provide to our department, and we welcome it. We give tours
Like, how is she now in charge of this? She's steamrolling him. Now he's on the defensive.
when members of Congress ask for it. We just ask that they not be politicized, that they actually are there to provide the oversight that is needed to ensure that we're doing
if I
due
were to
diligence in
show
our
up-
job.
And if I were to show up at ICE detention facility unannounced I would be let in.
Yes, I would ask that you would be allowing us to secure the officers that we need to give you an appropriate tour, that we'd be able to cover the other bases and posts that they would have to leave to come and facilitate that. We may have to call other people in to help cover some of that because of the extra responsibilities, but we can do that.
I've done this before. I just wanted to make sure I heard that from you. I wanted to just go back to something that was raised earlier about habeas corpus. Can you confirm to us that you understand that any suspension of habeas corpus requires an act of Congress?
President Lincoln executed habeas corpus in the past.
This is the answer I was waiting for.
With retroactive action by Congress. I believe that any president that was able to do that in the past, it should be
During a fucking civil war, woman.
to our current day president. This president has never said he's going to do this. He's never communicated to me or his administration that they're going to consider suspending habeas corpus, but I do think the Constitution allows them the right to consider it.
When we saw what happened with, how many times has habeas corpus been suspended in our country?
Once that I know of.
4 times.
For certain. I'm not certain if those were.
The instance that you were referring to was one where the courts.
I think the other times is, if I had to guess, it's Obama and Bush related to like Gitmo. So they're talking about like terrorists that were brought off battlefields and then brought to Guantanamo Bay. And then they suspended habeas corpus for like suspected terrorists, and then that was widely criticized. Abraham Lincoln, and I think there was a point in like Jefferson Davis did it as well. But I can't remember what for, because we're literally talking about like 1860 or like 1890.
Show that Congress is the one that has the ability. Do you know what section of the Constitution the suspension clause of habeas corpus is in?
I do not. Nope.
Do you know which article it is in?
No, I do not, sir.
Okay, well, it is in Article 1. Do you know which
this is what it should have happened the first one.
branch of government Article 1 outlines the tasks and the responsibilities for?
Yes.
Which one?
Congress.
Yes. Stephen Miller has said that he is actively considering that there is active consideration of habeas corpus. Have you had a conversation with Stephen Miller about suspending habeas corpus?
I have not.
When it comes to FEMA, this is something I'm concerned about. Being from New Jersey, we've had challenges with Superstorm Sandy and others in the past. I was alarmed when I saw some reports that the acting head, Richardson, said last Thursday that he's about 80 to 85% done with the hurricane.
Dude, that's actually kind of shocking. I was like, there's no way she's a lawyer or whatever, but I'm looking at her Wikipedia page. I was like, okay, like what's her background in? She has a bachelor's in poli-sci, but she doesn't know the Constitution.
Season plan, given that we were just days away from hurricane season.
Curious how all of these law enforcement officers got assaulted, yet not a single case relating to this has been taken to a judge. To me, it's like, I don't understand she was like, if people want to go visit these ICE facilities, we need to like lock down the whole thing. And it's like, aren't they basically permanently militarized? You're talking about like customs and ICE agents that are armed to a T, have like bulletproof vests on at all time, and safety for whom? Like it sounded like it was for the officers. Like, God forbid it be safety for all of the people that are waiting there, for an immigration hearing, or anybody who's like detained and kept in those like horrible ICE facilities.
In the beginning, I just want to ask you, is he done with his hurricane preparedness plan?
That he is working diligently with the employees at FEMA and are prepared for hurricane season. What you referenced.
FEMA, which has been gutted because of Doge.
Plan. Have you seen this plan? Is he?
Yes, I've been actively engaged in hurricane response and preparation. We're pre-staging people, pre-staging equipment. We're making sure that we have tabletop exercise we're running through with all of our regions on what their response will be. It's been very extensive how we've laid out this plan.
Will you be able to share that plan with this committee?
I will check and make sure that I can, but I would think that we would be able to do that. I can't see any reason that would be.
Just one last thing.
Okay, she says FEMA's prepared. This is Friday, May 16th. Head of Doge gutted FEMA admits it's not ready for hurricane season. New leaders admitted that all important disaster relief agency has not completed its plan for hurricane season, which begins in just 2 weeks. And shit's already hit the fan because of these tornadoes that are happening in Kentucky. Stunning admission was made by David Richardson, who was named the Federal Emergency Management Agency's interim leader, or FEMA, by the Trump admin last week, despite having no experience in emergency management. There must be some like Trump friend or something. Florida politician. Assuming this is who it is. Maybe it's somebody else. Weird.
A couple weeks ago, you said that you were considering restarting in-person training at the National Fire Academy. I just wanted to ask if you're prepared to tell this committee that you are moving forward with restarting in-person trainings.
Yes, the plan is to do that again. So
that has been approved to restart?
Yes, it has been.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Senator Scott.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman.
that he yields. Okay. This is where they got her ass on the $50 million private jet.
Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Noem, for attendance today. Let me start by also agreeing with Senator Moreno on some things, and I think it is positive the Trump administration has provided stronger border security to keep illegal border crossings as close to zero as possible. We definitely have seen that in Arizona. My concern is that it's not sustainable. It's expensive. And that's why I recently released a comments on border security that would make it sustainable and would actually deliver long-term solutions. But let me get to my first question. Your department is overspending right now. It's on track to run out of money again by mid-July to support a mass deportation campaign that can't be afforded. At the same time, though, you recently requested a $50 million.
So ghoulish that this guy's a Democrat. His biggest concern is that it's too expensive. That's his issue with the Trump border security quote unquote plan.
Allotment for a private Gulfstream jet. That's $50 million of taxpayer money to subsidize some of your national tours that you've been going on. Meanwhile, Republicans are about to kick another 13 million people off Medicaid to fund taxes for the rich on the backs of some working class Americans. So how can you justify spending millions, 50 million, on a jet while your department is definitely overspending, and Republicans in Congress are about to strip also health care from millions of Americans?
I wonder if they're going to bring up like the game show thing, the like Duck Dynasty pitch that she hasn't said no to yet about like a game show for people that want to immigrate to the United States becoming U.S. citizens if they win.
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. We are spending our dollars appropriately and will be on budget. When your reference to the airframe, that was the requested dollars were
not a penny spared for the private jet for this fucking woman.
Put in for.
That's your tax dollars hard at work and money well spent.
For the Coast Guard. It's to replace an existing jet that is over 20 years old and is beyond its usable hours. And the Coast Guard.
Oh my God, 20 years old? Just fucking, like, why isn't it in the wastebasket already? It's not like these things are built, to last for decades and decades.
For many, many years has been neglected and has many airframe that have been grounded because they can't even be maintained anymore. The suppliers that give us parts and repairs and maintenance for them have said that they'll no longer support that kind of a mission. We have cutters that haven't been completed, that haven't been deployed out across the world. And then we also, beyond that, are asking for a request to build out the number of Coast Guard members that we need in place. We're asking for 15,000 more to complete the missions.
We just need 15,000 more on top of the $50 million. Can a girl eat?
Are you going to have access to that $50 million Gulfstream jet that the Coast Guard is going to supply?
The Coast Guard will use that jet exactly how it uses the jets that it has today, exactly in the same manner that it uses the ones that it has in place today.
Would you consistently be using to travel?
I don't know if I would use that one or if I would use the other one. I have no idea. But I do spend time out there with our components, making sure that they are know that they have a secretary that's engaged with them, that's visiting with them, seeing what their needs are. No, sir, they're not photos. They've meant the world to the individuals at the Department of Homeland Security. They have meant the world to our ICE agents, our border agents. When they ask me to be out there with them so they know what their lives are like.
Talking to some law enforcement, besides those under DHS, we've also seen some law enforcement that have been pulled away from investigations, such as child porn, sex trafficking. We've had some agents pulled in that were doing investigations on bank fraud that are now, provisional ICE agents.
Plane didn't have HBO. Plane didn't have HBO. Didn't even have, a pool table. Wasn't decked out with the, with the nicest possible like luxury loungers that, can be installed in an airlines. Like, what are we talking about here, people?
And I think creating and making them do this type of work is also making us more and more dangerous since they're not actually doing this long-term investigation. On the other hand, I have talked to some border chiefs and sheriffs repeatedly, and they've been highlighting the danger associated with cartels targeting teenagers in border communities through social media apps and recruiting them to participate in smuggling operations. And one of the bills I introduced with several colleagues here actually is the Combating Cartels on Social Media Act, which will help DHS.
If you decide to go help a cartel because you saw an Instagram post, it's a skill issue.
Counter this threat. Arizona communities cannot wait for the legislative process to play out on this.
There are some things that I'm like, I don't know that government intervention is going to do, like, on that front. At that point, you're at the end of the stream trying to ask, like, well, why is it going this direction? It's like, okay, if you want to talk about trying to combat, like, prevent people from falling for like cartel schemes on Facebook, it's like you should be talking about investing in like public ed, not how do we fucking fix this very specific scenario.
What is DHS doing to solve this problem and help keep American children and communities safe from cartel criminal activity and recruitment too?
Well, that is the problem that we have. With the longer that they're here, the more
Again, if your kid falls for that, they need a fucking helmet and buy a helmet. That's it. Your kid, there's no hope for your kid.
They become, and the more they recruit individuals who may live in this country, U.S. citizens, or even our kids, to be a part of
Some
their
of them are actually on the other
operations.
side too. It's both sides.
What do you mean on their
Some
side?
of the cartels are using social media on, let's say, Mexico,
Yes,
wherever.
definitely they
So
are.
it's back and forth.
Yes, they definitely are. But they also are infiltrating our country still by recruiting our children to be a part of their
Yes, that's the
networks.
problem, yeah.
So we're working with not just the experts that we have within CBP and ICE, but also using our other components to address some of the sophistication that we've seen in these apps, as far as CISA and partnerships that they may have with private industry that can give us insight in what we can do to deploy our own counter-terrorist activities and applications to those systems, what we can do to make sure that we're stopping their ability to communicate with our children and bringing awareness. The Department of Homeland Security has programs in different areas.
Again, like you're not, both of them are just like LARPing. How are you supposed to fix this issue? This is genuinely like dumbfounding to me. I don't understand how like any sort of like government intervention, like what? Because a kid who is falling for this, or a family that has a kid that's fallen for this, like a .gov website resource is going to be the difference next time between a kid doing it and not doing it.
Areas such as the
And I
Know
understand,
to
but
Protect and the other programs you may be
And
familiar
have you been able
with.
to work directly with the social media companies, though, not just through the
We
legislative
have had
process, like-
conversations with the social media companies. And
It's again, that's like you should be lobbying like Twitter and Facebook, I guess, to like crack down on this shit.
Because by the time we get around to doing it, we're losing more and more people. So like having a very direct conversation and a concentrated effort to actually have outcomes is going to be quicker because they have the option to do it. We don't have to come in and do it. They just choose not to because they
You got to fix the root issues. Yeah. They're coming in at the tail end trying to reverse something that's like, it can't be fixed by like targeting it specifically like that.
they'd rather make more money than anything else.
well, that may be, but I found them very willing to come to the table. I've had myself spent dozens of hours with them, and my team has spent hundreds of hours visiting with them on what we can do to be much more proactive. So they've got some solutions that we can pursue. We'll be coming to you with some of those ideas, but I think it's important.
So she's talking to like social media companies. This is what I don't understand. These are the same people that whined about the FBI giving a heads up to social media agencies that the Hunter Biden laptop story had the markings of Russian disinfo. Like, I think the most that happened was like some recommended that it be restricted, but I don't even know if that request was made. That just seemed like a thing that these companies decided to voluntarily do, which was a mistake. But how is DHS approaching social media companies, telling them to clamp down on certain posts like this because they come off like, oh, it's like cartel propaganda? What's the difference between that and the FBI approaching them over Hunter Biden laptop? It's like you have government interacting with social media companies and technically restricting speech, no?
Important that we use their knowledge of this way of communication and recruitment to help protect our children.
Get back.
Senator Ernst?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary.
Okay, what's the actual lowdown on this jet? No, I don't want... Oh, my God.
What they do every day and how important it is.
Okay, hold on. If it says it's not a paywall, why do I need to put my email address in? You know, I have ad blockers, but it's like, what's the point when you still see on these websites like this that like clearly some, you know, there are balls getting in the net. The questionable case of Kristi Noem's $50 million luxury jet. Coast Guard search and rescue plans need fixing, but DHS argues Noem suddenly requires a fancy new jet for safety reasons. Yeah, I'm reacting to Andrew Schultz. It's called like... starts with an F. Fuck. I don't know. Like, I wasn't that familiar with the Manosphere, with this particular Manosphere podcast, but yeah. And I was going to do Colbert, but I'm like too scared to get hit with copyright because those like late night shows tend to be really, really intense about copyright strikes on YouTube. And I'm dual streaming. Kristi Noem, President Donald Trump, Secretary of Homeland Security, came under fire last week for her department's 11th hour request for a new luxury jet, $50 million for a Gulfstream 5 for Noem's personal use, paid out for the budget of the Coast Guard. Paid for out of the budget of the Coast Guard. Got it. The Department of Homeland Security responded to the denunciations with a stirring defense. The current CG-101 G550 is over 20 years old, outside of Gulfstream service life, and well beyond operational usage hours for a corporate aircraft. This is a matter of safety, DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs Trisha McLaughlin told The Intercept. Much like the Coast Guard, this is the woman who like also said that Hassan's lying about the questions he was asked related to his detention. Much like the Coast Guard ships that are well beyond their service life and safe operational usage, Coast Guard's aircraft are too. Yeah, like even if I grant all of this, is it like really between not replacing it and spending $50 million on this jet? Experts say McLaughlin's right. The Coast Guard, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security, needs new ships and planes, but the proposed budget already earmarked more than $500 billion to upgrade the service's aging air fleet. Experts and members of Congress are left questioning why DHS should prioritize buying a luxury plane for a cabinet secretary seemingly obsessed with traveling far and wide for photo ops from New York City to El Salvador. Okay, now I real like the last guy was asking him, asking her like, oh yeah, we've seen the Instagram photos, and I was like, what is he? For a second, I didn't realize what he was talking about. He's talking like the photos that she took when she travels. Kristi, Noem, photo op. Ice Barbie. Yeah, like her is like a firefighter. Weird. New York City to El Salvador over the aircraft needed for Coast Guard duties. Secretary's plane isn't the only Coast Guard asset operating past its prime, and yet hers is the department's #1 priority for replacement. Secretary Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, told The Intercept after blasting Noem's desire for a tricked-out new plane for a personal national photo op, he added, a Trump cabinet official putting themselves before the people they serve is par for the course. Yeah, Murphy's just like, I mean, you know, at this point, we know what to expect. Insane. Okay, what's the other one? Then this is when she's getting questioned over Americans being deported. Haven't seen this. I'm already predicting that she's going to be like, actually, they dropped the lawsuit because the family that it was involved with this particular case where there was an American citizen, because I think it was like a 2-year-old. It was like a little girl who was deported with like a mother and a father to Guatemala. And at first they were working with lawyers to sue the Trump admin, but then they like dropped it. Or like they paused it. They didn't entirely drop it, but Homeland was saying that they dropped it.
Thank you for being here. You know, Michigan's
but they still might reopen it later.
Border state, so we need each other. We have a very big bridge that's being inaugurated, ribbon cut in September. We need that to be fully staffed. We have a lot going on in Michigan as a northern border state, so we need each other. But what I'm concerned about is that you've taken the mandate to close off the border beyond going after, as you say, the, quote, most dangerous illegal immigrants. I'm a CIA officer. I worked my entire life to protect the homeland. If someone's here illegally, they need to not be here. They've committed a crime by being here. They need to go back to wherever they're from.
Yikes.
But my concern is that either through sloppiness or intent, you have gone far beyond going after the, quote, most dangerous illegal immigrants and gone into...
Is this supposed to be the, like, reasonable party?
Legal immigrants who were given the ability to be here, and even American citizens. And when I think about that, you know, there are lots of people in this country, including me, who have families who fled this kind of environment where they have no rights, where they have no due process, where they don't have habeas corpus. So while I'll be the first to say, coming from a state that won by Trump.
I really hate that she's one of my senators and she's not up for re-election until 2030. And you just know she's going to be reelected.
It was won by Trump.
It's rhetoric like that gets these people reelected sometimes, unfortunately.
That there is a mandate to do something about the border. I think it is absolute dangerous overreach to go beyond that and start picking up American citizens and people who have the legal right to be.
Like what the common theme that I keep seeing is like, oh, we totally agree with these like mass deportations. We just don't like the way that you guys are going about it.
Here, lawful immigrants who have done everything right. So first and foremost, do you acknowledge that your department has made some mistakes, any mistakes, in going after either American citizens or legal immigrants here in the time that you've been in office?
We have not deported any U.S. citizen.
It's like on like what Slotkin is saying. She's like, if you're here illegally, you need to go back. You need to leave, you know? But then some of the legal residents and migrants that she's talking about, it's like, you think all of those people came in legally half of them were granted this shit, even though they came in illegally or whatever, you know? So it's like, how does she square this whole, like, if you came here illegally, you need to go back with, you know, sticking up for the ones that are quote unquote doing it the right way, but usually it involves some illegality at some point, you know, the chain of custody.
Detained. Or people get interviewed. If they get interviewed and they go through that process, and if we find that they're U.S. citizens or legal immigrants, they stay in the United States.
Have you deported
we have to go through the vetting process.
Have any American citizens, including children, been deported during your time in office?
We have children that mothers have chosen to keep with them. So those
by my count, you have 10 American citizens, including children with cancer, who have been deported out of the country. I understand you're saying it's their choice.
Well,
it's hard to imagine a small child having a choice. But have you gone after legal immigrants? Again, your standard in your opening statement was the most dangerous illegal immigrants.
I mean, like, yeah, when she's like, oh, well, they chose to do it. It's like, well, they didn't choose to be deported. So if you deport a child who's a U.S. citizen, but their parents aren't, and even though they're here, you know, legally, and they have visas, so they're a legal resident, they have that sort of status. If you deport one or both of them, you are functionally deporting the kid as well.
Does that include PhD students and master's students at colleges across the country, unarmed? Are they the most dangerous illegal when they have status and no weapons?
I don't decide who gets status through a student program. The Department of State decides that, and we enforce it.
Oh, come on.
That's what our Department of Homeland Security does.
I just would offer that, again, I have no qualms with going after folks who are here illegally. That is not my concern. That was part of my job, was to prevent people from coming here illegally in a former life. My concern is you're sending a chill down the spine of America by going after people who either have legal status or American citizens. And when my colleagues ask you about habeas corpus, and you say, literally, we can review the tape, that you believe it's a right the president has, you sat here in front of all of us and swore an oath to the Constitution, and that is not at all what habeas corpus is. It is a right that we all get, that American citizens get, that people who are in the United States legally have. So my concern is it's complete overreach. I don't think American citizens, even those who voted for Trump, believe that you should be able to just grab someone off the street, sloppy, who has the legal right to be here, and certainly an American citizen. And
Well, they clearly do, because it's the one issue that he's not completely underground on with respect to polling.
I just am concerned that while you say you're going after the most dangerous folks, what you're actually doing is going after folks for political reasons, right? A PhD student that's unarmed is not at the top of the list.
And we're not deporting U.S. citizens, and we're not deporting people who have legal status here.
10 American citizens
If the children have gone with their parents, it's
But the legal status thing is just a lie. There are people that have been deported that had legal status or detained.
So let me ask you another question about cybersecurity. You know, you've cut $500 million from the budget. What specific programs are you cutting? Because there are programs that really aid states and locals that we depend on for cybersecurity. And we know that right now,
they keep conceding to the Republican framing because they don't care, and no actual principles, just optics. The thing is that they're all terrified of being, you know, up for re-election, and then their opponent is like, they're soft on criminals. They want criminals to come into your backyard, like Death Wish, you know, just like nightmare scenarios, you know, nightmares that they're, you know, trying to, like, fear-mongering, basically. Ugh, sorry. You speak for 9 hours, it fucks with your voice a little bit. But they're scared of that, and so they end up conceding on everything, but then it becomes unclear. It's like, well, why are you so angry? Because you're kind of like outlining how much agreement you have with these people, you know? And obviously, like, the threshold crossed here is that, like, due process is being violated, and so I understand the anger, even if this is like your frame of reference, but I just feel like you're always going to come off as like, if this is the way that you try to approach it, who are you reaching with this? You know, who are you reaching with this? Because it's like, they should be deported, but the right way, you know, is your argument. It's not like, no, these people have a right to be here. People have a right to ask for asylum, to immigrate here just because they want to get a job, contribute to the society. Like, stop demonizing them and treating them all like criminals. And then to the ones that you suspect they have to be given due process. It's like, no, yeah, they're all criminals and stuff, but I'm annoyed that you didn't do the last part.
While we may have good security in the federal government, if you are a local state official, you're depending on the federal government. So have you cut the ISAC program, the program to states and locals on cybersecurity?
The president's recommended budget has a reduction in $491
Does it cut
million.
that program? I've heard
and
the
what
talking
it's doing
point.
is putting CISA back on mission. And it's
you can't say
ensuring that
this is the most
cybersecurity is going to be strengthened.
You cannot say it's the most cyber secure administration if you're cutting the program to my state and to your state.
It will
and if you
be
look
when
on record, that's what you've cut. I yield back.
Time has expired. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, good to see you.
This guy. Okay. This like her Abraham Lincoln defense. This was literally the like Tim Pool defense. He like talks
Everyone,
about it
like
around
for me,
here.
for example.
So Tim Pool went on trigonometry like 2 weeks ago, and he like, I don't know where this originated, where this idea that like there's any comparison between what Lincoln did at a time when like the South is rebelling and he's suspending habeas corpus, which the Constitution outlines you can do, how that compares to it being suspended to get these like random people off the streets.
Well, in that particular instance, I think there are two things that I would say. The first one is, unless someone's been convicted of a crime, I don't consider them a criminal, usually. Now, there are exceptions to this, people who are blatantly, like, got away with it or whatever. But in this guy's case, I don't think there's any clear evidence that he's, like, a terrorist, even though, terrorist supporter, even though...
That's martial law. Yeah, exactly. The argument that they use is that, well, we're under invasion because we're having just so much, like, mass immigration and migration to the United States. But then it's like, okay, so words just don't have meanings then.
I'm sure he is, right?
But this doesn't pertain to law.
How do you mean?
Under the Immigration and Naturalization Act.
I know.
You don't need to be a criminal.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, for me, as someone who thinks free speech is important, but also doesn't like Hamas supporters, I would probably err on the side of this guy being allowed to stay in if I was an American citizen, on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm not an American citizen. And when I come here, I don't go around starting protests because it's kind of a douchey thing to do. Like, if you let me in your house, I'm probably going to behave in a slightly different way than I would in my own house, right? So, and Francis and I, like, when we visit...
I don't understand this logic, you know? I could understand, like, I don't understand it coming from people that are not actually immigrant. Like, these are the people that call themselves like free speech absolutists or whatever. You'd think that this would be the cause celeb that they pick up and use as an example of like, do you really have free speech if you like, you can't even as like a legal not permanent, but a legal resident of the United States do free to like assemble and voice your opinion and protest without fear of deportation? Then it's like you don't really have free speech in that country. But then they're saying like, well, me personally, I would err on the side of caution. That it's like, then that country doesn't really have like free speech, but these people could do that, you know?
The United States, we are respectful to the fact that it's not our country.
And I just feel like this sort of like logic prevailing is kind of like giving the idea and false impression about people needing to be scared of something that they should not be scared about.
Certain things that we may legally be entitled to do here that we wouldn't do, because when
like if I were in, it sounds like he's from the UK, I'm not sure where he's from. If I were in the UK, like it wouldn't give me, I wouldn't think twice about like if I was visiting and I saw a protest that I wanted to join, I wouldn't think twice about joining it.
You are an immigrant or a visitor to a country, you need to behave in a way that's not just in accordance with the law, but you have an added responsibility, basically not to be a dick.
I agree. So the issue is...
See, what does that mean? Not to be a dick is like, don't offend me or my sensibilities. You just have an obligation to not break the law.
When it comes to the principles versus morals. If you believe in free speech, when do you stop? Where is your line? And the point is, free speech in its purest form is absolutism. You can say whatever you want. Do you believe all people have a right to free speech? Well, now you're going to find a mix of morals on the right. Many on the right are going to say, yeah, but only for American citizens. I never meant for non-citizens to come here and speak against our country. And they're being honest. They never did. Yeah. There was a period where we all agreed what the left is...
Speak against your country means participating in civil protests at colleges that they pay tuition to go at when they're already legal residents, or like writing op-eds, co-authoring op-eds in school newspapers. This is you like telling Americans what to do.
Doing with big tech is violating our free speech. Of course, to be honest, the left then conflates the First Amendment with free speech, which are two completely different things. But then when it comes to the issue of should we deport a green card holder, temporary green card holder, because of his speech, a lot of people are going to say, well, yeah, absolutely. To be fair, he organized protests that took over buildings and threatened staff and caused fights and led to violence. So I have no problem with that guy being deported. I just think that you get these anti-Semitism bills that are getting passed.
He didn't even do this though.
Absolutely.
Wait.
To be fair, he organized protests that took over buildings and threatened staff and caused fights and led to violence. So
I don't think he organized shit. I don't even think he's part of these orgs. He's talking about I think Mahmoud Khalil. He was like maybe leading some of them, but I like whatever it is that he just said, I know can't be true, because when they detained him, they would have like hit him with charges for something like that, because yeah, there's obviously things that you can do that are going to fall outside of like peaceful assembly, but they didn't charge him with anything.
I have no problem with that guy being deported. I just think that you get these anti-Semitism bills that are getting passed where like universities can't allocate funds or allow for certain protests. Otherwise we'll pull funding. It goes against American foreign policy. And I'm like, I have no problem with you doing it. I see that's where your morals lie. I just like to point out to everybody who claims they support free speech, I bet I can find a point at which you will say that's not free speech. So for like Myron Gaines, for instance, said, I'm for free speech. And I said, what about porn? No, porn's not free speech. Okay, well, the woman on the show who was an OnlyFans critic said, absolutely it is. It is my expression. It is my views. And it's age gated and costs money. Why can't I do it? Two different complete moral lines on whether one thing is free speech or not. So I bring this up because where we are right now in this country.
It's so weird to count that as like a moral line. You know?
You have Donald
when it's like, of course, pornography would like obviously be protected speech.
Trump trying to engage in actions which are.
It's like that is not somebody with like a different line. That's someone who's like anti-free speech.
Largely popular, maybe depending on. It's tough. He's for the first.
I also don't like him trying to talk to people like someone like Myron Gaines and being like, well, see, he has his like stupid line or whatever. Therefore, do we even really have free speech? What does it even mean?
Time in 20 years. The country is on the right track to the highest degree. I mean, single polls don't mean much to me, but we're seeing some form of this, despite the fact that people kind of don't approve of Donald Trump.
It's funny that he says single polls don't mean much to me because in the Adam Conover conversation last night, he was like, I actually don't really care about the polls that give like averages or aggregates. I actually usually like to pick one poll and then I'll follow that one.
Trump, his aggregate approval ratings in the margin of error is really good for him, by the way. But a lot of
he's completely flipped on this in like 2 weeks.
What he does is popular. You have people now arguing when we should or should not obey judges. On the left, the liberals, liberal is a colloquial term in the United States for the left faction, doesn't really mean liberal. They are willing to imprison lawyers. They are willing to cheer for violence, engage in violence. They have in many instances, more than the right, murdered people. And that's in line with their morality. When it now comes to Trump and the right having power to use.
Wait, the left
are willing to cheer for states for the left obey judges. On the left, the liberals, liberal is a colloquial term in the United States for the left faction, doesn't really mean liberal. They are willing to imprison lawyers. They are willing to cheer for violence and.
Okay, so like I like there's nothing about being a lawyer that precludes you from breaking the law or being arrested. This is their whole argument with the judge, that just because you're a judge, that doesn't mean that you can't break the law.
Engage in violence. They have in many instances more than the right.
Also, so you can cheer for violence, that's protected speech. You can't incite or encourage violence. You can't engage in it, but you can cheer for it.
Murdered people. And that's in line with their morality. When it now comes to Trump and the right having power to use, Republicans are often mocked for refusing to use it. We could expel Democrats from Congress right now. Al Green, for not only was he to be censured for interrupting the not so State of the Union, but when he was being censured, he, along with many other Democrats, blocked the proceedings and obstructed it, and Johnson simply adjourned. Should we not use power to the degree that they have?
There were Democrats that voted to censure him. There were like 10 different fucking Democrats and like every single Republican.
But it's against our principles. Is it? Our moral world is being crushed by these people. Do we decide today we will defend our moral worldview and traditions by any means necessary? Or will we keep saying that we afford our enemies special privileges they do not afford us? My view is that.
That's not what liberal means. It's what moral means.
I'll say 10 years ago, I was free speech for everyone, even if we don't agree. I don't agree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. And then they bludgeoned me over the head with it and tried to destroy my life. And I said, that was stupid of me. Free speech is for those that live within the confines of our moral.
What does this mean? He's like the biggest victim.
Community. If you are an individual who's a communist.
Maybe he gave the examples of what he means that like free speech was used against him and bludgeoned against him, but like, and now you can't have free speech because you made Tim Pool's life harder.
You stand up for free speech at every turn. You reject violence.
I was fine with free speech, and then I saw mean comments underneath my last live stream. Now I've completely 180'd.
And say, one day I hope we achieve communism. I would say, well, I think your idea is dumb, but if they ever come to censor you, I got your back. Most communists.
I hate how capitalists and liberals talk about violence, authoritarianism. At the end, they want violence. They just want to use the state. The thing is that like this is a guy who is talking about. He's saying he's not for free speech because he like ambiguously says free speech was bludgeoned and used against me, so now I'm not for it. But then when he was talking to Adam Conover, and this will be like 2 weeks later because this happened like 2 weeks ago, he was saying that he was like, what's wrong with deportation? It's not that bad. You're just going home. Like completely ignoring like, yeah, okay, but that comes at the end of a gun. That's how they get these people to leave.
Communists, however, celebrate your
They put on masks and they like black bag this woman. They put her in a van. They held her at a detention center. They didn't want to talk to her, tell her like why. And then they were talking about like sending her back to where she was born. That's not a violent process somehow.
demise and advocate it and try to make it happen. In which case I say, why?
Wait,
Most
now we're talking
communists,
about
I would say,
communism.
well, I think your idea is every turn you reject violence and say, one day I hope we achieve communism. I would say, well, I think your idea is dumb, but if they ever come to censor you, I got your back. Most communists, however,
Tim Pool thinking your idea is dumb is like almost how you know like you're on the right track.
celebrate your demise and advocate it and try to make it happen. In which case I say, why would I award them quarter? My view is we have rights in the United States. We protect the rights of those in the United States, even if they're not citizens. There's a varying degree of how much you will be protected and what your due process, what process you are actually due. We don't extend that to jihadis or ISIS or Soleimani. So if you are Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, a 16-year-old American citizen, and you're eating dinner in Yemen, Barack Obama has no right to murder you, which he did. And this is, in my view, because he was the son of Anwar al-Awlaki, a terrorist. I think the message Obama was trying to
Dude, this is his like favorite anecdote to bring
of
up.
the world is that if you speak against us, we'll murder your children. Anwar al-Awlaki was a jihadi. He was an American, though. He was in a foreign country. I believe he was in Yemen. Barack Obama had no right to
I don't even know if that's true. His father was affiliated with Al Qaeda or something like that, but I don't. That kid was like a teenager. I don't even think he had any like official ties to a terrorist org.
American citizens are afforded protections anywhere they are in the world. You can't just murder Americans. Here's where things get tricky. What if that American is running towards American troops with a machine gun? Okay, well, it's self-defense. Like we understand, you could be in America. Obama ordered a drone strike to kill a guy, arguing he's an enemy combatant. He doesn't deserve trial. No, he has to get trial. So the issue I see is we don't extend the same rights to our enemy combatants and adversaries around the world. Why would we do the same? Why would we do the inverse for the domestic enemy? I hate to say the word enemy.
Why wouldn't we just assume that everybody's a terrorist at all times?
But when you have far leftists firebombing vehicles and smashing them up and destroying things, why would I defend their protests, defend their free speech, or defend their moral worldview when they don't do it to me?
Because you can defend their...
So collective punishment because you find criminality at some protests or demonstrations rather than arrest those individuals or charge them with something. We should just, you know, get rid of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press. Fuck it.
free speech while also seeing them convicted for the crimes they commit.
This is the exact same reasoning he used to justify getting rid of abortion. He says he was fine with abortion until he saw someone they say they wanted 9-month abortion, so now he's against abortions. That's literally Trump's logic. He said that he was fine with abortion, and then he met like a little boy that he liked, and then he said that he was against it.
I'm not going to engage in a
Wait, what did he ask?
protest, defend their free speech, or defend their moral worldview when they don't do it to me.
Because you can defend their free speech while also seeing them convicted for the crimes they commit.
I'm not going to engage in a war over a moral world.
This is like 1% doctrine shit, like Dick Cheney logic of like, if there's even a 1% chance of it happening or whatever, then we should take any and all legal actions that we possibly could to prevent it. You know, regardless of how many rights we trample on in the process of doing that in the name of protecting people.
The view and the future of my country, where I extend.
You know what, Temple is right on that. The issue comes down to that he's bad faith and only using this as a rhetorical tool. Wait, which part is he right on, Oscar?
And privileges and benefits to those who seek to kill me.
Well, those aren't privileges and benefits. Those are the rules by which
Laws.
society operates.
I would agree with 83% of Americans that Abraham Lincoln is
I cannot believe I'm in the position of like agreeing with this dipshit.
the greatest president we've ever had. When you ask them who the greatest president was, that's who. And you know the funny thing about Abraham Lincoln was he arrested a large portion of the Maryland legislature because they were sympathetic to the Confederacy. He created a corridor that abolished or suspended habeas corpus between Pennsylvania and Washington.
Okay, does he actually believe though that when Americans are saying like, oh yeah, Abe Lincoln is my favorite president or like he's one of the greatest, that they're talking about anything other than him abolishing slavery? The whole Obama drone strike bit. Oh yeah, he's not wrong on these things, but he doesn't actually, like you say, it's like a rhetorical tool. He doesn't really care about that kid. He just holds him up to be like, if you didn't know about this example, you know, then you don't get to criticize Trump or be mad about anything else.
D.C. so that he could arrest anyone without charge.
And he says he's against it, but then he leverages it to justify expanding like Trump's powers.
Or trial. That's what Abraham Lincoln did to preserve this union and stomp out moral evil in the Confederacy.
Yeah, in the midst of a fucking secession, in the midst of a civil war, he did that.
And we love him for it. So
I don't think 83% of Americans love him for doing that.
No, but they don't know better.
They don't know about that, I would imagine.
And so this is the conundrum of our principle, our view that we are principled individuals. When you
This would be like the Democrat trying to argue that like if who is it? Like if Biden had like really, really high approval ratings, that must mean that those same people approve of every single thing that he did policy wise.
If you go to someone and say, would you support if right now states started arming up in support of Donald Trump and in defiance of the courts and the judges, would you support a Democratic individual suspending the Constitution to shut down Trump? You find a mixed bag among liberals. Oh, I no, that's terrible. How about this? If Donald Trump tried to steal the presidency on January 6th, would you support Joe Biden sending in the National Guard to shut down Donald Trump?
If he did that.
And arrest anybody on those Capitol grounds with or without evidence to stop the insurrection? They're probably going to say yes. People might tell you they don't like what Abraham Lincoln did, but they're more than happy to tell you how much they love the results. And so the question then becomes, do we play this game of, for PR reasons, I'm going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy? Or do we say, in times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions, which are outside?
There was actual civil war, though. But this opens with him explaining how we're already like in the middle of a civil war.
What our principles purport to be.
But we're not in the time of war.
And it's also as well, Tim. No, we're not.
So when
Tim, can I just make a point? And this
we are
is
in time of war.
Right. Okay. We'll come to that in a second.
Dude, he's a crazy person. Not him. Well, him too. But like Tim Pool actually sitting across from him, like not joking, not like just completely, you know, if you hooked him up to like a lie detector machine and you asked him like, is there really do you actually think there's a civil war? Like it would not register whatsoever. He would be 100% telling the truth. And that's like kind of terrifying.
When the government takes away rights, it is very difficult, if not almost impossible, for you to get them back. Can we just agree that?
Matey in the blue shirt looks like a human/gecko cross to me. Am I alone?
So you are willing to give up rights in this society for the government to then come in and then enact against the enemies?
When have humans ever not done that? Give me one example. One.
Okay, he'll always back up onto this, which is that you can't disagree with him because he's not actually saying if it's good or bad. He's just saying that it is the way that it is. He's like, do you think that's right? And he's just appealing to nature and being like, that's just what people do. You have no choice in the matter.
Civilized society.
Not true. In World War II, the United States implemented the U.S. Office of Censorship and banned people from...
It's interesting that you say this because all anti-Ukraine people...
Like the lie detector thing doesn't work or whatever. Yeah, I know, but like... It just matters if it like... Isn't a lie detector test when they hook it up to you? It's just seeing if your like heartbeat increases and whatnot. But like, I don't think his anything would register. I think it would be like, he would be totally calm saying that because he believes it.
America keep calling Zelensky a dictator for having martial law, which is in line with the Ukrainian constitution, and not having an election like the UK didn't have.
He declared it, and the constitution says that he can declare it and Congress can uphold it. There's an argument that he can overturn it.
Well, my point is...
But I agree, in time of war, presidents do crazy things.
But you are stretching the definition of war way beyond its remit.
No, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth generational warfare. So we have technological...
You've activated his trap card. No, I'm not. Here's why. Fifth and sixth, like, it just... Weird, esoteric, like, explanation to explain why.
Advances in conflict, and they alter how we perceive what war is. If you go back to the earliest days, what is the purpose of a conflict? Why do wars happen? Sometimes they're silly. You don't believe in the same God as me, so you must be destroyed. I mean, these are largely silly, but they have to do with cultural cohesion, so they come from somewhere from an evolutionary psychological perspective. But typically, it's resource conflict. Resource is the principal driver. I do think it's absolutely hilarious that the East India Trading Company engaged in warfare that resulted in the death of 50,000 people because black peppercorn was a delicacy, was a luxury in Europe and the UK. But typically it's, I don't have enough food or water, and I will take it, and my people will not die. I don't care how I have to get it. And it's the same thing you see at the root level with a man who steals bread because his family is hungry or whatever. We still frown upon it. So the generations of warfare, they evolve. We see the advents of new technologies and new methodologies in warfare all the time. If the purpose of warfare is to secure control of a population so you can control its resources, a tendency for that reason, sometimes it's, you know, my God is better than your God, and your people must adhere to my worldview and my beliefs. So in the United States, we are going through, and this is not my opinion.
I'm sorry to laugh. This is like just watching like a doomsday prepper just like go off. It's insane. This is like, I've seen a lot of Tim Pool, and this is like, I like, or maybe I haven't seen enough. This feels like rare form.
Academics who have
because he's usually not so insane that he's like looking crazy even to right wingers. Usually to right wingers, they agree with like a lot of different parts of what he's saying, but this is the first time where they're like, they clearly don't agree.
Assessed what warfare is. You get to fourth and fifth generational warfare, and now sixth, which people are going to argue it as we form these ideas in academia. Sixth may change, but fourth and fifth have to do with online political manipulations of influence technologies and use of insurgency. Today, it's fair to say that we are in a kinetic conflict. Civil strife began several years ago in the United States. Civil strife is not civil war, but there are many people dying. One of the easiest examples, of course, is Aaron Danielson took 2 bullets to the chest from a far leftist Michael Reinhold with a communist tattoo on his neck for no reason. And now we have the SWAT.
Peak LARP. What's LARPy about him just kinetically ascertaining the perimeter of the country that he's currently in and just declaring that there needs to be martial law to clamp down on these lawless communists?
Swattings of conservatives and
he's just speaking facts.
Firebombings of Tesla facilities for the specific goal of destroying a company for political reasons, for which now Tesla stock has gone down. Partially, it's not the only reason. And we've seen Tesla evicted from the Vancouver Auto Show out of fear of terror attacks.
Oh no. Tesla's profit margins have gone down, guys. No more free speech.
This is war. Now, it may not be full-blown hot kinetic conflict, but when you have the arrest of Donald Trump.
Crime has happened because people don't like Elon Musk gutting the and like raping the United States government administrative state without congressional oversight, lawlessness. You not liking that and people responding to it with violence, you're actually the instigator. Elon Musk, a billionaire shaking his dick around and attempting to overhaul all of these laws and ignore them like a king. That's him, that's neutral.
Trump's lawyers, we are dealing with administrative warfare, which is a degree of administrative conflict, which we don't see in previous times based on communications technologies. If you go back several hundred years,
Tim thinks he's doing really good. Oh, he's killing it. I'm sure he thinks he thinks he's killing it.
I secure control of the population. I occupy their street corners with weapons, and my weapons are better than yours. You've got clubs. I've got pointy sticks with metal on them. Eventually, we have airstrikes, air raids, howitzers, nuclear artillery, and machine guns. I send my guys to your country. They stand in the street corner. You do as you're told. The people are mad.
Like, again, people don't realize just how much attention this fucking oaf commands. There was a point in 2020 where he was getting like 40 million views a month on Timcast.
About it, they might fight back. Today, it's actually really easy. I will flood your community with information that terrifies you as to what is true and what is not, so you are occupied. Notably, we saw the use of sock puppets in the Arab Spring, largely in Libya, where, based on a report from Project PM, the United States Air Force was purchasing from private security contractors sock puppet social media accounts. One individual...
When he just said, like, they're using sock puppets in Libya, and he didn't clarify, like, social media accounts.
Operate 50 fake social media accounts to create the public perception that the overthrowing of Gaddafi was the right thing to do. The Americans then supported airstrikes and the collapse of the Libyan government, which I think is largely a horrifying thing. Not that I much care for Libya, but now you have the North African slave trade reigniting and militias blowing each other up. Why did Americans support it? Because fifth generational warfare was waged on the American people to make them feel like they were under occupation, figuratively, but in a sense, literally as well. Why put a man on a street corner with a machine gun when you can simply inundate them with fake accounts to convince them you must do this or else? So what we end up...
Timble actually thinks that he's like independently arrived at the idea of like manufacturing consent. Because it's like he's describing it in this very like vulgar way, but and I know that he's not really talking about manufacturing consent. He's talking to like probably like former CIA people or like securities experts and stuff like that have talked about like informational warfare, which is a thing, but he's like trying to, he's saying like, no, it's a civil war. We're in the middle of a civil war. And only when he's pressed will he clarify that he's talking about like, he's talking about these sort of like academic concepts and applications of it in particular, like sectors and situations. He's trying to make it seem like it's this like blanket thing.
Up with is the era of cancel culture and those bending the knee quite literally to an ideology. Did most people agree with intersectional feminism and woke ideology? Of course not. It's a minority. Why did so many people let it happen? Because they feared that there was some group that would come after them and destroy them. They feared that they were under occupation.
Why did you let intersectionality happen to this country?
Institutions are controlled. I will lose my job. I will lose my livelihood. My bank will freeze my accounts. My social media will remove me from society. I have no choice but to live this way, even though I don't like it. That is war, but it's changed. And they want you to believe that you're not fighting a war. But as the faction of bureaucrats and powerful elites who have been running these companies have been engaging in this war, they become increasingly more desperate as those of us who believe in more Enlightenment principles and have opposed this, have started to break through and shift dramatically to the point where Donald Trump actually was able to win. Now we have desperation, and desperation begets more hot conflict. This is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict. We may be coming off of it. But the idea that, to go back to,
the fact that he always wears this jacket, t-shirt, like beanie, just looking like a 30-year-old who like never grew up or whatever, like especially when they zoom out, really like sells the whole like, okay, this is like the type of rant I would expect from like a crackhead outside of 7-Eleven at midnight when you're like trying to get cigarettes.
a wartime action from a president. I'd put it this way. What does that mean in today's context? Am I arguing that Donald Trump should go round people up without charge or trial? Absolutely not. That should never happen. Trump.
Also, I know it's like overdone to do like the Hitler comparisons, but he has like really perfected the like fascist rhetoric, because when he talks about these like elite social media institutions or whatever, it's like just replace, like he replaces like Jews with elites or whatever. He replaces, you know, the, like woke people with like cultural Marxists and stuff like that. Like, like you would see it, like if somebody could like translate this into like German or whatever, he, like, tell me he wouldn't sound like he was like reading off like a Hitler speech.
Jokingly said, but probably only half jokingly, the people who are firebombing Teslas, maybe they can spend 20 years in El Salvador in prison, which I hear are not so good.
He's weaponizing leftist rhetoric and portraying the right wingers as the dissidents against the system in Trump. I wouldn't even say it's like leftist rhetoric necessarily. It's more like just like populist rhetoric.
Mr. President, I do not appreciate you entertaining violating the 8th Amendment.
But yeah, he was like trying to position Trump as like the ultimate liberator and like the great white hope or whatever.
American citizens who commit crimes go to American jails, and they should be treated with dignity and respect, even if we despise them. So I don't appreciate those jokes. And if it comes to that, and he actually tries sending American citizens to El Salvador, I will be opposed in every form that I can. And it's going to be interesting if it gets to that degree. That being said, what it comes to an actual wartime president in Trump is when
just casually describing the deportation of American citizens to El Salvador, like El Salvador's version of Gitmo, basically, is like, that's going to be pretty interesting if that ever happens.
Trump issues a legal order, executive order, saying, we will not have these people in our military. I'm the commander in chief. He's allowed to do it. If a judge tries to stop him in this administrative conflict, Donald Trump, I believe, is obligated to say, I have heard the ruling from the court, now try and enforce it, which is a play on Andrew Jackson's famous quote when the Supreme Court ruled against him. In the conflict we are in,
this guy wasn't the Supreme Court. There's a whole legal process yet to go through, which is part of the American process. Now, I appreciate what you're saying, but it just sounds to me like you're redefining.
Why? What did he say that's worthy of praise?
Fighting wars to give yourself more power,
which
is what every dictator has always done in history, which is to say the situation's so bad, I need extra power to deal with it.
A dictator?
Well, look.
Yes or no?
We are not in a war situation.
Is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We are not in a war situation.
Was Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We are not in a war situation, is the point.
Okay, but like, and these people don't know this because they don't know like American history, but like, yeah, like Abraham Lincoln retroactively got approval from Congress to do what he did.
Okay, you're right. I'll just say you're right. Okay, now is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
So look,
yes or no?
Tim, the theoretical examples you give...
It's not a theoretical, it's American history.
Fine, but it's not related to the current moment, which is what we're talking about.
So in the
so
context
you're saying,
of...
let me just lay out the argument that you made. If I represent it incorrectly, you tell me. The core of your argument that you're making, right, is that because we are in a 4th, 5th, 6th generational warfare situation, a different set of rules ought to apply. It's a wartime, therefore, just like you can apply martial law, just like you can suspend this or that or whatever, right? And the point I'm making to you is this is the argument that every dictator in history has made. Now, I don't know American history as well as you, and maybe the point that you make about Abraham Lincoln is relevant in some way, but what I'm saying to you is something completely different, which is we're not in a war.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Was Abraham Lincoln a dictator, yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't.
I was like actually kind of impressed. I was like, wow, he was able to like wiggle out of this completely irrelevant question about like whether or not Abe Lincoln was a dictator, because he's saying like, what does that change? Yes, no, he's saying it doesn't matter. He already made it clear that it doesn't matter because we're not in the middle of war. And like any assessment of like whether or not Abe Lincoln was or wasn't a dictator, it has no bearing on like the arguments that he's actually trying to make.
A leader suspended the right to due process for all peoples. Is that a dictatorial move?
It depends on the context.
So like right now, if Trump said, I'm suspending the constitutional rights and due process for far left terrorists.
Look, I'm not a legal scholar.
But he's not saying any of that. So they just do it. They just do it. And then they know like nobody's going to stop them because they're trying to get rid of checks and balances.
That seems pretty extreme to me. Yeah.
What if Donald Trump decided he was going to arrest the half of the Washington state body because they were voting in favor of groups that were attacking Tesla facilities?
What does that mean for?
What if the world was made of Jell-O? It's an equally relevant question to what like Tim is asking.
Voting in favor of.
So let's say in there,
he's like posing all of these like stupid hypotheticals to just say what you want to say, which is that there's really nothing that Trump couldn't do that I wouldn't justify because I think we're in war.
State body, someone proposes a bill that they will not arrest nor provide any assistance to any individual in their state who's caught firebombing Tesla facilities or other right-aligned institutions. The state will not enforce the law against them, nor will they aid federal law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer to that question is legally, but my point to you is...
So like, This is the problem. If you don't know and you have no thoughts on the matter, then I don't know what we're arguing. You can simply say, Tim, maybe you're right. I don't know.
Those are your options, okay? If you're not as informed as Tim Pool, then you don't get to have an opinion or disagree with anything that he's saying because you don't know the facts, TM. And you have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know what the answer to that question is legally.
It's like the incredible arrogance. It's insane.
My point to you is...
like, this is the problem. If you don't know and you have no thoughts on the matter, then I don't know what we're arguing. You can simply say, Tim, maybe you're right. I don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm taking the argument that you're making and interrogating it as I do with every other guest.
So
what I'm saying to you is, you've made the claim that we're in the war in order to be able to justify suspending the rules applying equally to everybody. That's basically what you've done, right?
So
when I look outside
to the conflict.
When I look outside, I don't see a war that justifies that.
When you look outside in a largely liberal jurisdiction where everyone agrees with each other, you don't see anything justifying?
We've traveled around the United States plenty.
And
I have never seen anything that justifies...
I mean, this is a stupid argument as well or whatever. Like, well, I haven't personally seen it, so I'm against it. Like, there's better ways to, like, ground this argument.
Instituting martial law in this country. No.
Firebombing of Tesla facilities, the shooting them up, the murder and killing of people for political...
I was about to say, because he's just going to say, like, it's not in front of you, but it's out there happening. It's a big country.
It's dealt with through the criminal justice system.
So, first, you are incorrect. I'm not arguing that... the conflict we're in right now warrants anything close to what Abraham Lincoln did.
Okay. Well, you kept bringing him up. That's why I made that assumption.
Because I'm trying to understand what your philosophical and moral view is of a president who does such things at a time.
And what I'm saying to you is you can't compare a context
and I'm not.
Of a civil war with...
I'm asking you right now, based on the American Civil War and what was going on, was Abraham Lincoln a dictator for suspending habeas corpus and arresting politicians?
Which is sidestepping my point, which is right now...
I don't think you can answer the question.
I already did answer the question.
You're ignoring the question.
I answered the question by saying you know more about it than me. You remember that?
So do you want to say I don't know?
I already said that.
So you're not sure?
I've already said that. But what I'm saying is the example you're bringing up is not relevant to the current situation.
Should Donald Trump invoke the Insurrection Act and send U.S. Army into California, Oregon, and Washington to start hunting down and arresting the terrorist cells that are organizing these attacks?
No, I think the law enforcement can take care of that.
They're not doing
it. Tim Pool is so far off the deep end. He's making this guy, Konstantin Kisin, I think is his name, come off like some reasonable dude.
What do you mean they're not doing it?
Well, I mean, we've had far left terroristic cells operating with impunity in many of these jurisdictions. So let's take a look at the Chaz Chop, for instance. I mean, we know those people are. They're not in jail.
The Chaz Chop. Okay, so like what he's talking about is the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. That's what Chaz stands for, and this happened during like 2020 or 2021. There was this area of like Seattle or Portland or something like that was like taken over and like temporarily occupied by a bunch of LARPers. It didn't mean anything.
Should Trump go and arrest them? Statute of limitations not expired on those.
Yeah, I don't know how the American legal system works enough to answer that question, but should those people be arrested? Absolutely.
Okay, if the state law enforcement refuses to do so, should Trump invoke the Insurrection Act and go do it?
I don't know enough about the Insurrection Act.
The Insurrection Act is when...
What attacks? He's talking about how we're in a state of war because Elon Musk's profit margins are slightly lower because some people firebomb Teslas.
Donald Trump can use National Guard or Army to enforce, I believe National Guard, to enforce laws if the local jurisdictions refuse to do so.
Well, on that definition, it seems like you should.
That's literally the Insurrection Act.
Well, if that's the definition, if the local law enforcement refuses to enforce the law, then that sounds right. But see, you keep throwing out these hypothetical examples, which I understand. From my point of view, what I'm saying to you is just taking the logic of your argument. I'm not arguing about these specific details.
I mean, like to this guy, it's like when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So even though we already have legal processes for all of the things that he's talking about, criminal acts, violent acts, people like trespassing or whatever, people like breaking the law, thing that occurs literally every second of every single day. This is somehow a circumstance that justifies like constitutional rights being suspended.
You're saying we're in war, therefore we should suspend the rules applying.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, that is what you said.
I think you're misunderstanding what...
Perhaps.
You're misunderstanding wartime, and you're believing that wartime means men are on a battlefield shooting at each other.
Okay, but that's exactly what I'm saying. You're saying wartime means people are spreading propaganda on social media. Therefore, if whoever I like is in charge, they've got to be able to act in a way that currently isn't compliant with the law.
You have this infantile definition of war. You think it's just when people are armed and soldiers are actually, you know, part of a military operation to like kill one another.
Law.
So
you fucking plebe.
So,
and I'm saying
every
to you, I don't think people spreading propaganda on social media.
I believe that your country is conquered, and it's because of your moral philosophies and ideologies. They are weak and they allow to be destroyed.
What do you mean by conquered?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you've got a large influx of non-citizens with psychotic, violent beliefs that are chopping people's heads off in the street. You're not allowed to talk about it, without going to jail. You've got gangs that have been operating for decades. I look at the UK, and it's like
Do you know if you're in the UK, you can't talk about ISIS beheadings or something?
you've got a political body threatening to extradite American citizens.
Like what? Even just one example. What is he talking about? Sometimes with these people, they throw out weird things, and I'm like, I know a weird thing that they're referencing, and he's like exaggerating it in some way. I have no point of reference for what you get thrown in jail for talking about a beheading that happened in Europe.
For us expressing our opinions in our own country. You can't have screwdrivers in public. The things that your country has done to its citizenry is shockingly insane to an American. And it's absurd that you have such a massive influx of a disparate ideology coming into your country and imposing its will on you, and you do nothing about it. And in fact, your government largely protects, supports, and votes for it. I mean, that's insane.
Hold on, oh, no, wait, slow down. So first of all, there are lots of us who don't
So first of all, I'm xenophobic and I fucking hate immigration. How dare you?
agree with what's happening and say so.
What are you doing about it?
Let me just answer your question. So there are lots of us who disagree and are voicing our opinions about it.
This is the like right-wing equivalent of people who argue that people that are anti-choice don't really think that fetuses are babies, because if they were, they would be like firebombing abortion clinics and stuff like that. And that short of you doing that, you don't really think that's what's happening or whatever. It's stupid.
I'm as concerned as you are about the fact that some people are visited by the police. I'm one of the most outspoken people in the UK about that. That's not to say that you can't express disagreement with what's happening and you will instantly go to prison.
Not instantly, but a lot of people. I mean, people with Speaker's Corner or whatever. I'm not as familiar with the name of the location. Getting arrested.
People getting arrested for speech is something that shouldn't be happening.
A woman who is standing outside of an abortion clinic with her eyes closed getting arrested.
What's your point? I've already said that there are lots of us who disagree.
What are you doing to stop that?
Well, there is a very large political movement that's organizing.
What are you doing to pull your like LARPing on your podcast? That's praxis, baby.
Exactly the same way that there's a political movement in this country against the
How did you get to that point in your country?
overreach of the left. It got to the point because there are lots and lots of people who believe a lot of this progressive ideology in our country.
Do you think that at a certain point violence will break out between two different factions in your country?
Well, we've already had it, and I think it's credible that could continue to be the case as these tensions brew. Absolutely.
So what it means to be a wartime president, the point I'm making is that Trump used commensurate actions against those who engaged the actions against him.
Okay, what I'm saying is Keir Starmer in our country during the riots could do the exact thing that you're demanding. He could say, well, look, these people are rioting, they're attacking the police. I need special powers to put these people in prison for tweets. That's the logic of your argument.
Every country ever has done this. And the view that you take is dictators do this. Abraham Lincoln wasn't a dictator. Abraham Lincoln was a president who saw actions that were seditious, and he took action. There was one man who thought Abraham Lincoln was a dictator.
So Keir Starmer should be able to put rioters in prison for tweets then, on your logic.
Why would I agree with your moral worldview?
What you're saying,
I'm on the other side of that.
Oh, I see. So if a right-wing Keir Starmer is in power, then he's allowed to put people in prison for tweets.
I didn't say people should go to prison for tweets ever.
No, but I said
wartime presidency.
Right, so there are riots that are being promoted on social media.
So wait, you're saying that if an individual promotes riots on social media, they should go to jail?
No, that's what you're saying.
Tim's so stupid that he doesn't get that. He's like asking him like gotcha questions.
They should, yes.
Right.
Okay.
But only if the person in charge is right-wing. If
So
the person in charge is left-wing.
Right. So I don't think your government should arrest people for posting their opinions on social media.
Okay.
If a person goes online and says, everyone meet up at this place, we're going to burn it all down, here's the address, you lock them up.
It's so weird because his entire shtick during Biden's presidency is that everything that was happening was unprecedented, but now it's like, now that Trump's in office, everything ever has already happened. So Trump's actually just continuing on the legacy of like these dictators that have existed throughout time. And this is just business as usual. And you're deluded in some way and don't realize that, and you need to wake up.
Well, I say lock them up irrespective of who's in power and what their opinions
Agreed.
are. Whereas,
what do we disagree on?
I think what we're disagreeing on is you believe that if the situation is bad enough, a guy that you agree with politically should come in and suspend the rules by which we play the game of politics.
Give me any country ever where that's not been the case.
I don't understand what your point is.
Name any point in history when an executive in authority facing an emergency decided not to engage.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. What I'm disagreeing with you
Do you think that your country will be the exception that survives the conflict?
Tim, you've got to let me finish my argument before you disagree with it. What I'm saying is you're extending the definition of war, wartime, and emergency in order to suit your agenda, is what it sounds like.
You are incorrect.
Okay, why am I incorrect?
Because I've already described fourth and fifth generational warfare, academic terms that describe a state of conflict in which a faction of people is trying to take power from another
that's what we
faction of
disagree
people.
about, right?
It's not an issue of disagreement. I'm giving you an academic statement as to
I've already explained to you my like lazy bar napkin math of how I say that what's going on now equals civil war.
To disagragree with, right? When I travel around, whether it's Europe or the UK or America, I don't see a state of conflict.
You're just disagreeing with the definition.
Yes, exactly.
So for me, it's the easiest to use the American Civil War because it's what is attached to our history. Do you think in 1861 in September in Atlanta, people walked outside and were fighting each other?
Look, the American Civil War is clear in our expertise for you, which it isn't for me. I'm talking about what I see out here.
So let me try and explain to you what I'm saying.
Sure.
Who are the belligerents in the American Civil War?
Dude, it's like Dunning-Kruger personified.
Are you familiar?
Tim, did you hear what I just said?
This is why I'm asking you a question.
So what you're doing...
Wait, what did he even ask? I'm so thrown off.
Are you familiar?
Oh,
Tim,
belligerents in the
hear what I
American
just said?
Civil War.
This
He
is why
literally said he doesn't know as much about the American Civil War as him.
I'm asking you a question.
So what you're doing...
I'm genuinely trying to know if you know something so I can explain it to you.
And I just said it's in our expertise for you, which it isn't for me.
So I assume most people know who the belligerents were in the
Only Tim Pool could make Constantine look like a fucking genius.
American Civil War. It was the North and the South.
Yes.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I was not trying to get you.
Okay.
I need to know if you know this, because if you don't, I would tell you it's the North and the South.
Okay, great.
The Confederacy and the Union.
Okay.
No one in the Confederacy walked outside and saw a conflict. No one in the Union walked outside and saw a conflict. The front line was Gettysburg.
Yes, but
It
that
was West
doesn't
Virginia,
prove that
it was
America's in a
Manassas.
civil war now. There are lots of times when people walked outside and
I didn't say we were in a civil war. I said we were in a fourth and fifth generation of warfare.
You didn't say we're in a civil war.
I said I don't. Yes, so let's go back in time. I said I
There
don't know.
is no way that he didn't say that at some point in this section that in all caps is called Civil War. That he didn't say we're in the middle of civil. I think he like. Hold on.
Everyone, like for me, for example,
You can't keep getting away with it. I love the smell of chud-on-chud violence in the morning. It made me side with it. I know, it's unfortunate. I'm like, for once, I'm like in agreement with the trigonometry, boys. Just show me the ads so I can skip them, goddammit. Let's see. Give me a second, hold on. No, I can't get it to work. Hold on.
Executive order saying we will not have these people in our military.
Ideology in our country.
Do you think that at a certain point violence will break out between two different factions in your country?
Well, we've already had it, and I think it's credible that could continue to be the case as these tensions brew. Absolutely.
So what it means to be a wartime president, the point I'm making is that Trump used commensurate actions against government, largely protects, supports, and votes for it.
Let's see. I want to get, where were we? I should have seen where we were before I moved it. Let's see. Civil War. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of... It's 51 times. Let's see. Because he said, I never claimed there was a civil war at the beginning of this, but when he pressed him on it, he got a little tripped up. There's like no way that he didn't call for that.
Who are the belligerents in the American Civil War? Are you familiar?
Tim, did you hear what I just said?
This is why I'm asking you a question.
So what you're doing...
I'm genuinely trying to know if you know something so I can explain it to you.
And I just said it's in our expertise for you, which it isn't for me.
So I assume most people know who the belligerents were in the American Civil War. It was the North and the South.
Yes.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I was not trying to get you.
Okay.
I need to know if you know this, because if you don't, I would tell you it's the North and the South.
Okay, great.
The Confederacy and the Union.
Okay.
No one in the Confederacy walked outside and saw a conflict. No one in the Union walked outside and saw a conflict. That's insane. The front line was Gettysburg.
Yes, but
It
that
was West
doesn't
Virginia,
prove
it
that
was
America's in a
Manassas.
civil war now. There are lots of times when people walked outside and...
I didn't say we were in a civil war. I said we were in a fourth and fifth generation of warfare.
You didn't say we're in a civil war.
I said, I don't... Yes, so let's go back in time. I said, I don't know if what happens now turns into a civil war.
Right.
I actually think...
Yeah, we're actually in the middle of a psychic war.
It's probably less than 50%.
Yes.
I think we may be on the back end of whatever this conflict is.
Okay.
Fourth and fifth generational warfare does not mean a country is in a state of active war, and wartime presidential powers. This is why I tried saying several minutes ago, I don't think you understand what wartime presidential powers is a reference to.
Okay, maybe not.
It is the use of commensurate force against a force exerting power at you first. That is, when administrative powers in New York, Wisconsin, and Georgia begin arresting Trump's lawyers which defies the Constitution and is outside of the legal code of the United States, right? That is dictatorial. Trump's response cannot be, I guess I have to let them happen. It must be, I must stop them from doing this. It is a violation of the Constitution, right?
Okay.
If there are two factions and one is violating the law, we should stop them.
Agreed.
What we are dealing with over the past 4 years is forces aligned with what we would call the Democratic Party, the liberals, whatever you want to say, the bureaucratic state, the deep state, have violated the Constitution in numerous ways. This is what I refer to as fourth and fifth and sixth generational warfare. Warfare.
Fourth, fifth, and sixth
What
generational
does that
warfare.
kinetic conflict?
Okay, so okay, now I understand the argument. Perhaps we were talking across purposes. So what you're saying is what they've done over the last 4 years is unconstitutional and wrong, and therefore it justifies what?
Trump using commensurate forces to stop the unconstitutional.
What's commensurate forces?
The Insurrection Act.
I mean, and what would that, again?
Donald Trump can call upon the National Guard to go into California, Portland, and Oregon and arrest Antifa. The states aren't doing it.
Right.
He can have the feds start doing it, which
Antifa.
they've done a little bit. If the states refuse to enforce, or immigration law, for instance, and I think immigration law is another point of advanced warfare, Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act to utilize the powers he has to the greatest degree to start enforcing a law that is not being done locally as he is allowed under the presidency. If I were to say Trump should go arrest the attorneys general from 3 states, would that be dictatorial?
I don't know enough about it.
The attorneys general are the head of law enforcement for each state.
Yeah, I know what an attorney general is, but I don't know what the context would be in American. You're
My point
clearly
is-
much better versed.
Right,
my job is just to ask you to try and understand what you're saying.
My point is that if Donald Trump were to do so, he'd be called a dictator for arresting top politicians in these states.
Yeah.
But in 3 states, the attorneys general have violated the Constitution and targeted innocent individuals in ways that is shocking to the American psyche. However, largely on the Democrat side, they're in favor of it regardless. These are people who clapped and cheered when Jordan Clapper on The Daily Show showed images of terror attacks. He literally called them acts of domestic terror, and they clapped and cheered for it.
Yeah.
Are we?
Wait. Okay, I'm like, what the fuck is like sixth generation wars or whatever? So this is a journal from Columbia University. Okay, sixth generation wars, right? Refers to the concept of so-called standoff warfare based on the use of precision-guided weapons. Traditionally, fourth generation wars are other than standoff wars based on the use of rocket and air weapons, while the terms fifth generation wars refers to the diverse concept of nuclear warfare, designed to destroy the economic capacity of any enemy at any distance.
Are we supposed to just say Trump should carry on as normal? No, Trump's going to have to use what
I actually thought for a second that like sixth generational warfare was going to refer to some sort of like academic understanding of like what information warfare is or something like that. No, it actually still involves weapons, and he's like still way off base, but he doesn't know like enough about it to be like, no, it literally refers to like weaponry and military positions in a time of war. Like a time of conventional warfare, not just this like esoteric bullshit.
Wartime president, again, let's clarify these points. There are various forms of warfare. There's psychological warfare. Warfare can be waged without a declaration of war. Civil warfare can happen without there being an active civil conflict or extended conflict. You can get limited warfare. That's what Kissinger referred to. And what we're dealing with right now is fourth and fifth and entering a new generation of warfare, which what people would argue is sixth. Fourth.
It's not just like a cold. He's like, I guess he's talking like a cold civil war, basically.
Generational warfare is insurgency. That's what we've been seeing with Antifa and the far left. The purpose of fourth generational warfare is to make you scared to live a certain way. Vancouver evicted Tesla from the auto show out of fear of firebombs and shootings. That's the purpose of fourth generational warfare. Should Donald Trump simply say, we do nothing? Now, to be fair, that's Canada. But I'm saying in the United States where Tesla chargers and dealerships have been vandalized, shot up. And
the only question for me, like, I think the only thing that we might be disagreeing about is one thing and one thing only, which is, let's say that Donald Trump and his team and his people for the next 4 years do a reverse of what the left has been doing based on your description, which is they violate the Constitution, they fail to enforce it in some areas, etc. Would you then be happy for whoever is the Democrat president after that to do the things that you are now advocating that President Trump does? That's the only question.
I think that is a naive question.
Because?
That doesn't entertain the realities of history and everything that's ever happened.
Tim earlier, is Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Yes or no? And then when it comes to this very straightforward question of, would you apply these same standards to a Democratic president? And he's like, see, there's a reason why I can't answer that.
I would be unhappy with literally any amoral degenerate enforcing whatever laws that support amoral degeneracy. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm talking about the Constitution.
So here's the issue.
If the right violates the Constitution.
This is why I explain morals versus principles first.
Yeah.
If I said we must uphold the right of parents to make medical decisions for their children, that is a power I have granted to Donald Trump to stop the mutilation of children.
Yes.
These school districts and these doctors that are taking kids away from their parents, because the kids think they're trans and they're being groomed online. We must stop this. However, that same principle empowers Democrats to take
We must stop this.
the children away from parents who are protecting their kids from
So
gender
that sounds like
identity.
a no to me. You wouldn't support a Democrat president enforcing the Constitution in the way that you want Donald Trump to do.
The reason why I answered the way I did is not to avoid the question, but to point out that the average person would not understand what yes or no means morally.
Unlike Tim Pool, the elevated, enlightened American who does understand it.
If I were to give a simplistic answer.
Well, look, the point.
This is like reeking of like you're not, like Rick and Morty is too mentally complicated for some people except me.
Making is the left has violated the Constitution, therefore Donald Trump needs to invoke the Insurrection Act.
You have to have a high IQ to understand it.
Let me slow down there.
You have to have a high IQ to understand Tim Pool's 4th, 5th, 6th generational warfare.
My argument is an administrative war has begun as of 2015. When they accused Donald Trump of being a Russian spy, they accused the front runner for the Republican Party of being a traitor to his nation, for which the penalty is death, sought to impeach and imprison him, and obstructed an entire presidential administration. They arrested several people in his sphere who did nothing wrong. They destroyed the lives of people like Carter Page and Michael Flynn, who did nothing wrong. This is, I'm sorry, but for everything they accused Trump of doing, they started. Trump's response can't be, we don't arrest politicians. It's not what we do in America. No, it's,
Why can't the Democratic answer just be then that Abraham Lincoln actually did all of this?
they've already been doing that.
Take it up with him.
We need investigations of Adam Schiff, the J6 committee. We need investigations of Letitia James. We need of Wisconsin.
January 6th didn't need to be investigated. What should actually be investigated is the committee that wanted to investigate January 6th.
And Atlanta, who arrested lawyers. Both of these states arrested lawyers.
Well, if anyone's broken the law, of course they should be investigated. But I'm asking you a very different question. And I think it speaks to the core of our disagreement, which is the question is, do you want the Constitution to be enforced irrespective of who's in power? Do you not? And it's really as simple as that, right?
No.
Because?
This is why I started the conversation with discussion of morals versus principles.
No, I understand that.
The idea, so when I explained to you, when I asked you what free speech meant,
Yes.
the Constitution does not and never did protect free speech. Now, the structure of the Constitution outside of the Bill of Rights, I largely respect, which lays out the 3 branches of government, the powers they have, and I agree with. I don't want that to be dismantled. However, at the advent of the Bill of Rights, you couldn't blaspheme or swear in public. In fact, you could swear in public in the 1970s. Free speech was never protected. The question you're asking me is, do I want my moral worldview of today to be protected and upheld? And would I be upset if another person came in and tried to destroy it? But that happens all the time, no matter what. So it's not a question of, if I say, Donald Trump, please protect my moral worldview, would I be upset if someone who opposed my worldview got in power? Well, of course I would. I was upset when Joe Biden won the election and opposed my moral worldview. The question is the degrees of power which we are using to use to preserve our world. The Democrats, for a long period of time, have been destroying this country. And it wasn't always the Democrats. The Republicans were...
What's the over and under that in like less than 2 years, it turns out he has like a debilitating disease?
Were on board until Trump came in. The MAGA movement and the populist movements of the left and the right, which have some overlap, largely diverged from what we had in our two-party system. When the borders were opened up and you had industrialists allowing millions of non-citizens to come into this country for the purpose of GDP growth to adhere to some ridiculous modern monetary theory, the country was being destroyed. We opposed this. What did we do? We used commensurate power as was used against us. And what was that? Protests, conversations, podcasts, and elections. Then we got Donald Trump being accused of being a spy. They tried to destroy his life. There has been no commensurate response on the right. Donald Trump then lost an election based on, one, largely many of his own failings, and an inability to understand the laws that were being implemented. The Democrats in several states violated the Constitution by allowing judges and executives to overrule state legislatures' elections, which violates, I believe, Article 1 of the Constitution, which states that elections shall be determined by the legislatures, not judges or executives. When Texas petitioned the Supreme Court in Texas v. Pennsylvania in 2020 to overrule these states that were in violation of the Constitution, the Supreme Court said, we will not hear it. Why? The Supreme Court is largely afraid that if it becomes exposed culturally, they have no enforcement mechanism, the country falls apart. And the best thing they can do in questions of this intensity is to stay out of them, which they've continually done, proving the Supreme Court to be largely impotent. There has still not been commensurate action from the right as to what the left has been doing. The flooding of this country with, I'm going to give the low estimate of 10 million non-citizens given preferred access, given protected status, or given money in places like New York. This erodes the foundation of what our ancestors built for us. And
like in the middle of his like inane ranting and screeching, it's making me think how I used to think he was like transparently a grifter. And I still think that he is, because there are moments where awkward like questions and things will come up in different conversations. That he clearly doesn't want to answer because he doesn't want to get in trouble like with his audience or whatever. But now I'm seeing him more like this kind of like Gollum figure where it's like, okay, well, in the Lord of the Rings, like Gollum's only pursuit is the ring itself is precious. And like similarly, all these like weird times where it seems like Tim Pool is like grifting or like going off course or whatever, it's like, no, basically say whatever he needs to say to defend this like Civil War premise. And it seems genuine because he has like, this is a 2-hour conversation. It's 90% of it is him just like ranting, and he has all of his weird explanations for it.
What we intend to pass down to our children. Gen Z can't afford houses, as you already stated. The American dream is dead for them. Yet in New York,
Didn't tenant media remove any doubt of grifting? Well, the thing is that like, I actually believe that he was never approached and told to say anything in particular. I really do feel like the reason why he was the perfect target for that is because what he says is already favorable to like Russian interests. You know, like he doesn't need to change a single thing. So there's a reason why they had a vested interest in like funneling money and licensing a show or whatever. The thing to me, like he's like, there's a part of me that's like, again, like do not underestimate the ego of this man. And I can genuinely see him convincing himself that like, yeah, $400,000 a month, that's my like market rate, you know?
citizens are given luxury hotels and PlayStations. This is a betrayal of the American people. All Donald Trump has done so far is what the Constitution allows. Coming from a rather classical liberal or civil libertarian view, growing up in the United States, I feel that it's evolved once you start to learn from history and you look at warfare, civil wars. What I see now is the establishment and institutions, which have been run by what we would call the deep state or the uniparty, whatever, for 30 years, have violated the Constitution every which way imaginable over the past 10 years, to which the right has not responded in any commensurate force. I do not want a president to violate our
The right's actually not doing enough to fight back.
Constitution. I do not want anyone to do so, but it's been done. Some have argued it's been done quite a bit by many presidents throughout history. The issue now is that it actually threatens the fabric of, quote unquote, our democracy. I think it's time.
If you like transcribed everything he was saying into an essay, I would be shocked if it was actually above like a second grade like reading level.
That Donald Trump and the administration, I believe they actually are doing this, begin to enforce the law against political forces, attorneys general, and those who violated the Constitution. The challenge there is that this is what I refer to as a wartime president. If Donald Trump were to arrest attorneys general who violated the law, and they have, if he were to go after the politicians, the Democrat personalities who lied and advanced what I would refer to as a criminal conspiracy or seditious conspiracy, he will be accused by the other faction of being a dictator, which will result in an escalation of force from their side, of which I don't view there's an off-ramp. I hope that these factions have largely lost power and they're waning, and that the arrest and prosecution of those who have committed crimes that we can prove would avert any kind of great crisis. In the event that this
the left has no power in the United States, the two arguments to that is like, it doesn't matter because they've invaded every cultural institution and like with like DEI programs and woke nonsense, and that so they've taken over every single cultural institution like universities or whatever, so they're training kids to grow up and be indoctrinated into the woke ideology. Or the other argument is that the lasting effects of like the liberal administrations like Biden or whatever like still carry forward into this day. So
escalates into actual
leftism is everywhere.
Kinetic conflict, which it kind of already is at the civil strife level. I mean, the Tesla attacks, the shootings, etc., and for a decade plus. You will then see commensurate.
Every time I come, I didn't mean for it to turn into a Tim Pool segment. I just wanted to show the Abraham Lincoln thing, and then I just like couldn't stop watching. It was like a car crash.
Force from the alternate factions against each other, from the two factions against each other. The reason I bring up Abraham Lincoln is when the South decided to secede illegally from the Union, Abraham Lincoln arrested the state legislature, large portions of it, from Maryland, because they were engaged in seditious conspiracy in support of the Confederacy. There was a man who called him a tyrant for doing so, and it was John Wilkes Booth, and thus the tyrant, sic semper tyrannis. Of course, the people who oppose the actions of those who win will always accuse them of violating the law, the Constitution, or otherwise. It is history. Ulysses S. Grant wrote a great letter after the Civil War, explaining all peoples have a right to defy those who rule over them, but when you lose, you will be ruled over by your superiors. If it comes to great conflict, which was not brought by the right, moderates, post-liberals, or otherwise conservatives, then I hope they win. And I hope they do what must be done to win, to preserve what we view as our moral worldview. The left we describe in this country is engaged in violence and doesn't share that moral worldview. And I believe they're poised to accelerate and escalate this conflict. I just hope it doesn't actually get there.
Well, so do I. But why do you think they're poised to accelerate?
I would actually say there's no evidence to suggest they would de-escalate. There's no indicators of de-escalation. In fact, we've only seen them cheering on for
accelerate.
I just hope it doesn't actually get there.
Well, so do I. But why do you think they're poised to accelerate?
I would actually say there's no evidence to suggest they have would de-escalate. There's no indicators of de-escalation. In fact, we've only seen them cheering on and calling for more violence.
It was basically like, he's like, so what's your evidence for that? And he's like, show me, it's like, prove to me that I'm wrong.
After the killing of Luigi Mangione, Bill Burr, the comedian, prominent liberal, he said billionaires should be put down like dogs. He then said free Luigi several times, and he continues to attack the wealthy and advocate for murder. Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert mocked the terror attack.
The biggest victims in his narrative include Elon Musk, Tesla stock, the healthcare CEO, and Donald Trump.
Some interpreted that as a permission or a call for more or social acceptance. Jordan Klepper on The Daily Show played several clips of terror attacks against Tesla facilities, which include public shootings, mass shootings, and the audience cheered for it, to which he responded, wow, you guys like petty acts of domestic violence. I'm sorry, of domestic terrorism, not violence. These people are publicly cheering for more. They're going online and saying, do it. There's viral videos across TikTok, Instagram, and X where people say, do it, and you know what I mean. One woman recently got a visit from the feds because she said, it
we're going to cover that soon.
Will be me, I'm going to. None of them have said what it is, but everyone knows what it is.
Well, that's why these people need...
This is that, like, Whitest Kids You Know sketch where he talks about the president.
To be dealt with through the criminal justice system quickly. And as you say, they need to be given, you know, the proper sentences for the crimes that they're committing. Right?
The list of people you are asking to have put in prison is so large it would overwhelm our prison system.
Well, then maybe you're going to have to build more prisons. But
or send them to El Salvador.
Well, well, you, like you said yourself, you don't want that. Anyway,
he's like not joking.
Great to have you on. Good to have the conversation. What's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
Before Tim answers a final question.
How do you even, like, end this conversation? This is so insane. Oh my God, maybe. Oh my God, damn, Tim's spitting heat the entire debate. Never seen him yet in such peak form. This was a masterclass. At future Civil War hero. Dude, I need to meet these people. Britain is cooked. I'm sorry. Most wars start years before a shot is fired. Dude, this is such like LARP shit. Tim's in peak form for this. A great conversation. Oh my God. Okay, I can't. I can't. This is the video that I remember, like... Oh, hold on. Tim explodes, slams the people who refuse to stand up to the mob. In his most epic rant to date, Tim absolutely unloads on everybody who is complaining so loudly about the culture war while they refuse to fight it.
I thought if Joe Biden wins, then this whole country is going to go so far woke, so fast, your head will spin, and no one will do anything about it. But if Trump wins, the insane woke people will start some kind of civil war. I think that...
They'll try.
No, listen. If Biden wins, then all of these conservatives and all of these people who are complaining about this stuff will sit on their hands and saying, oh, well, you know, I don't like it. They'll do nothing about it. Nothing will happen.
No, you're wrong, because you already said earlier when we were talking about what California's doing, when they come for the...
This is 5 years ago now, and he's like still on this bullshit.
elites' children, the elites will make a difference.
But he's really like solidified it at this point. Honed it in.
That's just the beginning.
That was from James Lindsay, who said, I think I saw the beginning of the end of this.
I know, but I think there's some truth in that, though.
I do.
Because the people who make the most money, they like the status quo if they continue making the most money, because they can pay for whatever security they need. They can pay to have food brought in for wherever they want. It doesn't affect them. But when it starts affecting them, they're going to be like, okay, we're going to make a difference now.
I will agree with you if they cancel Yale. Do you know about that campaign?
Yeah.
If they actually get Eli, how do you pronounce his name? Elihu? Yale? He was one of the most brutal slave traders. Maybe not the most brutal, but dude was brutal.
Okay.
He passed a law that every boat leaving Madras in India had to carry at least 10 slaves for any reason.
Wow.
So it's like, could you, it's one thing to have slavery. It's another thing to be like, nope. Every boat. It's like, but sir, we're just a transport. But 10 slaves.
That's what you're transporting
it's like,
now.
We're literally just like a couple fishermen. 10 slaves. Got to do it. That's what that guy was doing. And he's Yale. So a bunch of conservatives have been like, cancel Yale. Will they?
Right.
Will any activists show up to pull down Yale statue?
Right.
Really doubt it.
I doubt it.
Exactly. Because these people are off limits for some reason. The privileged elites are immune.
Yep, exactly.
So they will come for your football.
So when will the hypocrisy reach them and make something clear?
It's like 30 minutes of this. It's 30 minutes of them like going back and forth. Okay. Hold on. What are we doing next? Oh my God. Okay. Okay, since he mentioned the Taylor Lorenz video, I kind of want to do the Taylor Lorenz video. The, like, somebody needs to do it thing.
All across
America's favorite journalist, millennial journalist.
All across the internet, thousands and thousands of people are making the same plea.
So this is called Somebody Needs to Do It.
Yo, can somebody just do it? Can somebody, anybody, just...
Can I even play that clip though, Critical Rad TV? Like, I saw it, but I'm scared to play it. But one, for copyright, and also because of, like, Twitch TOS.
Somebody's got to do it. There has to be somebody out there that is willing to do it.
Who's going to take the initiative to do it? We all know it needs to be done, and somebody needs to do it.
If someone does it before the summertime, it's going to be like that one summer when everyone was playing Pokemon Go and everyone was a friend.
Gotta do it for the good of everybody.
Do it, please. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying somebody should. Nobody should.
I 100% dare you to name one thing that you hope happens in 2025.
On X, TikTok, Instagram.
I can play it. Are you sure I can play it? This is a YouTube studio link.
And in comment sections all over, people are begging, pleading for someone out there to just...
That link was broken, whoever tried to link it in chat.
Do it. In these pleas, the subject is never stated, the action is never spelled out, but somehow we all know exactly what's being said. But in case you are somehow still in the dark, these memes are about unaliving Trump. And sorry to say it in very dumb algo speak terms, but I don't want this video to get taken down from YouTube. What we're witnessing is not just an absurd or ironic online trend. It's something much, much deeper. We are living in a political tinderbox. Trump is back in power, enacting policies that undermine...
Is this the lib case for why there's civil war going on?
...civil liberties, environmental protections, and our economy. Elon Musk is gutting the federal government while billionaires rob us blind. Institutions that were built to serve as guardrails are bending and breaking, while Democrats are not even symbolically...
Thank you for the $3, Noah.
Resisting. The courts are caving, the press is depleted, and the idea of accountability feels like a joke. Dissent is being criminalized, speech is being surveilled, and legal U.S. residents are literally being deported for thought crimes. These memes are symbols of a society teetering on the edge. Memes have always reflected cultural moods, but these posts are about something more than that. They tap into this belief that the system is beyond repair and that nothing short of a seismic, violent shift will change the direction that we're heading in. In this video, I'm going to attempt to dissect this belief and unpack exactly what led us here. I'm not going to get into whether these memes and posts are moral, legal, or even advisable, but what I want you to understand is where these memes...
I'm so like this is the same woman who went on Piers Morgan, and when they were asked like I think Piers Morgan asked her, how did you feel about the healthcare CEO getting shot, and she was like, I felt joy.
Memes are coming from and what they say about the cultural and political moment that we're currently living in. Because these memes are not just about unaliving Trump. They are about collective trauma, political cynicism, our decaying faith in democratic institutions, and so much more. To start, I want to talk about exactly how and when millions of people lost faith in the system. This was not an overnight phenomenon.
Okay, wait, I found it. Yeah.
There were pivotal events over the past few years that pushed people to this moment. And I don't think that you can look at the someone should do it memes without examining the major cultural and political turning points that we've recently lived through. To begin with, we have to go back to March 2020 when COVID hit. And before you tune out, because I said the word COVID, listen to me. The year 2020 is actually a time in history that the entire US government, the mainstream media, and pretty much everyone in power has spent billions and billions of dollars waging a massive propaganda war to try to make you forget. And that propaganda campaign has worked
Forgot she's like really, really big on like people knowing about like COVID risks.
On a lot of you, because the period in time that most of America has memory hold was actually pretty revolutionary. In the early months of spring 2020, when COVID began to spread, the US witnessed a momentary glimpse into a more equitable society. The entire US government was taking care of its people in ways that it hadn't before. The US government has spent so many years since blasting the public with propaganda that a lot of people today have forgotten just how revolutionary 2020 was. Policies that we were always told were absolutely impossible in America,
like stimmy checks or what,
suddenly came to fruition. I want to go through a few notable ones.
I'm guessing it's gonna be like stimulus checks. It's gonna be free vaccines.
There was the CARES Act enacted in March 2020, which provided
the American Rescue Plan. Maybe.
Direct financial assistance to struggling workers by extending unemployment benefits and offering an additional $600 per week. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which also passed in 2020, mandated paid sick leave and increased funding for food assistance programs, lifting countless people out of poverty. On a state level in 2020, states like New Mexico began offering free childcare, a policy that lifted approximately 120,000 people above the poverty line. The state even began taking budget surplus directly from oil and gas revenue to fund early childhood education. This stuff was so progressive, I actually can't even imagine it happening now, which is again because of the downstream effects of all of this propaganda trying to make us forget this stuff. Other states, including Connecticut, implemented universal free school meal programs, ensuring that all...
I mean, like, one, I think she's kind of like underestimating how short the memory is just for a lot of consumers with how much media they consume on like a daily basis and how much scrolling the average American is doing. And two, the propaganda that she's talking about, it's like, I mean, so many people, if she's talking about COVID disinfo being disseminated and people repeating it, and then that gets the attention off of stuff like this, then I guess. But it sounded like when she says propaganda to make people forget, it makes it sound like there's a concerted effort to make people think that all of that legislation was not helpful. But I think Republicans just don't really talk about it at all.
All students had access to hot, nutritious meals, regardless of income, for the first time. These policies and dozens more resulted in a significant reduction of food insecurity across America. In 2020, SNAP benefits were increased and helped feed over 15 million young people. From 2020 to 2021, the expansion of food programs across the U.S. resulted in 2.4 million households no longer being food insecure. I can't explain how life-changing this stuff was for millions and millions of people in America. And people weren't just being fed. Millions were also suddenly...
But I mean, she understands that, like, okay, if the government can do this during a time of catastrophe, why can't it just do it all the time? But I feel like most people just see it as like, if she were to make this argument to people, they'd be like, well, yeah, the government was doing a lot of intervention because there was this unprecedented global pandemic that we were all living through, but that's not something that you would expect. Like, that's not the type of intervention you would expect to, like, you know, when there isn't a pandemic.
Able to get health care in 2020. The government made it easier than ever to enroll in Medicare and Medicaid, which resulted in millions of people who had been previously unable to afford health insurance suddenly able to get care. The government invested $145 million in expanding telehealth services, meaning millions of disabled and housebound...
I think that's exactly her point. Maybe. The way that she presents it, I mean, like... The way that she presents it is almost like it was targeted specifically at people memory holding the like COVID benefits or like the benefits that came from like trying to, you know, get the country through the pandemic. But in general, it's like, yeah, they don't. Republicans and also Democrats don't want people thinking that they should expect this kind of stuff.
People could finally access care, some for the first time in decades. In 2020, housing insecurity plummeted thanks to federal policies like the Treasury Department's ERA program, which provided over $46 billion to support housing stability for renters. There was a nationwide eviction moratorium, and the government rolled out a suite of tenant protections. California, actually, where I...
And then it was like impossible. Every time they kept trying to like end the eviction moratorium, they delayed it multiple times because it was going to lead to like people were worried about mass evictions.
Helped thousands of previously unhoused people gain access to permanent housing. I don't want to go on too much, but these are just a sliver of the policies that we saw the government enact during the early days of the pandemic. And they showed everyone in America for the first time ever what was actually possible if we allocated just a fraction of the billions and billions of dollars that we spend on the military and things like tax cuts for the rich towards the public good. I just want to talk about 2020 a tiny bit more for a couple minutes because, again, there's this multi-billion-dollar propaganda campaign to try to make you forget all of this stuff. And it's really important to remember what happened that year if you want to understand why we are where we are today. In 2020, as millions of people shifted to remote work or faced unemployment, they began to question traditional structures of labor and productivity. People started to realize that the economy could function.
Yeah, but that ain't going away. Like, in-person work is not going away because it exists to prop up like commercial real estate
differently, and that it could prioritize human well-being over relentless productivity. These mass realizations sparked widespread discussions about systemic inequality and the role of the government in addressing it. Mutual aid networks flourished throughout 2020. Communities organized to provide each other with food, medical supplies, and support. We were all encouraged to mask and protect each other from airborne disease, not just kill our neighbors and service workers with unmitigated COVID spread. These grassroots efforts exemplified the potential for collective action and solidarity. In 2020, we also saw the rise of the nature is healing meme, which spoke to the environmental impact humans were having on our planet. As skies cleared with fewer people commuting to their offices, carbon emissions dropped, and many wondered out loud, what if we didn't go back to normal? What if normal was the problem? Climate disasters, from wildfires in California to hurricanes devastating Central America, reminded us all how urgent the climate crisis had become. The climate movement gained momentum in 2020 as
Americans are too propagandized to understand this. Leftists have been saying this stuff a long time. Yeah, I guess that's what threw me off with her first argument, because she makes it sound like, oh, it's only now that there's a concerted effort to make people, you know, not take for granted or not come to expect the benefits that they were getting during COVID. But that's like not just restricted to post-pandemic.
people started to argue that the economy should be restructured to be both greener and fairer. As everyone became extremely online, people began to leverage the internet as a...
Not gonna lie, I loved early COVID when everything was locked up. No, I know. Like, the news was horrible, but as far as like my personal experience, I was like finishing my last semester of college, and then all of these classes, like the last classes that I needed to graduate that I did not want to be taking, were forced to be online, and like half of the curriculum for them was gutted because my boomer professors didn't know how to like run it like a remote class. I was mostly through Blackboard.
A powerful social justice tool. TikTok
So it was like the easiest semester, and then I graduated.
Became a tool for IRL organizing and protest planning. Masses of people began connecting with each other online and building support networks. Suddenly, people realized that the internet could be a weapon against elite systems. The online world became the default reality overnight, and people leveraged social platforms to speak truth to power. The murder of George Floyd in May 2020 served as a catalyst for nationwide protests against racial injustice and police brutality. Millions participated in demonstrations demanding accountability and systemic change. The sheer scale of protests in 2020 reflected a profound shift. In 2020,
I mean, yeah, this is true. People were realizing, like, why don't we have like racial, or not just racial, but like protests and mass movements like this all the time? And it's like, yeah, because people don't have time. The only reason why they had time is because, you know, remote work afforded them the ability to go out and organize and do these types of things in a world where they otherwise wouldn't have.
Phrases like white,
like if it hadn't been for the pandemic, like the reaction to George Floyd would have been really, really big, but it wouldn't have looked the same way.
Privilege, systemic oppression, and defund the police entered the mainstream. Institutions from corporations to universities rushed to acknowledge their role in perpetuating injustice. A lot of it was performative. I
was actually like shocked that my university like sent around like an email talking about like George Floyd or whatever, because it was like, I didn't really want them doing that. I don't really want my university taking like political positions on these things, you know? Because then like the next thing comes around and it's like the next email that's gonna like hit your inbox is like gonna be like condemning or supporting like different acts that maybe I probably don't want my university doing.
But some of it was real.
You know?
Again, in 2020,
Even if I agree with some of it some of the time.
for the first time, millions of people began questioning the legitimacy of systems that were long seen as unchangeable. Why is healthcare tied to employment? Why do billionaires exist in a world where children go hungry? Why do we spend more on police and prisons than on schools and housing? 2020 marked a turning point, a realization that the world as it was wasn't working for most people, and that another, better world was possible, one where people are valued more than profits. Millions of people began to see clearly what had been hidden in plain sight for decades. Of course, not everyone embraced this moment. The backlash was real and predictable. The term woke was treated like a slur in some circles and a way to dismiss.
This is what I mean, she is talking about the more like the highlights that came out of the fucking pandemic, obviously, and the way that the government, you know, was able to provide benefits to people. But when I think of that time, I'm like, oh, this is the start of like anti-vax sentiment rising in America. This is a time when like people wouldn't wear masks, when there were literally protests to like put people back to work. All I think about is like all the stupid conversations about like protesting versus rioting. Like that's the stuff that like sticks out to me, not the more positive things.
The very real empathy and awareness that defined this era. But the pushback only confirmed that a major power shift was underway. People were finally beginning to seek systemic change, but then the boot came down hard. Biden was elected that fall and began working overtime to dismantle the social safety net that had expanded in 2020. This is when we saw the beginning of the disenchantment that would ultimately result in these assassination memes. Immediately after taking office, Biden falsely declared the pandemic over in order to force people back to work. Officials began blasting the
See, wait, hold on.
Systemic change, but then the boot came down hard. Biden was elected that fall and began working overtime to dismantle the social safety net that had expanded in 2020. This is when we saw the beginning of the disenchantment that would ultimately result in these assassination memes.
Okay, like, I don't know that those memes are the product of like the results of people consuming the day-to-day minutia of like political news at the time once Joe Biden was elected.
Immediately after taking office,
that was like already a sentiment that was like growing and growing.
Biden falsely declared the pandemic over in order to force people back to work. Officials began blasting the public with far-right propaganda on COVID, lying to them.
Also, like, this is more of a framing thing, but like like a lot of the things like the child tax credit and like the expansion of like benefits to assist people throughout the pandemic, like when you look at who actually voted for those, it's like a lot of that was met with opposition the entire way from the Republican Party. You know, it was mostly like Democrats that led to those bills like getting through Congress and whatnot, or like those particular provisions, or it was like state governments, you know,
about the disease and convincing people to sacrifice their health and their bodies for the stock market. The message was clear. Forget 2020. It's back to work, now with even fewer health protections and no meaningful treatments for the brand new, highly transmissible airborne virus that ravages your heart, neurological system, and immune system and is still spreading at pandemic levels, even today in 2025. Jamie Cohen, a media studies professor at CUNY Queens College, told me, quote, Biden rushed the end of the safety protocols in part because people started to gain a sense.
But I do remember Biden rushing this because I remember it feeling like the meme that stuck out to me was somebody put like Biden trying to say that the pandemic was over when there were still different like virologists and epidemiologists saying that it wasn't necessarily safe to return to work, or it wasn't the most ideal time to be saying that like, oh, we shouldn't do masks anymore, because they were talking about like summer spikes and all these different strains were starting to pop up. So they were saying like, slow down with like trying to return to normal or whatever, like chill. There are different precautions that still need to be in place while we like transition out of, the most severe and strict like pandemic restrictions. And I guess that was a little bit of Biden's like mission accomplished moment, you know? So I guess she's not wrong about this.
Of consciousness. Biden and other elite leaders realized the collective power that the public had in 2020, especially online. People were realizing that we too could have the social safety net that many other countries in the world benefit from. And it's a conscious choice by people in power not to let us have it. People on the left and the right also gained clarity about who was really in charge and who controls those levers. But while Biden could force people back to work in unsafe conditions, he couldn't force them to be less online. And by 2021, we were already seeing that there was no longer any distinction between the offline and online worlds. The wall between the two was completely obliterated. separated. And nowhere was this more apparent than at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. As protesters stormed the building that day, they carried flags and wore t-shirts emblazoned.
Like, with this being where she's like, where the thesis is going for this, she kind of makes it sound like Trump completely handled the pandemic and coronavirus and COVID really, really well. And it wasn't until Joe Biden got into office that all of these things started being gutted. Which isn't true. I mean, she just kind of glazed over when she was like, oh, I know there was a lot of death and stuff like that, but good things came out of it too. But she doesn't say like, no, like Trump completely mishandled the pandemic. Trump had dismantled the like pandemic protection team that I think George Bush and like Obama had put into place to talk about like how to handle or to like give protocols on how to handle things. Like Trump was undermining Fauci, you know.
With
Trump and Fauci himself also contributed to people being skeptical about masks. It's like
Pepe the Frog and the Kekistan flag, which originated in extremist online subcultures. Reactionary influencers live streamed the insurrection as fans rewarded them with digital gifts and money, depending on how far they made it into the building. This convergence of internet culture and physical action signaled a new era where internet-born ideologies could precipitate real-world upheaval at scale. The insurrection proved without a doubt that
it was mostly Obama that did that pandemic response stuff. I remember watching this video from Vox where they talk about how George Bush read this book on how the Spanish flu killed a bunch of people in the United States and it was like preventable. And so he assembled the pandemic response team, and then it went on to talk about how like Obama expanded it and like staffed it really well, or like gave it, not just staffed it really well, but like gave it funds to be able to be more robust than what it had been under George Bush.
the internet's influence extended far beyond screens.
No, she's saying that everyone had a moment after COVID left and right that made them think, fuck this. Maybe.
And could manifest in tangible, often violent actions. The event also marked a moment where a significant portion of the populace began to perceive violence as a violent.
It's like, I agree with this, like the general thesis, but the arguments that she's using to lay it out, I'm a little bit like, she's using different math to get at the same answer that I would, you know?
Means to achieve political ends. Surveys conducted around this period revealed that approximately 40% of Republicans and 41% of independents believed that violence against the government could be justified. This idea that violence is the answer or that violence is necessary for political change is not typical in a functioning democracy. And this was back in 2021. A Pew Research poll at the time showed that the American public's confidence in the government had reached its lowest point in decades. There was a widespread perception by late 2021 that our government was driven almost wholly by self-interest and corruption, leading to distrust in the entire system. Ariel Hassel, assistant professor of communication and media at the University of Michigan, conducted a study at the time that found that cynicism was skyrocketing, and pretty much everyone was starting to see our political system as a farce. This cynicism was being seen outside the political arena too, in things like the rise of meme stocks and the great GameStop pump around this time. Online communities like the subreddit Wall Street Bets were suddenly bringing institutional stock market investors and trading apps like Robinhood to their knees. People, especially young people, began to see that everything could be manipulated and nothing mattered. The entire idea of working a 9-to-5 for 40 years just to one day retire in a meager house before dying of lack of health insurance seems like a scam when you could just make millions overnight pumping AMC without ever even going to college. The crypto boom throughout 2021 and 2022 exacerbated this nihilistic sentiment. This period led to what was essentially a mass blackpilling, a term that denotes a deep-seated cynicism and disillusionment with systemic structure.
Right. She has a book called Extremely Online, and the way that she constructs her arguments to talk to like lay people, you know, like by being like there was like a mass blackpilling and then like also like meme stocks and crypto and stuff like this. It applies to her as well, is all I'm saying.
This disillusionment manifested in various ways. Most people, including most liberals and leftists even, retreated into full-on COVID denial. Overwhelmed by the scale of public health challenges and apparent indifference of leadership to mass death, they drank down right-wing propaganda. Others vocalized their dissent, trying to explain that COVID never ended. It didn't just go away. The government just wants you to ignore it and to keep working. They only face backlash and abuse. This environment of gaslighting and
abuse and gaslighting
oppression amplified people's feelings of isolation. By 2022, pressure built and people could feel that life was never going back to normal. The ground had
Wait, I just want to go back there over this point again.
Systemic structures. This disillusionment manifested in various ways. Most people, including most liberals and leftists even, retreated into full-on COVID denial. Overwhelmed by the scale of public health challenges and apparent indifference of leadership to mass death, they drank down right-wing propaganda. Others vocalized their dissent, trying to explain that COVID never ended. It didn't just go away. The government just wants you to ignore it and to keep working. They only face backlash and abuse. This environment...
It wasn't just the government, though. I mean, it was also like your employer and stuff like that. But that's part of that is the worker propaganda. Another part of it is that people were tired of social distancing. They were tired of having to wear masks. They were tired of restrictions on travel, movement, etc. People wanted to go back to normal. And that's why, like in the 2020 Democratic primary, you have a guy like Bernie offering free healthcare to the United States. And someone like Biden, who is like just this staunch institutionalist and somebody who's been basically on the wrong side of every major issue until he was the president, is somebody winning, is like beating Bernie over this in this moment where it's like, yeah, there should be a mass overhaul of a lot of institutions and systems in the United States, and they should be brought up to par with like the rest of the developed world. So...
of gaslighting and suppression.
But yeah, obviously people's feelings about that don't just come out of nowhere. So, like when she's showing that Guardian article of like, why are Americans in denial about it? It's like, I mean, we have a very specific media ecosystem that's like filled with right-wing money dedicated to like convincing people that this is the only way to live.
And amplified people's feelings of isolation. By 2022, pressure built and people could feel that life was never going back to normal. The ground had fundamentally shifted beneath them. Something felt off and wrong. It was different, but it was hard to pinpoint what. These feelings were immortalized in the meme that year that became known as the vibe shift. Denialism took hold, and this is when the memory holding of 2020 really accelerated. People were pressured to rip off their masks, throw caution to the wind, and stop caring about others. The public dealt with their collective trauma through heat.
Oh, hold on. I want to find this article that I remember reading. I think it was in The Atlantic. It was like the anti-science left or something like that, talking about like leftists and like liberals that were like going too far with like COVID stuff. Hold on. Because I remember there was tension between the media, Joe Biden, and the teachers union, because the teachers union was fighting for there to be more workplace protections before teachers went back in the classroom with roomfuls of children that were probably not going to be social distancing, especially in red states where some schools were saying like, yeah, we can't compel students to like wear the masks, or even like, kids mess with the masks, etc. So teachers did not want to go back to work until, different school districts, state governments, and federal governments could like guarantee that there was actually going to be safety protocols in place so that we weren't just like putting kids back in schools prematurely and giving everybody COVID. But at this point, there was more information suggesting that like kids weren't the vector, or like didn't spread COVID as much as like adults did. And that like with vaccinations starting to become more and more common, like it was actually safe to do this, but like teachers were still resisting it anyway. Let me see. The anti-science.
Hedonistic nihilism and deep narcissism. This was also reflected in a slew of memes that became popular around that time, all of which prioritized.
This is what it was like. This isn't the article that I was thinking of, but like this was coming up because he was like backtracking on school reopening. Muddled promises on schools pose political problem for Biden. This is February 2021. President Joe Biden is in a political firestorm over how and when to get more schools open during the coronavirus pandemic, with Republicans seizing on confusion surrounding Biden's goal to reopen a majority of schools within his first 100 days to paint the president as beholden to teachers' unions at the expense of American families. Biden's admin in recent weeks has sent muddled and at times contradictory messages about his goal. On Tuesday night, the president said his 100-day goal was to have most elementary schools open 5 days a week, seeming to conflict with his own press secretary, who had said last week that schools would be considered open if they held in-person classes even just 1 day a week. Biden's aides dismissed the controversies of flare-up that will disappear once the coronavirus is better under control and more school districts reopening, pointing to recent polls suggesting the public so far believes the issue so important to so many Americans. Teachers unions have said they support reopening schools once officials are able to make the building safer, but they need the $130 billion included in Biden's proposed American Rescue Plan to make it happen. And even if the bill passes Congress by the Democrats' mid-March deadline, it's unclear whether districts would be able to make changes in time to hasten school openings before the end of Biden's first 100 days. Dan Donovich, executive director of School Superintendents Association, said teachers are willing to go back to in-person learning only if this bill is passed, only if the dollars get to the school districts in time for them to be able to do the work, and if that they need to do in terms of spacing, in terms of sanitizing, and only if we get the majority of our teachers vaccinated. It's possible, but at this point, it's not probable, he said. AFT, or the American Federations of Teachers, which is like a teachers union, President Randy Weingarten said in an interview she hopes Biden will meet his goal and has said teachers should return to school when COVID-19 mitigation strategies are in place. But she noted that with social distancing, school still won't feel normal. Until the nation reaches herd immunity, we're not going to be back to normal. This leaves Biden caught between teachers unions expressing caution towards his expanding goal on reopening and critics who say just one day of classroom time a week for the majority of schools is far too little. But I want to find where it says like, like the CD, there's no one size fits all program that schools can implement to meet the CDC's guidelines for how to safely reopen schools. See, and this was Biden being seen as like, he's like being overly cautious with this, you know?
Centering yourself above others.
That's the point, though. We were primed to feel like we need to go back to normal, and that's not maybe the best thing. But like you said, children were not the vector for infection, so he was trying to bulldozer the adult worries.
Pretty much everyone had main character syndrome.
No, but the people that were saying that like, oh, it's not safe to go back yet, we're still arguing that kids could be the vector for transmission, even though more and more science was already showing that wasn't really the way that like COVID is primarily spread.
And there was this heavy refocus on individualism. The juxtaposition of mass death from unmitigated COVID spread and government inaction, coupled with a seemingly rigged financial and political system, fostered a sense of betrayal. Nothing matters anymore, so you might as well enjoy life. Unalive your neighbor by infecting them with a deadly disease. Who cares about vulnerable people anymore? Just get yours. Our entire economic and political system is being held together by a string, and all you can depend on is yourself. But while everyone was dancing their pain away in 2022, elites were reclaiming their power. In October 2022, Elon Musk arrived at Twitter HQ in San Francisco carrying a bathroom sink. In the first few months after taking over the company, he rolled back DEI policies and allowed hordes of white supremacists and extremists back onto his platform. He revamped the algorithm to boost billionaires and downrank progressive activists. He banned a slew of journalists, including me, for reporting critically on him and other tech leaders. Far-right extremists that were previously marginalized.
It's not a Taylor Lorenz video. She's been pointing out her victimhood.
Were suddenly waging successful comebacks by capitalizing on the manufactured backlash to woke. Alex Jones was replatformed in 2023 as influencers like Andrew Tate surged in popularity. Billionaires like Musk were able to operate seemingly with impunity, and Democrats who were ostensibly in charge weren't doing anything about it. By the summer of 2023, you could see this nihilism and anti-elite sentiment creeping out all over the internet. In June 2023, the implosion of the Ocean Gate Titan submarine, piloted by billionaire Stockton Rush on a vanity expedition to view the Titanic, became an immediate meme. Within minutes of the news breaking, people were joking about imploding billionaires all over TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. People posted with glee about, quote, natural selection. They made playlists joking about it and posted lists of other billionaires they hoped would take a submarine ride. People weren't openly calling for billionaires to be executed yet, but they were certainly celebrating when they died. I would argue that the submarine memes of 2023 were the moment that it became clear that millions of people online believed that maybe the rich shouldn't make it out alive. That same month, we saw people rally around orcas who inexplicably began attacking and sinking yachts. Memes and parody news sites joked about the orcas literally eating the rich. By the end of that summer, Burning Man was engulfed in mud due to heavy rainfall, and the entire internet once again began relishing in rich people suffering. The perceived irony of a gathering that championed radical self-reliance yet attracted tech elites arriving in private jets and luxury RVs was too much. The Schadenfreude wasn't just merely about the festival. It reflected a broader societal disdain for the wealthy, particularly those seen as out of touch or hypocritical. Then October 7th happened. Palestinians who had been oppressed, tortured, and ethnically cleansed by Israel's apartheid regime for decades fought back. Israel responded by committing a live-streamed genocide for the entire world to see, slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent children.
I wonder how many libs who would react to this would get triggered by her framing October 7th as like just fighting back.
And committing grave...
And that's not just libs. There's like a lot of people that probably would disagree with that framing.
Grave atrocities and war crimes. Israel murdered hundreds of journalists, bombed schools and hospitals, and did it all in the open for anyone with internet access to witness. But that's not how the mainstream media reported it. Suddenly, U.S. airwaves were flooded with pro-Israel propaganda. Papers like the New York Times began pushing outright lies and easily debunked hoaxes in an effort to manufacture consent for the war crimes and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. College students and other people who spoke out against this were met with extreme violence from the police. Young students at Columbia University faced federal charges for peaceful protests, and the government under Biden began cracking down aggressively on speech. At the same time, RICO charges were being levied at protesters fighting against Cop City in Atlanta, and people who spoke up about social justice were fired from their jobs and blacklisted from industries. It was a radicalizing moment on the internet. Suddenly, people could see that our system is actually totally comfortable with violence, as long as the violence is perpetuated against vulnerable and oppressed people. It's only violence against powerful people that's punished. Kyle Rittenhouse, for instance, was acquitted of all charges for shooting an anti-fascist protester dead, while peaceful college students were ending up in jail. Witnessing the most graphic...
Because so much of my online career has been like mostly being in the company and like around like more liberal audiences or whatever, like her framing on this stuff, like I just know that if like other creators that I know like were to react to this, like what would be like their hair triggers in the way that she frames certain things.
And horrific war crimes in Palestine constantly via their phones also normalized violence to the American public.
Like calling the guy that like Kyle Rittenhouse shot or whatever, what was his name? As soon as I see it, I'll know it. As like an anti-fascist protester. Let's see. Jacob, like Andrew Huber or whatever, like these were people that like there wasn't a curfew at this point, that there was like unrest in Kenosha or whatever, but it was a lot of like the people that like linger around after dark when a protest is like largely ended tend to be people with like criminal records or like display antisocial behavior because they don't really have anything to lose.
Public in a way that I don't think it ever had been before. I think finally people were able to see exactly how violent and hypocritical the US empire is and how cavalier people in power are about that hypocrisy. You can see these beliefs reflected in polls throughout 2023. For instance, a 2023 survey by the Public Religion Research Institute showed that about a quarter of US citizens agreed that Americans, quote, may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. This was up sharply from just 15% in 2021. And I also just want to stress again how high both of these numbers are for a country that's theoretically a democracy. Like in normal democracies, you don't have these high numbers. By 2024, a pervasive sense of disillusionment had taken hold. Joe Biden's decision to seek re-election despite widespread concerns about his age and cognitive abilities caused people to question whether our democratic system was really working. His disastrous debate performance and revelations about the Democratic Party's efforts to downplay his mental issues only sowed more distrust. For most of 2024, it felt like...
What did that thing say? Democrats gaslighted Americans about Biden's cognitive decline. The debate exposed the truth.
Efforts to downplay...
I mean, anybody who had been paying attention, like there was nothing a Democrat could have told you to that really should have alleviated your concerns. Biden was clearly like too fucking old.
His mental issues.
Like to me, like I didn't expect him to do as badly as he did at the debate, but I wasn't too surprised. What I was more surprised is like how many like, you know, of my like normie friends and family were messaging me like, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that like people don't follow this stuff like day to day or even like week to week, you know?
Only sowed more distrust. For most of 2024, it felt like we were a nation sleepwalking with no one at the helm. When Trump was shot at a Pennsylvania rally in July of 2024, blood wasn't even dry on his ear before it had become a meme. People bemoaned the fact that he hadn't turned his head even slightly to the side, which would have had deadly consequences. The assassination attempt...
Wait.
even slightly to the side, which would have had deadly consequences. The assassination attempt normalized discourse about Trump's death and fed these overall nihilistic sentiments. Later that summer, throughout Kamala
like then the assassination attempts, like another thing that I thought would be like this major point during the election, and it ended up being like completely, I don't want to say like, no, I guess it was. By the time the election came around, it was basically irrelevant that had happened.
Harris's campaign, the Democratic Party further disenfranchised people by refusing to listen to voters' concerns about Gaza, COVID, and more. In what became an infamous meme in August 2024, Democratic delegates literally plugged their ears to drown out anti-genocide protests.
Democrats reject Palestinian speaker. Attendees cover ears when hearing names of Gaza victims. I didn't see the second part. But I knew that they rejected the Palestinian speaker, which is so fucking stupid because the person, it was like a Palestinian American who's like been elected to office or whatever. There was literally no risk in like having that person come up on stage. When they were, this was at a time where like the DNC literally made room for people like anti-Trump Republicans to speak, but not Palestinian American Democrats.
Protesters. It sent a clear message to the American public: we will not listen to you and we do not care what you have to say. People's growing disenfranchisement with the system extended to the electoral process itself. Polls at the time indicated that only...
But like, I don't know if those, you know, like, again, this is like getting back to your thesis being like these sorts of like, because I'm hyper online, but even I did not see that, like attendees like trying to like close their ears and stuff like this. You know, her being like, this is a clear message to the American public. It's like, well, it's a clear message to the people that like pay attention to this shit. And you're talking about like a very particular faction of the United States public, you know, like young adults using social media whose like social media feeds are primed to show them like more liberal, progressive type, you know, content.
We will not listen to you and we do not care what you have to say.
Like this was definitely a fuck you to like the more progressive left, you know, but I don't know like to what extent like the average American's feelings on this sort of shit like bother them.
People's growing disenfranchisement with the system extended to...
But it was like at this point it was becoming more and more popular for like more and more people were like polling was showing more and more people were comfortable with the ceasefire.
The electoral process itself. Polls at the time indicated that only 37% of Americans believed the 2024 elections would be both honest and open. 43% had serious doubts about our democracy. These numbers reflect a significant decline in trust. This skepticism was exacerbated by concerns over media transparency and the manipulation of information. By the end of 2024, a record number of people reported feeling powerless and disillusioned, viewing our political system as irreparably broken and unresponsive to their needs. As the academic Jamie Cohen told me, quote, much like many authoritarian countries, people realized America is a democracy in name only. Then, on December 4th, 2024,
Wow, it sounds like Tim Pool.
Health CEO Brian Thompson was shot dead in the street. Within days, the police had apprehended Luigi Mangione as their prime suspect. Even before his arrest, the killing became a meme, and millions rallied behind Mangione's alleged actions. The public and legal response to Mangione once again revealed the massive disparity between how people in power treat different victims of violence. Mangione currently faces federal and state charges including murder and terrorism. Attorney General Pam...
I'm surprised she didn't show that photo of him being like perp walked by like all of these people. Hold on. Like this.
Bondi announced that the state would pursue the death penalty. Meanwhile, the week Mangione was arrested, Daniel Penny, a former white Marine, was acquitted after choking Jordan Neely, a black homeless...
Yeah, this was fucking insane, but I wasn't surprised.
Man experiencing a mental health crisis on the subway to death. As Cohen told me, quote, it felt like there was no such thing as penalty any longer unless you're saying something that criticizes people in power or supports social justice. Just a few months later, in February 2025, the US government responded to the escalating Tesla takedown protests with severe crackdowns, and officials began labeling acts of vandalism against Tesla cars as domestic terrorism. Trump warned that people who harmed Tesla cars could face up to 20 years in prison prison, potentially serving sentences in El Salvador. The FBI established a specialized task force to investigate incidents of Tesla car attacks. At the same time, innocent lawful residents of this country began getting deported for thought crimes. Chaotic tariff policies have plunged our economy into chaos. We have witnessed the massive undue firing of federal workers and are experiencing unprecedented.
I guess what she's referring to as thought crimes is like like why show it as thought crimes instead of like them having their free speech and like First Amendment protections violated?
Crackdowns on speech.
Because like they did have like pretexts for these people, but they were like stupid and bad and flimsy.
All of these tensions reached a boiling point by March when the "someone's gotta do it" memes really started to become pervasive. Posts endorsing political violence targeting Trump and to a lesser extent Elon Musk have racked up tens of millions of likes. These memes have become some of the most popular content online in recent months. By early April, outlets like the New York Post were already bemoaning the rising, quote, assassination culture on the left, as if the right hasn't embraced the same culture for years. The Network Contagion Research Institute and Rutgers University's Social Perception Lab recently issued a report about the rise in pro-assassination content online. The report found that 55% of left-of-center internet users considered the of Trump somewhat justified, while 48% felt the same about Elon Musk.
It's a new era.
The report explained that these attitudes are not isolated and are part of a broader political shift tied to feelings of powerlessness. The researchers emphasized the need for proactive measures to counter this trend. They begged institutions to reinforce norms and promote, quote, constructive political dialogue. But that ship has sailed. Asking the public to uphold norms while Trump flouts due process on a near daily basis is a joke. But the one thing that I actually do agree with the NCRI on is that the spread of content promoting political violence is a sign of a deeply, deeply unhealthy democratic society. Don Caldwell, editor-in-chief of Know Your Meme, said that the reason pro-assassination memes have become so popular is because they're cathartic, especially when people feel powerless and there are events happening in the world that are out of their control. People use these memes as a release. Josh Citarella, a researcher who studies extremism, told me that these...
It kind of reminds me of like, there's this line in one of ContraPoints' video where she's talking about kind of leftist ideation when it comes to like revolution, and I see a lot of that in these kind of like assassination memes. That they're cathartic just because, you know, nobody actually wants to be the one to do it. They're waiting for somebody else to do it. But in the meantime, you can indulge yourself in the meme culture surrounding it until the day happens.
Memes are exploding in popularity right now because, quote, the liberal project has basically failed. People do not believe in a lawful and orderly society anymore. The enormous accumulation of wealth and power by oligarchs invalidates the rule of law. The end.
Using Know Your Meme as a source is so dystopian. It's so funny that like she used it for him. I thought he was going to say something more insightful than that, but it's like, yeah, you didn't need to cite the CEO of Know Your Meme to make that observation that like, yeah, most shit posting is cathartic to people. It's not really indicative of something like that they're willing to act on, even if the emotion behind it is more genuine.
The result is that you can theoretically have executions in the public square. That's what we're going back to. People are advocating for these things on social media because the rules don't matter anymore. In a recent piece in The Nation titled "The Age of the Assassination Meme is Here," Alex Peter writes, quote, assassination discourse has become ambient, not quite satire, not quite sedition, a feeling, a refusal to say what you mean because meaning things can actually be dangerous. And yet people do mean things. The line between the person who's joking and the person who's serious has never been thinner. At the heart of all of this is a kind of disassociation. It's an inability to process the enormity of everything. The climate is collapsing. Fascism is rising. Healthcare is a game show. We're all screaming into the void. Is it really so surprising that the language of internet memes and murder has started to overlap? Peter notes that
it's become this like layer upon layer upon layer of insinuation and like connotation to get the message across, like, you know, due to a variety of factors, one of which is, you know, first and foremost is mostly like TOS, you know, but the fact that everybody instantly gets it.
That the phrase, quote, when it happens has become both a threat and a prayer. As Citarella explained, COVID, Gaza, and all the events over the past few years have revealed just how many people's lives are truly expendable. We see the government pushing the idea that poor, immunocompromised, disabled, and trans people are better off dead. Tens of thousands of innocent children in Gaza are deemed expendable. These memes are saying, Okay, if slaughtering people is deemed acceptable by the state, then why can't we slaughter the people actually doing harm? Citarella said, quote, I think there was an era of liberal society in which there was a generally agreed upon value of the individual. You would even...
Oh, because like, you know, that sort of institutionalized violence is like not seen that way, or is not perceived as violence to the average person. It's perceived as just like, you know, standard affair, business as usual. But obviously it's like there's always violence in maintaining these systems. It's just a matter of what direction it's going to go in.
And grant your enemies certain imbued or alienable rights. As much as people might have despised a certain person in power or whatever, they would also kind of have this moral conviction that they would not root for this person's bodily harm. The majority of people supported more discursive political means like voting and peaceful protests. But I don't think that's the consensus anymore. I think we're sitting on top of a pressure cooker. Advocating for political assassinations is the most clear sign that millions of people no longer have hope in our system. If there was...
We got on this because Tim Pool mentioned something that alluded to like the Trump assassination. And I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to watch this video. And it's so funny watching her make a far more nuanced and coherent case. Not case for, but kind of like examination and autopsy of like why so many people are becoming more and more attracted to, you know, flirting with the idea of like political violence. And talking about like online warfare versus like, you know, Tim Pool's ways of like going about like explaining and like navigating a lot of the same frustrations, but completely identifying like, or I should say misidentifying all of the wrong like villains and factors at play leading to people feeling like this isolated and this frustrated with the current like status quo. And in the service of something completely unjustifiable, like the Trump administration's actions, you know, versus what she's trying to talk about. But I'm sure these two hate each other.
Was any sort of legible or coherent plan by people in power to improve things for average people and hold those like Trump and Elon to account, the public would have faith that someone, anyone, was steering the ship. But because there's no plan and no one in power, especially the Democrats, seem to want to save us, people are seeking extreme solutions. And I just want to point out once again that the right has long embraced this style of extreme rhetoric. They've openly supported violent vigilante justice for years by turning figures like Kyle Rittenhouse and Derek Chauvin into right-wing heroes, rewarding them with an endless stream of money and media opportunities. And to give you a few more examples, in 2019, Marjorie Taylor Greene posted a Facebook video accusing Nancy Pelosi of treason and saying that she had committed crimes punishable by death. Greene has advocated for the execution...
Or the fact that like, isn't it like one of the Don Jr. or one of somebody who joked about wearing a costume that alluded to Nancy Pelosi's husband being injured? I don't know how else to like ask this. It was this, yeah, like Donald Trump Jr. post Paul Pelosi hammer attack. Where is it? Do they not have like a photo of it? It was like underwear and like a hammer or whatever. You know, like I'm seeing a lot of discourse going on right now about like surprisingly the left is acting more insane towards like Biden's prostate cancer versus the right. You know, because you have people like Trump that are, you know, doing the like typical retail politician statement of like cancer is terrible, wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, whatever. Versus, you know, leftists on Twitter being willing to wild out, to say the least, and just kind of express that, like, yeah, I don't feel bad about Biden like getting cancer or whatever. Especially when you think about like all like so much of that ties back to his policy towards Gaza and just aiding and abetting the genocide at every point. And yet that's not interrogated as like, you know, Biden supporting violence or whatever. It's just institutionalized. But, you know, leftists making like crass jokes or being insensitive or like not giving a shit that he has cancer or whatever. That's true harassment. That's moral degradation. That's degeneracy. That's violence.
Of prominent Democrats, including Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, as well as FBI.
And it also just like rests on this assumption that like, again, the status quo doesn't involve like a lot of violence to maintain it. The point I was making with Tim Pool, state is inherently violent. Eventually people snap and fight back.
FBI agents. Lauren Boebert and other Republican members of Congress flaunt guns openly and call for violence against migrants. In 2020, Donald Trump Jr. posted a photo on Instagram holding an AR-15 rifle adorned with Crusader imagery and the phrase "Do Vault," a slogan associated with the medieval crusades that has been adopted by violent far-right extremist groups. Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, the architect of Project 2025, basically said that the United States is undergoing a second American Revolution that might not be bloodless. Matt Shea, a former Republican Washington state representative, distributed a manifesto that advocated for the killing of all non-Christian males who refuse to follow biblical.
Document condemns abortion and same-sex marriage and says how those who do not follow biblical law should be published. The spokesman review reported at one point the document says if they do not yield, kill all males. Shea espouses far-right conspiracy theories, mingles with militia groups, considers the U.S. a Christian nation, and champions a push for the 51st state called Liberty, the newspaper reported.
Law. Republicans frequently speak about executing migrants, undocumented immigrants, disabled and trans people, and others who they feel are undesirable. For instance, in 2024, Republican Congressman Mike Collins tweeted about Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet's practice of executing political opponents by throwing them from helicopters. He suggested killing a migrant arrested in New York by giving them, quote, a free helicopter ride.
And then these are the same people that turn around and pearl clutch over 8647.
As the 2024 article in The Nation notes, quote, the state isn't anti-violence, it's anti-unsanctioned violence. Murder is only inappropriate if it happens in the wrong direction. Hence, the rise of assassination memes. Jamie Cohen, the academic, said, quote, Gen Z especially feels powerless in this system, and they're posting this content because it's their way of expressing their emotions and feelings about not having power. There's a collective nihilism online right now, and these memes show people aren't alone in those thoughts. These memes may feel glib, but they exist within a framework of real political breakdown. They're a symptom of a profoundly sick society. But it's not sick in the way that most people would think. In my opinion, it's not sick that people want to unalive Trump and the billionaires who are responsible for so much suffering. It's sick that people in power have normalized such obscene levels of systemic violence, especially against marginalized groups. The "someone's gotta do it" memes also show how inadequate traditional political language is in describing what we're all going through right now. The ways that people, especially young people, express themselves online by being ambiguous, sarcastic.
Well, I feel, again, this is not like a failure of the English language. This is more like the confines of platforms, TOS.
Sarcastic and kind of ironic are actually adaptive behaviors. People are trying to articulate the outrage and desperation that they feel at a time when too much directness will get you punished. That's why all these memes allow for a certain level of
"It's no measure of health to be a well-adjusted to a profoundly sick society." Is that from the OA? When she's like talking to that person in the hallway?
Plausible deniability. This is also part of why attempts to suppress these types of memes, whether from the left or the right, tend to backfire. Treating them like traditional criminal threats rather than cultural signals misdiagnoses the root problem. It escalates distrust and it reinforces the perception that the system doesn't actually fear violence, it simply won't tolerate dissent. And I'd argue—
Oh, cool. It's from an actual philosopher, not just a dumb TV show that I've seen.
—that the more expressions like this are punished—
well, it gets mentioned in that TV show, but it's not attributed to anybody specifically—
the more they're validated in the eyes of those who share the public's underlying frustrations. But what I hope I've shown you in this video is that the "someone needs to do it" meme is not just about venting frustration. It's a cultural phenomenon shaped by years of policy failure, betrayal, and institutional decay. It represents a widespread recognition that no meaningful change is coming from traditional political structures, especially the Democratic Party, and that basic terms of our social contract have eroded beyond repair. But if we want this energy to lead anywhere productive, we have to do more than just analyze the meme's popularity. We have to confront the larger question of what now? What should we actually do if nothing's changing? To answer that, we need to talk about the erosion of collective memory. One of the most significant political projects of the last 4 years has been the campaign to make us forget 2020. Forget the mutual aid, forget the federal eviction moratorium, forget the expanded unemployment benefits, forget the free childcare, forget the brief glimpse we had of a government responding to people's needs instead of corporate profits. Forget the spontaneous—
Wait, am I crazy, or wasn't there a point where like the Trump administration was saying that like they were explicitly mentioning 2020? in their campaign rhetoric. Hold on. Was there a campaign slogan that the Trump campaign championed that referenced returning to 2020 or something along those lines? I want source.
Uprisings. Forget the decentralized care networks. Forget the sense that ordinary people were capable of extraordinary coordination, compassion, and solidarity. This revisionist erasure is essential to ushering in fascism, because if people remembered what was possible, they might demand it.
Oh, I remembered what it was. It was like, I think Biden at one point, no, Trump at one point was like, just ask yourself, are you better off now than, or 4 years ago? Towards the end. And I was like, is this the pitch that you want to make? Because it just reminds me of like the COVID failures and like policy failures and his inability to meet the moment when it came to the pandemic. The fact that he was like, you know, pandering to anti-vaxxers or whatever. I was like, why does he want people to think back to like 2020? But I mean, she lays out the case that like, you know, it was a mixed bag, because obviously there was all of this economic tension because of the pandemic and uncertainty because people didn't know when there was going to be a cure, vaccination programs. But there were also like, you know, expanded government benefits that did, you know, positively affect a lot of average Americans' lives.
Again, instead, we've been fed a steady diet.
They're relying on short-term memory. Yeah, for sure.
Of manufactured moral panic controversies.
And like a lot of that was always off the back of like talking specifically about inflation.
False normalcy, and an intentional abandonment of public health and labor protections. The goal was never just to end pandemic safety measures. It was to obliterate the idea that a different kind of society had ever been glimpsed. But not everyone forgot. And that's part of why we're seeing the language of frustration grow sharper, darker, and harder to police. These memes are vague and ironic, but the emotion behind them is grief mixed with clarity. People see that the institutions meant to protect us won't, and the politicians meant to represent us don't. I see these memes as collective outrage begging for structure. This brings us to the ultimate challenge. How do we transform this bubbling outrage into systems that can survive and resist the slow collapse that we're all living?
She's been willing to criticize the Democrats. If like, I would be surprised if this just ends with like, you need to vote for more Democrats. So I'm curious to see what she's going to say.
This is not something we can vote our way out of. Both political parties
2 seconds later, she would explicitly go against that. So let's see.
Have shown their willingness to align with fascism, ignore genocide, and abandon the disabled to mass death. No amount of messaging or getting out the vote will realign a system that views basic survival as a partisan issue. Instead, we have to rebuild.
Is Taylor Lorenz like the mainstream, more sane version of Bad Empanada? Maybe.
What was briefly visible in 2020.
Just kidding. She's saying stuff that I've heard like Brianna Joy Gray say.
Community care, mutual aid, and horizontally organized support systems that bypass state structures and center vulnerable people. And while organizing things like a food drive or Venmoing a friend for groceries is really, really great, what we need most is to design durable, long-term frameworks for collective survival. This means
No, I knew she was critical of Democrats, but I didn't know that she had been more and more like comfortable with openly embracing like people need to either do like third parties or work outside the state entirely.
Infrastructure, supply chains, legal.
Or I thought she was at least going to like pay lip service to like, oh, well, you should vote because it's like it's easier to organize under Trump. But like, regardless of that, just do this.
Defense networks.
Or like in place of that, like that's the bare minimum, and don't expect like, you know, electoral wins to be like the be all end all, or that like that's the only activism that can be done, you know.
Tenant unions, recentering public health. And it means doing all of this while also being honest about the scale of collapse that we're facing. To do any of this, we have to undo the propaganda that told us that individualism is the rational response to state collapse. This means undoing years of propaganda claiming things like masking is a personal choice and not collective care, that solidarity is weakness, or that we need to sacrifice vulnerable groups so the rest of us can live in normalcy. This means refusing to normalize mass death, whether it's here or abroad. And it means refusing to throw trans and other vulnerable people under the bus just because a politician told you that that's the price of winning. We're running out of time to do this stuff. If we don't want to wake up in a fully authoritarian state, we have to stop waiting for top-down reform. If we let these memes and moments pass by without building on them, I think we're going to end up in a really bleak place. We're going to witness what usually happens when authoritarianism and oligarchs take power. Most people will accept a slow decline. They'll retreat further into individualism and focus on caring for their immediate family over others and exit the political arena entirely. Authoritarianism rarely takes control through force. It's usually just through resignation. But these memes show how many people
apathy
do still care. They prove
people feeling like so nihilistic, so depressed at their options or whatever, that they're like, okay, I'm too depressed to like have to make a choice between these. And then, all people aren't paying attention. That's when they like get speed run their agenda.
Prove that there is a desire for change, even if it hasn't yet found form. And as we build the structure and strategy, we need to recognize that the most subversive thing we can do right now is protect each other, because obviously no one in power will. Someone does need to do it. Not the thing that the meme implies, but the thing that no one wants to admit is necessary. Building something new outside the system with each other. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments, and don't.
A man named Mario has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. This reminds me of an old Soviet joke. A Moscow man walks past a newspaper kiosk on his way to work. Every morning he spends a minute or so looking at the headlines, but he never buys paper. One morning the kiosk owner can't contain himself anymore and says, "Comrade, every morning you stop to look at the headlines, but you never buy a paper from me. Why is that?" "I'm looking for an obituary, comrade," the man says. Confused, the kiosk owner says, "But the obituaries are not printed on the front page." He says, "The one I'm looking for will be." That's funny. I'm truly honored to be on this watch list with all of you. I'm disabled when a Tesla has more protection and value than my life. Yeah, I have no stake in this country. At least if someone does it, I can go out on hope that the future will be better. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure because the type of, catharsis, yeah. It's going to be an interesting day on Twitter when it happens, But as far as like what's coming next or whatever, like I don't like the current state of the Republican Party, and the person that would come next would probably be worse because they would be like a more competent Trump. It would be like JD Vance in the interim, but then I have a feeling it would be like Josh Hawley types or whatever. Interesting. Okay. Where are we at? We've been going like 3 hours, and I just want to do a quick chill and reminder that if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me, please go ahead and do so. I stream every single day. Still working out like a regular schedule. Some days I'm like, oh, I'm going to get up and do it at like 11 in the morning, and then it's not until like 5 p.m. that I'm doing it. But I usually go for about like 5 hours. So if you like the content that you're watching, please go ahead and subscribe to me on Twitch. Now that I'm an affiliate, you can do that. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can go ahead and like the stream. You can push it out to more people if you want to. Or you can subscribe to me if you haven't already. If you want to support the stream, you can do !tip or donate in chat, and my Streamlabs donation link comes up, and you can support me through there. And if you're interested in supporting me outside of Streamlabs, you could also buy me a coffee on Ko-fi, and that is linked in my YouTube description box. If you're interested in following me on any other platform, I'm at straightraid or straightraid_ on every single platform for the most part. But let's continue. Let's do Bernie Sanders on this, like, I don't want to say it's progressive. It's probably like some manosphere shit. Let's see. Andrew Schulz's Flagrant podcast. I want to react to that Taylor Lorenz video again with a fucking with Josiah, my friend Pondering Politics, who's like ultra lib, this huge Democrat simp, hates Republicans more than anybody that I know. And I want to see like all the different points he gets like pissed off that she doesn't give enough credit to Democrats.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. Our guest today is one of the only people in politics who hasn't traded conviction for convenience. And
so Bernie has been doing like a tour of the manosphere, because I think he's been on like Theo Vaughn. He went on like some other more like right-wing type podcast, and now he's finally made it to Flagrant, which has basically 2 million subscribers and is hosted by this guy. I'm not familiar with this one, so I don't know if his politics are more like, you know, like these people always come off to me like they pretend like they're centrist, but they almost exclusively say things that like conservative, they almost exclusively host and promote right-wing guests or like reactionaries. So let's see.
Somehow, he is still here. For decades, he has stood in the middle of the storm, unbought, unbossed, untethered, saying what so many were too afraid to say, that working people deserve dignity, that healthcare is a right, that the system isn't broken, it was built to screw you over. He has been mocked, sidelined, betrayed, and that's just by his own party. And still, he shows up, not for power, not for fame, but because he actually gives a damn. In a country drowning in cynicism, he made people believe, maybe for the first time, that someone in Washington was actually fighting for them. So please give a warm, flagrant welcome to the last honest man in politics from Brooklyn, New York, Senator Bernie Sanders.
All right, I'm getting out of here. Okay?
It's all downhill. Okay, I have a question, okay? Listen, and this is probably a sensitive topic. It might be too soon, actually. It actually might be too soon, okay? So if you don't want to answer, I totally understand. In 1958, I think you know where this is going. When Walter O'Malley.
Oh, God.
I know. This one cuts deep. When he moves the Brooklyn Dodgers to Los Angeles, and he does it for corporate greed and profits, and he doesn't care about the community that built up that team.
That's right.
It broke a young Brooklyn boy's heart, probably many.
Yep.
It seems like, and it could be a coincidence, that ever since then you've had it out for the billionaires. Is that where it all started?
But I'll tell you something. Two things. There was a joke going around my neighborhood, Flatbush, and what it said, the three worst people in modern history were Hitler, Stalin, and Walter O'Malley. And not necessarily in that order. Right, that was the joke. But, you know, what I did learn, you're kind of joking about the question. Yeah. But I'll tell you something. When you grow up as a kid, you have a thing called the Brooklyn Dodgers. Right?
Of course.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So when you're a kid, the idea that it could be moved someplace
It's
else.
insanity.
When you're a kid, you can't, that it's privately owned, run for profit, and that it can be moved to California was literally beyond your comprehension, beyond my comprehension. So it was a real shock. And if you're asking me, did that have an impact on my political views? It did, actually. It did. Because the Dodgers were a cohesive force in Brooklyn, bringing people together, Jackie Robinson, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that had an impact on me.
Really? So it all starts there?
I don't think it all starts there, but I learned something from that. That again, I mean, you think about it, he was something so important. Yeah. There's so many people, this guy didn't give a damn to make more money. Let's go.
Immediately had to say Stalin bad. To be fair, he's quoting someone.
To California.
And was it simple as that? Like there was just a
giant
deal out there?
There's a huge market out there in California, right?
Right.
Everybody, they can make more money.
I think he starts baseball on the West Coast.
Yeah, he and the Giants guy.
That's right. That's right. And was it? I don't know. I mean, we don't have to get too much into it. But I heard Robert Moses was pushing back a lot on rebuilding of a stadium. That could be bullshit.
No, but
it doesn't matter.
That raises a whole other issue. But
I'm like so out of my depth on this like sports bullshit.
You know, sports and professional sports and all that stuff. But yeah, it was a big deal.
That's your first exposure to corporate.
And you know what you're seeing today, and it's something we haven't looked at enough. It's something I want to. Is it hasn't really changed. Right. You have what is the function of professional sports? All of these teams are owned by billionaires. Yeah. And if Baltimore doesn't give you enough money, you're going to move someplace else. And no matter, you break the hearts of kids, nobody cares. So.
Can I ask you a question about that? Like, why is it the city puts up money for these new stadium builds and we don't get any of the equity in the team?
But very good. Well, now you're raising another question. I was mayor in Burlington, and Burlington, Vermont. We love everybody to visit us in Vermont. And we had no professional baseball at all. When I got elected way back in '81, I said, one of the things that I want to do is see if we can bring back...
Move the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Well, that was a little bit too ambitious.
That's how you silence Bernie. Okay?
But could we bring professional baseball? So we got to work on it. And we ended up getting I think it was a double-A team, very good team, in the Cincinnati Reds franchise. And we were talking hard about how we can municipally own it. And we actually...
Oh, wow. Love it.
Yeah, and we would have put public money into it. We would have made money off of it and all that stuff. We ended up losing it on the city council, but it was an effort that we tried to make. Anyhow, we brought the team in. It was really good for the community. But years later, they left, et cetera, et cetera. But the idea that taxpayers are putting huge sums of money...
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
School systems are falling apart. They're putting billions of dollars or huge sums of money to build these huge stadiums. These guys make a fortune. And then, 10 years later, they move out.
And then there's this...
I'm actually hoping that these guys aren't just the type to like nod along and agree with whatever the guest is saying and like try to push back on him. with stuff that with counter arguments that he's no doubt encountered like 1,000 times, and see if he like shuts them down.
It's an excuse that they'll use. They're like, yeah, but we're providing jobs.
In his like gentle way.
It's like, yeah, so you can have a business that functions. You can't have a basketball team that functions without people working there.
And
You're not doing it
jobs
benevolently.
are part-time, low-paying jobs, by the way.
Right.
So this whole thing of professional sports owned by a small number of very wealthy people is something that. And what's the irony of that? You want to go to a Red Sox? We go to Red Sox games. You go to Yankee games. How much does it cost to take a family? If you're a husband, wife, 2 kids.
Hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
I do think it is a good sign in American discourse, at the very least, that this whole like job providers narrative, like rhetoric, has for the most part been retired.
You buy a Coca-Cola, it costs you $5, $10, whatever it is. I mean, that's kind of crap.
Debate Lord Straighterated. It's what I'm always watching for on these podcasts.
When I was a kid going to Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. You remember Ebbets Field? You know what it was?
No, I'm a little bit younger than you. Yeah.
I call myself a New Yorker.
Tension, not so much debate, but more so like tension.
Ebbets Field was where the Dodgers played.
Yes, of course. Yes.
All right,
Yes, absolutely.
So we used to sneak in and get 60 cents, sit in the bleachers. And during that period, a family could go to a game.
Yeah.
And now it's, pretty hard.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. It really is. Great athletes out there. People want to see them.
Yeah.
Can't afford it.
And also, in that time, you saw Jackie Robinson play. Is that true?
I remember. Yes, I did.
What was the energy like in the stadium watching Jackie Robinson?
What I remember about him when he was older.
Different Brooklyn back then.
Yeah.
What we used to do is hang out after the games to see if we got autographs. And I remember him coming out. He had problems with his ankle or his foot or something. He came out holding his shoes.
Yeah. How'd you know it was Jackie Robinson?
Odd one. But I mean, you talk about impact as a kid. We used to do, this is true. I mean, the Dodgers were like a family.
Yeah.
So I can tell you today, the Dodger lineup. How's that?
Wow.
Everyone here, Gil Hodges in first base?
No.
Jesus! What the hell do you people do? I told you the educational system is falling apart here.
We didn't learn
Gil Hodges.
Gil Hodges is a great guy, very quiet guy. Later, he managed the Mets years later.
Is an American manager.
Junior Gilliam, nothing.
Yeah.
Pee Wee Reese, shortstop.
No, that name I know. He was, I think, very friendly with Jackie Robinson, right?
Yeah.
He really took him
the
under.
movie, they probably played it up a little, but he came from Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's a Southern, and at that point, a lot of racism, and he befriended Robinson.
Yeah.
Third base was Billy Cox. Left field was Gino Mansky. Center field was Duke Snyder. Probably heard of Duke Snyder. Right field, Carl Furillo. Roy Campanella catching. Bunch of. So I can now. What's my point? I can't remember what happened yesterday, but I remember that stuff from a long time ago because it was an integral part of your life.
Yeah.
And what you remember. All right, the Dodgers are 2 games out of first place. Preachero is pitching. Robinson is batting. 308. If he gets 2 hits, we knew what the averages were. You learned arithmetic.
Through baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could, as a kid, most of the kids on the block could tell you how many games the pitchers had won, who they were playing.
I think now we call that autism. Okay. Senator Sanders, we've got a very interesting situation, especially this last election. You've spoken about a lot, where it's like a lot of unions decide.
Bernie laughs at ableist joke.
To not endorse the Democratic Party. Some even endorse the Republican Party. If the Democratic Party cannot win the votes of union workers, who are they for?
Good. Okay. All right, let's take a deep breath. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Is it a fair question?
Yeah, it is a very fair question. All right. Politics, how politics is conveyed in the media is, who's running for office, what Donald Trump said, and all that stuff. And that's all important. But if you take a deep breath and you think about real politics, serious politics, what's it about? It's about 3 things, it seems to me. Number 1, where are we as a country today? And that seems like a simple question. It is not a simple question. Okay, how did we get to where we are? And equally important, where do we want to go in the future? Right?
Yep.
Reasonable questions?
Absolutely.
All right, Andrew, where are we today?
We're in New York City, New York. What do you mean, where are we politically?
No, where are we as a nation?
Oh,
what are the things that we should be looking at? If I ask you, how are we doing as a nation?
I would say we're struggling financially.
Good. That's right.
Quality of life.
Does someone say inflation?
Oh, good. That's exactly right.
And I think that we are disillusioned with the institutions that should be supporting and protecting us.
Excellent. All right. So that's right. All that's right. So let's start off with, in one sense, we are the richest country in the history of the world, right? We have enormous.
So these guys come off like complete blank slates, but what do you want to bet that if I went to like any other episode, especially with a more like controversial or right-wing conservative guest or whatever, that they would not sound, I guess, so open to the pitch?
Well, yep. Does that wealth apply to the vast majority of the people?
Absolutely not. No.
Because what ends up happening usually in this is that like they'll find Bernie to basically be the more like Bernie's the one good one, right? Because he's honest, he's genuine, he doesn't condescend, he speaks from the heart, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, they're still not always like on board with him.
So
you know?
unbelievably, and nobody talks about this. You ask me, we start off on the Democratic Party. The first thing you got to do is be honest with people and say, look, this is where we are at. We can blame whoever you want, but this is where we're
here.
Yeah. Right. They don't acknowledge it. So you're living in a country where 60%, let me underline that, 60% of people live paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
Got it? I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. All right? Where paycheck to paycheck is living under enormous stress. How am I going to pay the rent? What happens if my landlord raises my rent? What happens if my kid gets sick and I can't afford to take him to the doctor? You know, what happens if my car breaks down? You know that significant numbers of people in this country, you have money, you don't think about it. But if you don't have any money and your car breaks down and it's $1,000 bill to get it fixed, and you can't afford it, you tell me what happens. All right. Bottom line is you got millions of people, working class people, lower income people, struggling to put food on the table. Okay, that is the first profound reality. And the question we've got to ask is, why is that in the richest country on earth? All right, that's number one. Number two, you have a healthcare system. How's the healthcare? You tell me. Got a great healthcare system in America? Well, what do you think?
I mean, if you can afford it, it's pretty good.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to look at it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right. If you got the money, you got the best healthcare system in the world.
Yeah.
But most people don't. How many nations do not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right? You guys know?
How many?
One major country. You live in
I was going to say, just us.
So here's the insanity. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare as most of the European countries.
Guarantee free healthcare, not to correct you, but we won't refuse care if you need it. Oh, wait, we will.
Well, it's a little bit more subtle than that. Yeah, all right, let's say you have...
I mean, it's like people know to expect these huge, massive bills, and so they either don't go to the doctor intentionally because they know that they can't afford it, and they're finally pushed to the brink with some medical event or emergency, and then they go to the ER, and then that's when they get stuck with it.
$10,000 deductible, okay? Not unusual.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, like, what's the functional difference between somebody who has like a chronic pain issue that they won't go get checked out versus like being denied that care? You know, there's a barrier to entry there that shouldn't be.
Okay. You get sick. What do you do? You don't have any money. You go to the doctor?
I go to the emergency room. I say I'm sick.
Yeah, but you go to the emergency room, but you're not like, it's not an emergency. They'll say,
I'm just a little bit sick. I just avoid it. That starts to fester. It gets worse.
You got it.
And that actually probably causes more strain.
It does. And you know what else it results in? The study from Yale was that 68,000 people a year die precisely. You go talk to the doctor. Next time you go.
You're not going to the ER for chemo. No, but you'll go to the ER for like chronic pain, and then they find something, and then from there you're forced to do it, and then that's how people end up into like tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical debt all of a sudden.
Go to a doctor. Say, are people coming into your office much sicker than they should be?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, they are.
And that's just avoiding copays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
So people do die by the large numbers. What about our educational system? Psychologists tell us that 0 through 4, most important years of emotional and intellectual development.
And that's why he was like pushing back on him, being like, he's like, well, nobody's denied care or whatever. It's like, yeah, but people are falling through the cracks, even if there's like not a single doctor explicitly telling them like, no, we're not going to help you or whatever, because people don't get the care that they need when they should be able to.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we must have a great childcare system, right? Because we love our kids, we nurture our kids, we pay childcare professionals. Really, we appreciate them and respect them. We pay childcare workers McDonald's wages.
Yeah. It's shocking. It's also shocking how much competition there is to get your kid into like a favorable preschool.
Right.
Like you have to start lobbying these preschools at 1 year. My daughter is 15 months, and already now you're like,
he's like a pharma company to get his kid in there.
Exactly. Like you're kind of walking in, you're meeting people, they're exchanging pleasantries, and it's all under this guise of, I hope they accept my kid.
Right. Because you have a massive shortage.
Yeah.
And if people don't have any money, it is really difficult. And so I don't know what it costs here in New York City. You know, in Vermont, it costs $15,000, $20,000. So if
imagine you have 2 kids, forget it.
That's right. Exactly.
Forget it. Yeah.
Right, but again, take a deep breath and say, okay, if we as a nation understand that that's the future of America.
Yep.
We want the best. You would say, okay, we're going to have really great teachers for them. We'll treat these teachers with respect, pay them well. They're doing really important work. Taking care of your daughter is important stuff.
I mean, they're not touching on it explicitly, but they're outlining like why a lot of women just become stay-at-home moms for the first few years of their kid's life, because childcare and like preschool can be so expensive sometimes. That it's like, what is the point of both of you guys working if, you know, your wife's salary or your husband's salary just ends up going to pay for childcare? So they're like, fuck it, I'll just like, you know, leave the workforce for a bit, raise my own kid, and not just spend all of my money on childcare.
Okay, we don't. Public schools, I was talking to a principal in Vermont, in southern Vermont. They're starting teachers off at $32,000 a year. So kids, young people graduate school in debt. We're not getting the best and the brightest people. Do we respect, you tell me, do we respect education in this country? No, we don't really.
What do you mean by respect it? Like
we say, man, you're going to be a teacher.
Educators. I don't think educators get close to enough respect.
We give them a lot of platitudes. Oh, how noble is he?
Respect
But we don't treat them with respect.
We don't feel the same way as if they're like some finance bro or something like that.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to that point, take a look at it.
My other friend was lucky enough to have grandparents to babysit. I mean, I genuinely don't understand how people, if you don't have at least like one parent who works remotely, which is like most people in America don't work remotely. I don't know how people like make ends meet or like how they make it happen, especially if you don't live near your family or if you don't have family that's available to like watch kids.
Harvard College, one of the best colleges in America.
Because like the only reason why I never went to preschool is because I had family that could look after me.
Something like 5% of the graduates will go into education, and they're not going into public education.
Of course not, yeah.
50% will go to Wall Street. They'll go to consulting.
You make a great point, though. If college loans are so expensive, they don't even have a choice to go into education. So is there some sort of...
Yeah, like the bachelor degree is basically like the new high school diploma, and this generation is on track to be like the most educated, but yet they're not like out earning the generation before them.
System built in where like if you choose to go into education, that there's a way that the
loan will be forgiven.
Something like that.
Yeah, there are small programs.
They have something like that. But that's a good idea. And again, I'm not making this up. I'm sure there was some system like that. But I imagine like maybe back in your day, that there was a version where like highly educated, not highly educated in terms of a master's program, but like people that went to elite universities before they went and got their master's or their doctorate spent some time educating. Was that commonplace?
I'm not sure. I don't recall that.
But like if there was a way to incentivize that, that might be
right.
good,
Of course, that's right. But what we have to do, I'll give you an example, and what also bothers me is we don't look at what goes on around the rest of the world. You know, we kind of think that we're an island unto ourselves. We, what we should.
There's other countries besides America.
Be doing is what is working around the rest of the world. So you take a country like Finland. To be a teacher is a big deal in Finland. Wow, you're a teacher. It's like being a doctor in this country. You know, people respect them. They're well paid. They have a lot of autonomy, etc.
And they have like a lot more. If you're like a teacher in like Finland, you have like a PhD in like childhood education.
But all that I'm saying here is that if you look at the fundamental institutions in America, healthcare, education, childcare, distribution of wealth in America, we are not doing well. And it's important that we acknowledge that. So, I mean, nobody, you talk about your very kind introductions and, talking about things that others don't talk about. How many people will talk about the reality that Elon Musk himself owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households? Is that a moral issue? Are we comfortable with that?
Wow.
It's a simple question. And there are some people who say, hey, yeah, that's okay. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Elon's a brilliant guy. He's a hardworking guy. Other billionaires start their own companies. They're really bold and brave. Fine. They deserve it. And if you are trying to get by on $40,000 a year, well, tough crap.
How do you think Elon feels about it?
I don't know him. I've only talked to him many years ago, so I don't know him personally. But I'll tell you what I do think. I think there is a new breed of uber capitalists out there who really believe in
uber capitalists, super capitalists.
And they write about this as well, who really believe that they are superior human beings. I'm telling you, this is the quote-unquote high IQ guys who say, look, we work hard, we're smart, we have started these businesses.
So the victor go the spoils.
Not only that, I think that's yes.
I mean, I actually think he's onto something here, though. Because I was like, is this like a way of pitching what has kind of always been the balance of like power and capital and labor in society? But like, I don't know. Like, I think there is a case to be made that if you're someone like Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, these types of like billionaires that have this much influence and money, it's like everybody else kind of has the natural checks and balances of like making sure that you're grounded, moments that you're humbled. But like these people have all of the money in the world. They control so much online internet traffic. They consider themselves to be like self-made, right? Like, how do you end up not just thinking you're like a god on earth when you have amassed that much money and power in the private sector of this country? I just don't see how like these are why they're like not only arrogant, but like you get someone like Elon Musk and he is like an actual dunce, because there comes a point where it just seems like he is like sealed off the possibility that he could be wrong about anything, because he's like, how could I have this much success if I was wrong about anything? Like, you basically lose the ability to ever engage, like not engage, I guess engage rationally. you know.
It's a dog-eat-dog world. I made it.
Yeah.
You didn't make it. Hey, man, that's the way life goes. It's deeper than that. You have some writing on the right, on the far right, which really
like to be humbled or like challenged and actually take that person seriously. And like, I just like always imagine anytime these people are like disagreed with or whatever, there's like seething below the surface. Like, how dare you disagree with me? I clearly know more than you.
It diminishes democracy.
The Tesla protests did shut him up a lot.
And that really the smart and the wealthy and the
Cause and effect.
powerful have the right to rule. So this is not just, oh, I want a tax break. There's nothing new about that.
Yeah.
This is, we have the right. It's the divine, it used to be the divine rights of kings.
Or manifest destiny.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right. Back in the 19th century, the 1850s, I am the king. God made my family king. And sorry, you're starving to death, but that's the way life goes. God told me my family rules. There was some of that mentality.
So there's something about this that's quite interesting that I've seen lately. And it's actually not lately. There is a trend with the ultra wealthy, which is upon their death, a lot of them have decided to give away their money, right?
Some of the money.
Or some. Okay, some of the most prolific, right? And
like, is this talking about like Bill Gates talking about how he's going to get rid of like 90% of his wealth or whatever? Isn't the whole deceit with this that when you actually look into it, they funnel it back into their foundations, and so they end up actually being like tax havens, and they only become more and more wealthy, you know?
Or as they get closer to death, they're like, our goal is to give away all our money. Okay, which seems to tell me that they think that there is an issue with them having all that money. If they,
I mean, not really. It's not a matter of them thinking that it's an issue. They're trying to preempt public backlash from how much wealth that they hoard. And so they're like, see, I voluntarily give a lot of it away, so there's no need for like state intervention. So then it's harder for the public, quote unquote, to make the case that they need to be taxed more, because then they point to their charities and they're like, but I give a lot of it away, and that works on a bunch of people.
Truly felt entitled.
Like, people naively think that they are actually like redistributing their own wealth
to it. Like, it seems to me it's an admission that they agree with you. They're like, it's kind of wrong that we should just keep all this in our family.
The way Andrew Schultz said that kind of pisses me off, LOL. I feel like it's more in line with like how the average person looks at that, you know?
We should probably not have it. Now, they're not, it's almost like Benjamin Franklin freeing his slaves on his death. He's like, you know, he's like, this is wrong, but I don't want to leave it until, I might need some shit and my back hurts. But what do I do? So when you see billionaires do that, right, or this elite class that you're talking about, do that, is there a part of you that goes, you're getting it. Why don't you do that maybe 40 years earlier?
No.
Okay.
Look, because
he's not talking about like advocating for like more charity or whatever. Because the issue is not that like, oh, billionaires don't put enough money into charity or that they do it too late. It's like, no, it's the fact that they're able to avoid taxation. You know, I mean, they're able to like control and manipulate and like lobby.
These guys are very competitive. They're very smart. They're very innovative, hardworking. And I really think it's very competitive. And I think they want it all. I really do. And I think if you stop for a moment, well, I hope we can talk a little bit about a corrupt campaign finance system.
Please. Yes.
All right. Getting back to the Democrats and the Republicans and all that stuff. Understand, I mean, I'm in the middle of it. I work in Washington, D.C. So just using Musk again as an example. He's only one. I don't mean to pick on Mr. Musk. But the guy contributes because of a broken and corrupt campaign finance system, which as a result of Citizens United Supreme Court decision, familiar with that, allows billionaires to start super PACs.
Can you really quickly just tell the audience exactly what it is? Because I feel like we hear these words like Citizens United, and a lot of people, like, we just...
And super PACs.
Yeah, so we just kind of pretend that we know what it is.
Okay.
But
we have the First Amendment that says your freedom of speech.
It was funny that he's saying this, and this is like, again, to be clear, this is like multiple times that like Musk has been saying, oh, I'm going to step back or whatever, but he did say, I think this was from earlier today. Yeah, 5:20, 10 in the morning. Must have stepped back from political spending. I think I've done enough. Elon Musk said he plans to cut back on political spending, saying he's done enough, a move that coincides with the billionaire entrepreneur taking a step back from President Donald Trump's Washington. Speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum on Tuesday, the Tesla CEO said he would do a lot less political spending in the future, adding, I think I've done enough. Musk brushed aside a question about whether his move was a response to pushback he's received for his prominent role in reshaping the federal government, marked by the leadership of his agency slashing Doge. If I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I don't currently see a reason, he said. Musk, who has poured over $290 million of his own money into the 2024 election to support Trump and Republicans, has established himself as a major political force, both domestically and abroad. I mean, he's like not going anywhere just because he's going to be in the background for a little bit. But
so wealthy individuals in a case called Citizens United, I don't remember all the details, basically said, look, we had at that point, Citizens United, I think is 15, 20 years, that decision from the Supreme Court decision. So people go into the court and say, look, I have a First Amendment right to tell the people of America how I feel about an issue or a candidate.
Absolutely.
I don't like Andrew, and I want to spend $20 million on television ads telling people what a jerk he is, okay?
Making me feel like Jamal Bowman.
All right, that's another story. All right. And the Supreme Court says, no, we have campaign finance. There's campaign finance law which limits the amount of money you can spend on a campaign.
So there's already law in place.
There's already
legislation said you cannot do that.
That's what Citizens United did. It said the Supreme Court ruled that billionaires, that advertising is freedom of speech, and you can't limit my speech. So if I want to spend $100 million on TV ads, I have the right to do it. They said, you're right. So the issue is democracy versus billionaires being able.
the AFD shit, losing the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, the Tesla-thon in the White House lawn, his kid telling Trump to shut the fuck up. Yeah, but they're never like, nobody ever really goes away anymore, in case you haven't noticed. So I'm just always super skeptical that these people are out of the game. Something always seems to draw them back in.
Able to spend unlimited sums of money. Supreme Court went with that. And then the form it took was what's called a super PAC. You start an organization, Americans for Freedom, okay? And billionaires can put as much money as they want into that. That organization then runs ads on television. It does political stuff. That's what it's about. So bottom line, though, most importantly, is if you are a billionaire, you can put as much money as you want into a super PAC. And in Musk's case, he spent $270 million to help Donald Trump get elected president. Do Democrats have billionaires putting money into super PACs? Absolutely. All right.
Yeah.
What does that mean in real life? This is what it means. Right now, we're dealing with a bill called the Reconsideration
Democrats tried to like have their own version of this. They were like wheeling out Mark Cuban at the end.
Bill. It's a fancy Washington.
Who was like explicitly saying like, yeah, we need to get rid of Lena Khan.
Term for a very big bill, which will have a lot of stuff in it. In any case, if a Republican stands up and says, you know what? In the House of Representatives, I don't like this bill because, you know, it's giving tax breaks to very wealthy people and it's going to cut Medicaid and cut nutrition programs. It's a bad bill. What do you think happens the day after that Republican stands up and says he opposes it?
Those super PACs organize and they primary out those politicians.
Exactly.
Now, and how effective is that?
It is enormously effective. If you have, sure. Right now, you're a Republican.
Yeah.
You got
Wait, what?
No, I don't mean you. I'm being in
it's going to
general
go
sense.
viral.
All right. So you have two elements. Trump is enormously popular within the Republican base.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has unlimited sums of money, right?
Double whammy.
Double whammy. So it is very hard for any Republican to sustain
to stand up and authentically speak their mind. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second talking about these billionaires.
No.
Let's get back to the show.
I'll give you another example because I'm an independent, right? Caucus with the Democrats. Democrats are better than the Republicans, to my mind. But Democrats, all right, I happen to believe that providing more military aid to Netanyahu's extreme right-wing government to do the horrible things that are going on in Gaza right now, as you may know, as we speak, it's horrible.
Absolutely.
Children are starving to death, malnutrition, growing, and all that stuff. All right, I introduced legislation to say
Ethical react, watch the ad. I probably should. But when they have 2 million subs, I can't feel too bad. If it were a smaller creator, I would.
Going to block the sale of certain military weaponry to Israel. I got 15 Democrats to support me. I got 0 Republicans. Why do you think more Democrats didn't support me? Because the Democrats support me, they will have to take on AIPAC. You mentioned Jamal Bowman.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you thought.
See, this is the thing, is that like, I wish that he uses a sort of antiseptic language to describe the genocide in Gaza. And I don't know if he's doing that to not get caught up in a side tangent or a semantic debate about this or that. But I kind of wish he would just like, no, I don't kind of wish, like, I wish he would just like establish that as the framing and premise of this point of the conversation and just go from there and see what happens.
Talking about
they spend like 15 or 20 million to get him out of there? This is up in Westchester too.
You got it.
Okay.
Cori Bush in Missouri, St. Louis, was defeated. A woman in the state of Washington, Pramila Jayapal's sister ran. So if you want to speak out against Netanyahu's government and oppose military sales, AIPAC, which is also funded by billionaires who support both Democrats and Republicans, so we'll go after.
How can they do this effectively? Like, how can they sway a vote if the people don't support the
He's confused. He's old. No, he's making a choice to do this. That's what hurts me. It's what drives me crazy. Why he won't just be more outspoken about this issue. And he's like willing to be so outspoken about other issues, you know?
Idea.
You know how you do it?
How?
This is rather amazing. Great question. You don't talk about the issue.
Oh, you make that person so radioactive.
Yeah. They didn't talk.
But I realize as far as like where the Overton window is going, a lot of this is already considered like too far, and him being like further left than he's still like further left than the majority of Democrats on this, unfortunately.
When they went after I was up in Westchester.
Now you're undermining the democratic process.
I was up in.
He's conflicted internally. He's definitely making a choice. I mean, yeah, this is what happens when you try to be like ruthlessly like optimistic and like also like pragmatic, you know?
Westchester campaigning for Bowman.
Like those things are always going to create like a lot of tension and like contradictions and you just get this, you know, you get somebody who's like willing to be outspoken about like the influence of money in American society and the political systems, talking about like AIPAC and stuff like that, but still like putting, you know, guardrails on what he's saying, even though it's like, but you're already like, you know, they're already not happy with what you're saying. So just fuck it. Just go for it.
Yeah.
And I'm supporting.
Like AIPAC hated Bernie even back in like 2016.
Cory Bush as well. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm 99% sure I'm right, they didn't say one word about Israel. Wow. The argument was he's a bad Democrat or whatever the usual negative advertising. Didn't talk about Israel.
So this is quite interesting because if a group like if a super PAC was honest about what they were raising against, for example, they spent that $20 million specifically defending their position on Israel. I wonder if we would be more amenable to that. Because that is the issue at hand. Instead,
and the funny thing is, like, what ends up being brought up with, like, oh, why Jamal Bowman lost is because, like, they'll talk about, like, his congressional failures. Like, the thing that he mainly campaigned on was, like, education reform for his district. And so people were like, oh, no. It's not about, you know, his record with respect to Israel or Gaza. It's the fact that, like, he didn't deliver for us. And it's like, no, but you only know that because a lot of money was put into showing you advertisements, drawing attention to typical failures that most congressional representatives face when they actually end up on the Hill, you know? Like that didn't just come out of nowhere.
Of using
like they're not, it's like, yes, what you're saying is true, but like why is it even on your radar? You know, it's on your radar because there was a campaign to put that information in front of you, so it's at the forefront of your mind when you're in the voting booth.
Funding to make this person radioactive, which they might not exactly be, and undermining it is duplicitous. You're undermining the people, and that's where you remove. Wow,
that's a very good point. All right. I mean, I think they should not have unlimited amounts of money. But your point is, hey, if that's what your goal is, be honest about it.
So, and I say this with you because you raise money not from a few billionaires, but like you guys raise, what is it, Sunrise and then Democrat Justice or Democracy Justice. There are these groups that are a little different than super PACs, but they are raising money on a grassroots level.
He's talking about the Sunrise Movement and Justice Democrats, I think.
But you are being honest about what you're raising money for.
Exactly. You're right. So your point is right. If somebody says, look, I love Netanyahu, I think they're doing a good job, you oppose him, and I'm going to oppose you for that reason. Yes. Let's be honest about it.
Exactly.
But you know what? I think one of the reasons they don't do that, you know why?
Because it wouldn't be supported.
That's right.
So is there any solution beyond getting Citizens United overturned by another?
That's a great question, man. Thank you. You're asking really good questions. We're working on it right now. And here is, without going too much into the weeds, we need to end Citizens United. That's not going to happen tomorrow. But what you can do is within the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, you can have rules that says, you want to be the candidate of the Democratic Party? Well, guess what? You tell, and this is again tricky, you tell that you announce very clearly you do not want any super PACs supporting you. And by the way, if super PACs support you, for every dollar they put in, we're going to put another dollar in supporting you. There are things you can do. We're going to run ads.
We're going to offset it.
We're going I'm sorry. I have to ask this. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you. We have a question we want to ask about what happened to you in 2016 with this Bernie Bros movement, where your followers are seeing they have a racism problem, a misogyny problem. Do you think that's a super PAC thing behind that?
That was the Democratic establishment. That was the.
Oh wow. Okay.
You know, that was just they were sitting there. We had a lot of young.
That was friendly fire.
People. We had people of color and you know they create this kind of myth with the help of the corporate media and all that stuff.
You know, it's kind of interesting to that note is during this election.
What they don't bring up is that Bernie actually like apologized for some of the like Bernie bro shit, you know, and I'm like, why? You know, making me turn into like Jordan Peterson being like, you can never satisfy the woke mob. Like there's no point in like apologizing for stuff like that. If you genuinely felt it was nonsense, for the most part it was, you know.
The podcast space, which
like a campaign, like a candidate being forced to disavow their like online supporters, like give me a fucking break.
the Democrats largely avoided.
It's like a boutique issue.
They feel had some influence in the election, and they started to label us the podcast bros.
And that's not even getting into like the Elizabeth Warren shit.
And said that we were sexist and we were racist and bigoted. It's almost like it's the exact same strategy to get you out of there.
Yeah, that's what the liberal elite China does. They run away. Look, again, I would hope that everybody who's watching the program is that we as a nation have got to end all forms of bigotry, right?
Yes.
That I start off as a basic assumption.
Unless it's to your close friends, right?
Yeah, whether it's racism, or sexism, homophobia, or xenophobia, whatever it is.
Doing it in the era of Trump seems like a really big overcorrection. I mean, they were literally like, I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris in 2020 was getting up on the debate stage, or maybe it was Elizabeth Warren saying, no, I think it was Kamala Harris being like, her big thing was like, oh, we should ban Trump off social media. Like completely missing the moment, you know?
And liberal Democrats talk about that all the time. And then you get to what we call identity politics.
Yeah.
That you're black, you're wonderful, you're tremendous, you're gay, you're the greatest human being on earth.
Yeah.
And rather than say, what do you stand for?
Exactly.
You're gay, that's fine, who cares?
Yeah.
But what do you stand for?
Yeah.
Is every gay person brilliant and wonderful and great? No, of course not. Everybody's a human being.
Yeah.
So the issue is what you stand for, which gets you back to what we discussed earlier, class politics, in the sense of which side are you on? Are you going to stand with working families? Are you going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage or not? Are you going to fight to guarantee health care to all people or not? Are you going to demand that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes or not? Those are the issues. And no one cares what color you are, what your gender is, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm sorry, I do feel like vowing to stop taking super PAC money is a great first step, but also being an honest politician. You put up a bill to stop the sale of weapons to Israel, and there's no amount of money AIPAC can spend to not get you reelected. And I feel if we had more honest politicians, then
courageous ones.
Yeah,
you're raised. This is a very this is a good discussion.
Why are you shocked?
I'm shocked because
I mean, I'm shocked too. I had low expectations for this podcast.
You're asking questions that are not often asked.
This episode has been promoted by Walter O'Malley's Foundation.
All right. It's a painful issue. I mean, because I deal with it every day in Washington. You're running for office. If you, in your heart, understand what's going on in Gaza right now, and again, it's almost painful to talk about it. The United States is complicit in the starvation of children as we speak right this moment. Okay, mass malnutrition, etc. And you say that's wrong, man. And I'm not going to give Netanyahu another nickel, but I know that the day I say that, AIPAC is going to pour a huge amount of money. So what's the choice you have? The choice you have is, okay, they're going to throw a lot of money at me, but I'm going to make this a major campaign issue.
Ooh.
I ain't going to run away from it.
Yeah.
Right? What do we stand for as a nation? And I'll tell you something, getting back to the Democratic Party. What the Democratic establishment people say, well, Gaza, yeah, it's an issue out there, but it's not the main issue. It's not the pocketbook issues, more important. Healthcare is more important. But you know what? I'll tell you this is my own view. Is what people have a sense, consciously and unconsciously, if you are turning your back on starving children in Gaza, why the hell am I going to trust you on anything?
It's a great point.
Is that a fair point?
I think it's a very fair point. I think if you turn your back on starvation in general, especially if you're complicit in it, I think that's where a lot of, at least voters feel like there is some sort of separation. And if you make them realize that there isn't, right? If we are protecting or funding or rewarding this in any way, then you are.
See, it's like he outlines like why it needs to be spoken about more. But this came so much later than I expected it for him,
But I think voters feel like
it's not that he's only saying this now, but just like, I feel like if it was maybe I didn't start hearing rhetoric like this until like several months into, the military campaign, quote unquote, that was being waged.
They're too derivative from it. They're like, oh, well, that's not exactly what I'm voting for. And I do think, not to undermine those other issues, but I do think.
That's why I said he's a confused Zionist. Well, maybe at some point, he was starting to realize the criticism that he outlined is the one that he was starting to understand was being made of him. The assessment that was being made of him by his constituents,
What is it? The kitchen table issues, I think those are incredibly important. And I think the more that people are struggling internally in our country, the less of a concern we have externally. So it is a tough balance. If you make your entire campaign about Gaza, the people in whatever small area that you represent will go, hey, listen, that's horrible what's happening over here. But we're struggling too, so don't forget about us.
You got it right.
This also happens.
So how do you balance those two?
Well, that's what politics is about. I mean,
I feel like you've done it well. I feel like you talk way more about internal issues than external ones.
I do. And Gaza then becomes a moral issue that you cannot run away from.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, why are we where we are? And it's a funny thing, I was looking to my staff when we were driving in today, and
like the difference it could have made potentially if you don't wait for for the humanitarian situation to get as dire as it is now. Like, it's great that he's being outspoken about it now, but people wanted there to be outcry from Democrats from the start, so it never got to this point in the first place.
reviewing, there was I think it was Pew, P-E-W, they do these
polls.
Yeah, they do things. And they asked the question, I may be a little bit wrong here, but they said they do it. They say, are you better off today than somebody in your situation, middle class, whatever you are, were 40 years ago? That's the question.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yes, there it is. We were talking about this, about how like the Trump campaign ran with this or whatever. Like it must have pulled well that like when they asked voters like today or 4 years ago, that people were like, yeah, 4 years ago, I think it was better.
This is an insane statistic. I've seen this research. They're like that people are making inflation adjusted the same wage that they were making 50 years ago.
I don't mean that. I don't even mean statistically. I'm going beyond that.
Are you better off than somebody?
How do you feel? Do you think somebody in your condition was living better 40 years ago, or are you living better today?
I think the average person would say no.
That's right. That's an astonishing. All right, let's go through the economics of it, and then we'll go through the broader issue. Economics. This is an amazing fact. And again, it's something that people don't talk about because you got a lot of the Republicans want to make change. It's almost always the wrong kind of change. And the Democrats want to maintain the status quo, which is unsustainable.
Yeah.
That's what the choices that people have.
Yeah. All right. But sometimes if the status quo is horrible, any change looks better. And I think
which is why Donald Trump is the president.
That's what I think a lot of Democrats don't understand. Like, you've been very critical. We're lifelong, I can't speak for everybody, but like I grew up in New York City, I'm a lifelong Democrat, and we were very critical of the Democratic establishment. And it was through the lens of, hey, you're not addressing the concerns of the people. And by doing that, we were framed in a way that I think, and we continue to be framed in a way I think it was very unfair.
Oh, you don't know nothing about being framed. I don't feel sorry for you. I'm sorry.
But it's just a refusal to look in the mirror.
That's exactly right. All right, here's a fact. This is an astounding fact. Nobody talks about it. And this is the other thing. More important than anything else is people want to say, do you know what is going on in my life?
Yeah.
And if you don't talk about that reality, no one's going to trust you at all.
Yeah.
All right, fact.
But let's call people Latinx, Bernie.
That's right. That's the issue. All right. Over the last 52 years, I may be off a little bit here, but more or less I'm right. Over the last 52 years, there's been an explosion in technology, right? This stuff that we're looking at did not exist. Every worker in America is more productive, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, computers, etc. How much have real inflation accounted for wages increased in that 52-year time? Obviously, with all of that worker productivity increasing, we must be making a lot more money, right?
Nothing.
0%.
Zero.
Yeah.
In fact, there's an argument it's a little bit less in real housing costs, healthcare costs.
Because TVs are cheaper, you think that you're living a more luxurious lifestyle.
But take a deep breath about that fact. What does it say? Meanwhile, during that same period of time, there was a massive, according to RAND Corporation, not a socialist organization, there was a massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%.
But Bernie, surely they're paying taxes on all that new profits they're making, right?
Right. Right. But that is getting back to this important issue, which I kind of started, what is reality? So if you're the average worker out there,
yes, sir,
you're seeing people on the top getting phenomenal.
Important to understand that people are typically not consistent in their beliefs or activism overall. It's rather less usual if they are. I think he's biased and not examined his biases fully.
Phenomenally rich.
It's hard to say.
Better off. And by the way, the likelihood is
because he's like, he ain't just the average Joe. I think that can be said for sure of like the average American, but I don't know that that could be said of like someone like Bernie who has a much different political record than the overwhelming majority of American politicians.
your kid is going to be worse off than you are, right?
Yeah.
That's a tough reality. Why is that? Who the hell is even talking about? A, why is that? And B, what the hell do we do about it?
And I think that was the appeal of Trump, is he appeared to be talking to us.
Exactly.
Whereas Democrats are kind of condescending and ignoring it.
All right. Essentially, Democrats say, status quo is working okay. We're going to tinker around the edges, make a little bit of a change here. Trump says the whole goddamn system is broken.
Yeah.
What is it? I will fix it.
Yeah.
Well, his solutions will make it worse. But
I was going to say it's like stupid ideas or whatever, but people listen to the first part because he acknowledges there's a problem.
he at least acknowledged that the system is broken. Democrats often don't.
They don't acknowledge it. And there's a lot of finger wagging, or at least recently. I didn't feel that when I was growing up, but at least recently there's a lot of finger. And then
this is giving me flashbacks to the last year where my timeline was just a bunch of liberals like getting more mad at Chapel Rowan for not praising Kamala Harris than they ever would be getting mad at a politician or like trying to hold them accountable for their failures.
There's almost like this detachment from working class people, which is really sad because you'll see them echo certain sentiments. They'll be like,
Damn, I haven't actually heard Bernie speak that much before. I don't pay much attention to politics. He's spitting right now. This is like, I've like heard all of this because he's like, this is like his stump speech, but just like extended.
Look at the Biden stock market. And it's like, guys, 50% of Americans aren't even invested in the fucking stock market. Like, you're so detached from working class people, you don't even know the talking points to make them feel good about the economy. Right. So how do you lie to them properly? Yeah, like, so what happened? How do we get here with the Democrat establishment?
It's a great question.
Well, and the answer is that we do know. And that is, I mean, the 70s, 60s, Democrats caught on that you could raise a lot of money from wealthy people. Mm-hmm. And so and it gets back to campaign financing and all that stuff. So you got a Democratic establishment now, which is funded by wealthy people. You have consultants who are really way out of touch with reality, who make a whole lot of money in campaigns. And working class is ignored. Donald Trump comes along and says, I care about you, which was a lie. So
I don't know if that's a lie. I'd give pushback on that. I think that it has to be proven that it's a lie.
All right, I'll prove it.
And you're right, I could look through rose-colored glasses, but the idea, I think that when people are struggling, anybody who
the benevolent billionaire, Donald Trump,
who goes, hey, I'm going to help you out. Like, I'm sure when Obama, I remember the impact of Obama.
Change.
He ran on reform and he ran on hope, right?
Yes.
He ran on this idea of we're going to make it better for you, instead of Kamala seemed to run on this idea like, hey, it's good, we're going to keep doing the exact same thing. Right. Which is a losing strategy.
You got it.
So
that was her bloody consult. I mean, I know Kamala. She's a friend.
That, and not to mention the fact that, like, so Kamala's in the position, and of course, these are just norms. These were things that she could have subverted, but chose not to do, right? And I understand, and I've heard the arguments about, well, she has a very short time to make her case to the public that she should be voted in over Donald Trump. She has to counterbalance two things. If she goes too hard against Biden, it's gonna backfire, because people are gonna be like, if you disagree with or diverge this much with Joe Biden on his policies and his record, well, you were the VP. Why didn't you say more? Why didn't you do more? Why did you go along with it? So that was one concern. The other concern is pissing off Democrats, and then you've lost your own party because they see it as like, this is not, you should just be relentlessly like hyper-focused on not shitting on Biden, not trying to build yourself up as a candidate by disavowing certain aspects of his agenda or talking shit or like acknowledging that his polling's not good. You should just be laser focused in on like attacking Donald Trump. And I just did not feel like that was going to be a fruitful strategy, because it's like, just because she doesn't talk about it doesn't mean that's not the reality going on. Biden's stepping aside. He's not getting reelected. There's no chance of that happening. And to me, it was like, she should be willing to embrace a more unorthodox strategy to get herself elected, given how unprecedented it is, and not play it so safe. Like, there was nothing safe about him dropping out and her being immediately endorsed and trying to come out. So like, at that point, fuck it. You should just be not half-assing this shit. And she should just, say what she thinks, and like make the criticisms that she thinks she can get away with, and as many as she can. Biden, make it clear like how she would be different, and it wasn't just going to be a continuation of the policies and practices that people were saying like they didn't like about Biden.
Friend, she's very smart. That was what her bloody consultants told her to say. I begged them.
No, she would have won big if she'd decoupled from Biden. Oh, I know. I'm just outlining like what I was told, or like what I was told from my like more Dem like liberal friends about like, oh, here's why she shouldn't do that. And it's like, or like why she can't really do it. And it's like, I was like, stop saying can't. Like, it's not an actual constraint that's being placed on her. She's just listening to the wrong people, or she's listening to these strategists that she should not be listening to, in my opinion.
I'm just between you.
Why can't she push back? Like, at a certain, like,
you're right. Look, there's no argument.
And this is the problem I think a lot of voters had, is like, they didn't even know if it was her. We didn't even know if Biden was president. We didn't even know if these were her talking points. And we felt that over the last 4 elections, Democrats, we felt that we didn't have a say on who could be president. We talk a lot about the Republicans being autocrats and oligarchs and taking over democracy, but from the Democrat perspective, and I'm a lifelong Democrat, I felt like the Democratic Party completely removed the democratic process from its constituents. And I think they need to have some accountability of that.
No argument here.
Kamala reminded me of like a straight A student that always did what she was told. I got that impression on the campaign trail. Before that, in my mind, she was just like a wine mom who's also like the VP.
I donated for you. I wanted you to, like, 2016. I was like, this is going to happen. This guy's going to do it. And it felt like they stole it from me. And I'll be honest, it broke my heart when you supported him.
Look, but you have, in the world that I live in, you got a choice. And I mean, a lot of people, including my wife, agree with you. But, you know, you're down to a choice. Is it going to be Hillary Clinton or is it going to be Donald Trump? Not a great choice.
But it ended up being him anyway, so why don't we burn it down?
Well, because it's easy to say. Burning it down means that children are not going to have, you know, food to eat, that the schools will deteriorate, people will not have health care.
I got it.
And I'm an elected.
This is, I was going to say, like, this is, if anybody's ever read, like, Hunter S. Thompson's Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, he talks about being at the DNC and all of these people that were hyped up for, I think it was McGovern. They eventually come to the question, like, okay, but if you don't win the Democratic Party's nomination, will you support whoever becomes the eventual nominee? He's like, well, yeah. And he went from like getting all this applause, but when he answers that question, he doesn't get any. But it's like, yeah, that's how the game's played, though. At the end of the day, you should recognize that, like, yes, even, you know, the worst Democrat is still on their best day, probably better than like the best quote unquote MAGA Republican.
Official, I got to represent the people.
That's fair.
And I can't turn my back on.
But then could we not also say, if ostensibly there hasn't been a fair primary for the Democrats since 2008, are they not also a threat to democracy? Yes. We often hear.
Fair enough. That is, yeah, I'm not going to argue with that point. And that's why I'm proudly an independent. What we're trying to do now, and I will just reinforce the point both of you made. The hatred that we felt in 2016, 2020 from the Democratic establishment. I'll give you an example. We would do rallies and we have thousands of people, often young people of color coming out, working class people coming out. They were great, full of energy. Yeah. And then we go to Democratic Party events. There'd be a few hundred people, mostly older, whiter, wealthier. And you saw the clash. And the establishment did not want to open the door. They hated the idea. But all these people whose hands were a little bit dirty, who didn't have PhDs or weren't wealthy, imagine walking in, it's my party, man. You ain't getting in.
Yes.
We will fight you in the most ruthless ways that we can. And that's the struggle. Are they going to open the door, or are they prepared to lose elections, literally, and maintain the status quo, go down with the Titanic? So that is.
Do you think you're forcing the door open? Because it seems like that's what's happening right now.
Exactly what we are trying to do right now. In the last month, we have enlisted some, I think, the latest 7,000 people who are prepared to run for office, from school board to Congress. Wow. You know, not all of them will run, but they've shown interest. There are training programs that we're undertaking with other groups right now. And by the way, a good percentage of them don't want to run as Democrats. They want to run as independents.
So do you sense from the Democratic establishment that they're more willing to listen to people like you, or are you guys just going to have to kind of take it by force and win elections?
Are they, well, I don't want to, are they more willing to listen to me? No, they're not.
But they'll take on some of your ideas for salvation. Yeah. They realize often they can't ignore it.
Often lip service. Yeah. Yes, they will take on the ideas. But these guys, they want to protect what they have. So your question is you would say, look, okay. And by the way, Joe Biden, to his credit.
Maybe he's too humble, but I wish he would just acknowledge the fact that, like, again, 2020, when he's back in the race and all of these candidates are vying for the Democratic nomination for the presidency, all of them are trying to do like a watered down version of what he was promising in 2016, because that's how much his rhetoric had impacted the Democratic base as far as what they had started to come to expect from candidates that wanted to have a serious chance of winning.
You know, everyone beats up on Biden. But what Biden did, unlike Hillary Clinton did, is he and his people saw that we had a movement. And what he did was prepared to put together task forces. We sat down with their people. And we brought people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and some of the strongest. We sit down with establish and come up with a program. A lot of what went into the American Rescue Plan, which got us out of the COVID pandemic economically pretty well, and some other stuff. So the Biden people were more open to sitting down, understanding that we represented millions of people than other people in the past, or are right now.
I feel like most politicians are swayed by money and lobbyists, and that, like, I wouldn't say dictates, but it definitely influences their decisions. You feel like one of the last honest politicians. Can you tell me what other politicians have the Bernie stamp of approval that they're like honest?
Yeah, who's not bought?
Oh, there are a number of people. Look, one of the successes that we've had that doesn't get a lot of attention is in the House of Representatives now, there are dozens and dozens of young, often people of color, often women, who are there. I mean, Alexandria is maybe the best known, but Pramila Jayapal from Washington State, Greg Kazar from Texas, Mark Buchan from Wisconsin. There are many of them, and they're doing a great job. And they don't take corporate PAC money, and they stand up for the working class.
By the way, guys, this episode has also been brought to you by Steak. Okay, Steak is the leader in global betting.
they're advertising for steak, but meanwhile, I'm advertising for myself. So if you're watching and you're enjoying the content, please go ahead and give me a like on YouTube. You can donate. Check the description and YouTube for my donation and tip links, or you can ! Tip or donate in chat and it will come up, and you can buy me a coffee on Ko-fi. And if you want to follow me, subscribe to me. If you haven't already, please go ahead and do so. I need to get better at my shills. I always forget. I always forget the speech, even though I should know it at this point. But all that good stuff, you guys get the idea.
Within
for that welcome bonus. Now let's get back to the show.
Another form of, I think, corruption that many Americans see within both Democrats and Republicans is this idea of the stock trading. And they see that as kind of like another way to, you know, take some money off the top. And people have talked about Nancy Pelosi and her husband, for example, but I think it happens across the aisle. What is your take on that issue? And is there a way to curb that? Or is
I don't own any stocks, so it's not my thing to follow it. I'm not sure that has, you know, if the implication is that these members of Congress are aware what's going to happen tomorrow and are putting their stock, I'm not sure how, I'm sure it happens. I don't know how prevalent it is. But what was interesting, by the way, on that subject, as you may recall, just was it a month ago, where Donald Trump said something like, "What? Today is a great day to invest," and lo and behold, he changes his views on the tariffs. You know, do I think insiders knew something about that? Probably.
That felt awesome when he did that.
Yeah,
I felt like a politician. Like I was privy to the information that I feel like Pelosi and Schumer are privy to, and the Republicans do it as well. I don't want to make it a partisan issue, but like it felt. I think a lot of Americans, instead of rejecting this insider trading idea, finally felt like the train wasn't running away without them.
We were on the inside.
Exactly. Where it would be great if nobody did it. Like that's the ideal situation. But I think a lot of times what we've seen is like this.
You know, I'm actually more surprised that Bernie doesn't have a more firm position on like what is it? Hold on. Nancy Pelosi stock holdings controversy. See if this brings it up. Okay, so this is the Center for Effective Government. No doubt some like center right or like lib think tank or whatever. But like, what is the liberal argument against it or whatever? It's a podcast. Ugh. There might not be a more controversial political hack than members of Congress being legally allowed to trade stocks. Recently, the House of Representatives has introduced a bill that would prohibit members of Congress, their spouses, and children from trading stocks. Although the bill has stalled. No shit. It's renewed a really important lingering question. Are members of Congress actually advanced investors, and how much are they benefiting from inside info? I have to literally listen to this. They expect me to listen to things. This says in a 2014 paper by University of Chicago, Andy Eggers and Stanford University's Jens Hainmuller, titled Political Capital, Corporate Connections, and Stock Investments in the U.S. Congress. They look at a wide set of data of investments made by hundreds of members of Congress between 2004 and 2008 to see whether or not they're getting an unfair advantage. The results may surprise you. Then maybe it's a no. Maybe it's a no. Let me see.
Great frustration with government, and then whoever pulls the veil off, there's an appreciation of it rather than a rejection that there is corruption in general.
All right, let me ask you a question. All right, do we talk enough about where we want to be as a nation? And I think,
let's see, just the abstracts. So this is that same study. Recent research suggests, public perceptions notwithstanding, members of Congress are rather mediocre investors. Why do the consummate political insiders fail to profit as investors? We consider various explanations that pertain to members' political relationships to public firms. We show that members of Congress invest disproportionately in local firms and campaign contributors, which suggests that overall underperformance cannot be explained by the absence of political considerations in members' portfolio decisions. These connected investments, and particularly local investments, generally outperform members' other investments, which suggests that poor performance is not explained by an excessive political skew in members' portfolios. It appears that members of Congress can earn poor investing returns primarily because their non-connected investments perform poorly, perhaps due to their usual failings of individual investors. A combination of political and financial considerations may explain why they do not make more extensive use of their political advantage as investors. Okay, interesting. But I feel like the types of people that want to see this abolished, which like I certainly wouldn't have a fucking issue with or whatever, they're completely, it's more like a principle opposition to it. It's not so much that it's like, oh, they can't be allowed to do it because they're clearly profiting from it. It's like, success or not, the fact that like it hasn't been outlawed already is surprising.
Culturally, what Trump represents to me, he lies all of the time. He is interested in himself and more money. And almost what bothers me is that is the kind of culture that we advertise to young people. This is the world. If you lie and you cheat and you steal, you too someday can be a multi-billionaire. Is that where we want to go as a nation? And what's the alternative?
I think the most important question is, what do we want as Americans? And I think it is hard to, I think the way that we teach it in school is that people came here for freedom. And I think if we were being more honest, I think people came here for money. And I think it was freedom from a lack of opportunity. There was freedom from oppression. Otherwise, my mother is an immigrant. But I think—
Where'd your mom come from?
Scotland. So, you know, she didn't have maybe a lot of opportunity. Stopped going to school at 15 years old, came here to America.
I can't believe honesty of Schultz. He voted for Trump most likely for personal benefits, especially given how stupid reasons he gave in the past. What he's saying now is, while a good criticism overall the Democratic Party, it would still not be good reason for switching. He is most likely a hack grabbing an opportunity.
Started dance school, and she had immense success here, teaching dance lessons.
I saw that he's still alive.
But I think the reality is that opportunity. I think Akash's family also came here for financial opportunity.
My family as well.
Exactly. And I think it's very hard to tear that away. I think that the fuel of the American machine is this idea, the delusional hope.
But that's sounding a lot like Joe Rogan, Matt Slice. So, because like Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie, I think in 2020, maybe it was 2016, but one or the other. And he was like, oh, well, because he's been consistent. But then he like goes to Trump, you know.
One day we'll all be millionaires.
All right, but is I
don't know if that's right, but I think that is.
Look, I think this city is what the melting pot city in a sense, where my father came from Poland. He dropped out of school at 14. Yeah. He came here at the age of 17, really incredible, without any money. All right, and that's the story of millions and millions of families. We all came different ways. But what I'm getting at is, should the goal, and everybody wants to live comfortably,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. You want to, you don't have to worry about whether you can pay the electric bill. You want to make sure your kids get an education. All right, but does the culture have to suggest that to be a success, you need to be a billionaire? What I'm getting at is, you know, I'm the former chairman of a committee that deals with all this stuff. So we don't have enough doctors in America. We don't have enough nurses. We don't have enough dentists. I brought in several $1 billion into the state of Vermont for infrastructure, to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. We did that all over America. We don't have enough construction workers who make good money, by the way. You want to be a sheet metal worker, you want to be a welder, you want to be an electrician, you want to be we don't have enough. What I'm saying is, I would like to see us say, you want to make America great? Good.
Dude.
I want to have doctors, so you have to wait 2 months to get into a doctor's office.
This is it's so important. It's like, what is the cultural award? I think Akash can speak on this maybe the best of all of us. Like, within your community, what is the highest?
Doctor.
It's doctor. Doctors don't make the most money. They're hedge.
Bernie seems to be a fashionable thing to these guys, nothing more than that. Oh, for sure. I just always hope that like he at least reaches our audience.
For managers to make more money, but if they're in a group, like you speak to, if you're in the family gathering,
there's an honor. I get to brag to my parents, get to brag to other friends. My son is a doctor, and I don't even know if it's about helping people, but for that is the thing.
Yeah.
And
it's not the most lucrative profession.
No, it's not.
But it garners the most.
My dad told me, he was like, I'm really proud of your success. I'm proud of how far you've come. I want you to know, no matter how famous you get, I would still rather you be a doctor.
And so maybe there's a version of that in America where, like, obviously we want financial success, but can we reward some of these other positions as they offer societal utility?
Right. And then you go even deeper than that. And that is, I mean, now you're going really deep, you get into the issue of human happiness. All right. These guys sit in Wall Street, they get up, 4 o'clock in the morning to see what the stock market is in Japan, and they make zillions of dollars doing crap. I mean, what's the usefulness of society?
Yeah.
And you got a kindergarten teacher here in New York City who is nurturing and making life better for some low-income kid, right?
Yeah.
Right. Who's doing more important work?
I mean, the teacher, without a doubt. There's no question. The problem is that we're not rewarding those positions.
Right.
And if we did reward them, like if it was this great honor to hold these certain positions, which I still do think doctor is,
yes.
But I think they're few and far between. And first of all, doctors make a lot of money, so let's not act like they don't. But I think they're few and far between positions that don't make a lot of money, but still command immense respect in America. I do think that we are tied to the dollar, unfortunately. And how do we change that?
And that's exactly the question. I mean, again, getting to it seems to me, you talk to, I'll tell you something, we do a thing in Vermont, it's called Bernie Buzz. It's a newsletter that goes out. Did an interview with a woman who works in a nursing home. God knows what she makes. It's not a lot of money. Okay. And she talked about her satisfaction helping seniors, fixing their hair, getting their nails and all that stuff. And the pride. She's a religious woman. Okay. And the pride she had and how she feels good. I want us to feel good about doing good stuff.
Yes.
Not just ripping off other people. I don't want to be.
But the problem is much deeper than a Donald Trump to give some pushback.
Yes, I agree.
Gordon Gekko is celebrated as a hero of the character.
Exactly.
Wall Street. I grew up listening to rap. I still love it, but it's all about excess wealth, being rich, being billionaires. It doesn't matter how you get the money. Doesn't matter if it's honorable or not.
When we were growing up, there was a million movies about, and there's a lot of criticism for this, but like some teacher who's well off that goes to the hood and really commits to like revitalizing that school, right? And initially the teacher's not accepted, but then the teachers see that, so the kids see that he's like a good, or she's like a good force on humanity, and it's really rewarded. I don't think they make those movies anymore. I think it's a bunch of Gordon Gekkos, right? Or every Marvel movie is about, an Elon.
I was about to say, these are like classic like white savior tropes. That's why those movies have largely been retired. Not that they're gone entirely, they just look differently now.
And Elon Musk's character type, which is Iron Man is Tony Stark. So yeah, the culture is clearly rewarding whatever makes you money, and I don't want us to completely get away from that. I think like success is important, ingenuity and innovation is important.
Absolutely.
But there has to be something else that's important.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So how do we do that? How do we instill that?
That's the kind of discussion.
Girls got to start sleeping with teachers.
This is the kind of discussion we need to have as a country. And it gets back to this thing, this blew me away.
I'm not laughing at that joke. I'm laughing at the fact that Bernie kept like a stone face while he made it.
Pew poll about whether you feel better off, and we got diverted a little bit. It's not just economics, whether you're better off inflation accounted for dollars today than you were 40 or 50 years ago. It's more than that. It's, do you feel part of your community? All right. Or are you feeling isolated and alone? You spend half your time on the goddamn cell phone.
Yeah.
Right. And how do we? I mean, the craziness is we have more potential wealth now with all of this exploding technology, so we don't have to be working 50 or 60 hours a week. We can be thinking about what does it mean? Should we be dealing with the economic issues? Should everybody have a decent standard of living in America? Can we do that? The answer is yeah, we can.
Do you think it's realistic to effectively tax billionaires in a way that still encourages innovation within America?
Yeah, I do. I happen to believe that we should not have billionaires.
Well, I don't.
Yes. All right. So you want to get rich, fine.
I happen to think we should expropriate their wealth, but that's just me.
Rich. How much do you need? All right. Yeah, so I would have a very steep tax.
$999 million.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Right. You want $1 billion? All right, maybe 900 million. But we want to change the culture around. I talked to Bill Gates. They did an interview with him on Netflix, and I said, Bill, you're worth $1 zillion. Were you motivated as a young man with the dream that you become a zillion? He said, no. He said, I love computer programs. That's what I loved.
Right.
That was his passion. And he ended up making huge amounts of money. So, I don't begrudge people making a lot of money, but I think there should be a limit to how much you make. And also, and then getting back to economics, is we're looking at a nation today not only with massive income and wealth inequality, but incredible concentration of ownership. Want to hear a fact?
Yeah.
You got 3 Wall Street investment firms, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. Who combined are the major stockholders in 95% of the corporations in America. Go look at your favorite corporation, see who owns it. There'll be one of those. Who's the major stockholder? They'll be there. What do you think about that? That's power.
What is the impact to that? Like, how does that power wielded?
It means that
Base Bruno. These guys will agree with him on everything, but like I'm scared to look at the other types of like shows and content that they produce because I know it's like going to be completely undermined by that.
You have 3 entities with boards of directors who have significant control over every major corporation in America. What that means is, do they stay in America? Do they go abroad? Do they pay their workers a decent wage? Do they treat them like crap? That's what it means. Enormous power in the hands of 3 Wall Street firms.
So what's interesting is when you start to get any kind of money, they'll tell you, put your money in a Vanguard.
Yeah.
Is that good for America? Because it seems like to us, this is how you get to participate in capitalism.
Right, that's right. That's your retirement goes into Vanguard. But that's one thing. But the other thing is that Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock have enormous economic power, which is not a good thing.
And they're not using it benevolently.
They're not. They're using it to make more money. So the issue is that we got to take a look at is we got to ask questions that I got to tell you in Congress is very rarely asked and in the media is very rarely asked. In the wealthiest country on earth, should everybody have a decent standard of living? Americans, yes and no.
Yes.
Some people will say, no, hey, it's a tough world out there. I'm sorry. I'm smarter than you. I work harder. My dad gave me a lot of money. You don't have it. Tough crap.
At least they're honest.
Yeah, that's what some people will say.
Yeah.
Most people will not say that.
Right.
Most people.
Well, like the bar has shifted, right? So it went from like, back in my day, you could earn, I was able to, have a part-time job and also go to college or whatever and fucking buy a house. This is like, boomer economics. And then it turned into like that same generation scolded their kids and their grandkids for not liking, you know, those part-time jobs or not wanting them to be like their full-time careers. And so they were like, okay, go to college. And so you go to college, you go until you get all of this fucking debt. And then you still don't even end up in the sector that you majored in, right? Like just because you get a poli-sci degree or like an English degree does not necessarily mean you're going to work in that field. So the field that you end up working in might still end up being like retail or an hourly job. And then when you push to increase the wages for that, you get the pushback from the same generation that was telling you to be grateful. So there's no winning.
People say, you know what? Yeah, I don't think anybody should be sleeping out on the street. I don't think anybody should not be able to go to a doctor. That's what most people say. Okay, what does that mean in terms of practical politics? It means, among other things, that we need an educational system which is very strong for a child to get to graduate school. All right, you want to become your dad wants you to become a doctor, but if you want to become a doctor, you may leave school $500,000 in debt. You know that?
Absolutely.
All right, does that make sense? We need doctors. Should we, as the richest nation on earth, say, good, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a nurse, you want to be a dentist, we need you desperately, tuition free. We love you.
Yeah.
Do it. Because we desperately
subsidize it. Yeah, subsidize it. Absolutely. If we need more engineers, don't make the education so expensive.
Exactly.
We need it.
Yeah. And we need more engineers.
And also, like, I wonder if there's a certain point in time where if you squeeze the consumers of your products so much, they won't be able to buy them. So isn't it in the best interest of these, you refer to them as oligarchs, but isn't it in the best interest of these oligarchs that they make sure that life is fruitful enough for the people that are going to consume their products?
That's a very good question. And I'm not sure that that's a legitimate question. I think a right question. I don't know that they think about it that way.
They talk about the markets all the time, but it's like the market's going to fucking decide for you, buddy. And eventually they're going to realize we can't buy a new iPhone every year. And then your iPhone sales tank. Or we could create a system that in some way is, I don't know, and again, this is way smarter than me to figure out, but like that is some way allowing people
slightly more equitable.
Yeah, it's just like making enough money. And I don't know if Henry Ford did this, but of course in the lore, you always hear like everybody on the line.
I mean, I feel like billionaires and like large corporations don't worry about people being able to afford their products because how much debt is held by the average American at this point? Let me see. How much debt is held by the average American? Average American holds $22,000, but I don't want just like that. I don't want the fucking thing. Let's see. I want the AI overview telling me like at every age. Okay, like Gen Z has about 10K, millennials $78,000, Gen X 135, boomers 96, silent 40,000. Millennials have seen the largest increase in debt in the last 5 years. In 2015, the average millennial had about 50K. And then by 2019, they carried an average about 80. Here's the breakdown. Credit cards. Gen X have the highest credit card balance compared to other age groups at $8,215. Auto loans. Gen X have the highest auto loan, $21,000, give or take. Mortgage loans. Gen X have the highest average mortgage balance at $238,000. Millennials were a close second at $224K. Personal loans. Baby boomers have the highest personal loan of $19K. And it's like, yeah, because like boomers and fucking, or Gen X and Zoomers can't get personal loans because their credit is shit. Gen X is the highest amount of student loan debt of $38,000. See, like this is why they don't worry about like, oh, will people be able to afford this? It's like people will go into debt for this stupid shit.
Could afford a car, right? Like you would like to believe that everybody that is, working 40 hours a week can afford the average goods that the American consumer will want to buy. I don't know how we do that. And I don't know if it's
well, that is the debate. Good. And that is the honest debate that we should be having as a country.
And can we bring these billionaires, can we bring these oligarchs into that conversation? And they're clearly brilliant, right? Many of them. Obviously, there's a bunch of them. They're just Nepo babies. And I'm curious your thoughts on like the Nepo babies, the trust fund kids who have taken along, like, taken up politics and are finger wagging at people who actually work for a living when they've never had a real job. I'm curious your take on them being so opinionated.
Yeah, well, I echo what you're saying. It's some of these folks were born with huge amounts of money, think that they have the right to be telling everybody else what they can be doing and have enormous power.
Guys, let's take a break for a second. We got to keep our energy up. There's a guy 83 years old. He's knocking it out the park.
You got the Black Rifle Coffee Company. They're enjoying they're probably telling you about how good the Kyle Rittenhouse roast is.
Now let's get back to the show.
I want to bring it back to something you mentioned, the hyperinflation of college tuition is something that you don't hear.
I mean, like the fact that Black Rifle is willing to sponsor this gives me more insight into their ideological bent and audience than that I could have gotten from watching any other segment.
Talked about a ton, but growing up in a family where the more degrees you have, the more respected you are, it seems as though it's getting to the point where you brought up where the product is not worth the cost. College, having an undergraduate degree, it's not worth how much you're going to make in the long run. If we're not at that point, we're getting very close.
Yes.
Is there a solution to that? What would you say to that? I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I happen to think
Bernie gets that criticism of never having a real job. Well, I mean, to the only in Congress, like the average congressional representative and like senator has like a master's degree. Obviously, the average American doesn't have a master's degree. So, of course, in that, you know, political sphere, that's looked down upon, even though like Bernie, like not devoting a lot of his work, like most of his time and energy to like public sector. And then before that, it was like, you know, smaller like odds and ends. It's like you're describing like what people imagine when they're like given like a basics and like civics 101 as you're growing up to like learn about the United States government. Like that's what you would expect, right? That the background of the people of like politicians and whatnot wouldn't actually be like necessarily like the smartest people or like people with the most degrees. You would expect it. You get the impression that it's like, oh, anybody can become the president. Therefore, it's probably like, you know, people that come from like working class or like normal backgrounds, but it's like almost never the case.
Education itself is something that should be a lifelong pursuit. My wife tells me this every day. I mean, and I don't mean to be romanticize it, but, you know, learning is a pretty good thing, you know? Yeah. I tell my grandchildren that, you know, in school sometimes almost discourage them from learning, you know? They got rote things. I hate school, Grandpa, you know? So I think learning is important. I think we probably have to, in this day and age, revolutionize education. But I personally believe in my soul is if you want to get a graduate degree, we need you. And you shouldn't be going in debt. There should not be impediments. You know, got to figure a way to fund it. But bottom line is anybody, I want to say to every kid in America, you're interested in physics, you're interested in science, you're interested in engineering, you're going to do it. I don't care what your income is. We will, in one way or another, you're going to achieve that. And you know why? Because
now it's like it doesn't like the most not requested, but the most popular job, the dream job now for like the average kid is like, it's not like being an astronaut, it's like being a YouTuber.
As a nation, we need.
You hear a lot of these people saying, especially folks that are attached to these big corporations, like America doesn't have enough engineers, America doesn't have all these things, so we have to go hire abroad. It's like, well, I don't know, maybe if you had access to billions of dollars or something that you could do to make sure that we could grow them here. Now, I'm not putting that 100% on them, but you would hope that there would be some sort of benevolence that would recognize a problem here.
Not benevolence, it's self-interest.
Ooh, so reward their own selfishness.
We need engineers. All right, we need people who know how to build tunnels. All right. In case you haven't heard, there is a climate crisis. All right. How do you transform our energy system? Easier said than done. We need some really, really smart people to figure out how we create cheap, sustainable energy, right? All right. I will send you to graduate school. Thank you. Dearly.
He needs it.
We need badly. We need you. And that's what we should be thinking about as a nation.
And as far as subsidizing that,
I didn't even know that Truman didn't have a college degree. Because I remember Rick Scott. Or is it Rick Scott? Fuck, I can't, like, there was somebody in the 2016 Republican nominees who was like a ghoulish, like, union buster, and he was from like either Wisconsin or something like that. And he actually never finished college, but they like gave him shit for that. I actually thought it was going to make him stand out more.
Do we have room in the budget? And where's the best place to pull it?
Subsidize. What does that mean? So we're subsidizing this bill right
I
now.
think it was Rick Scott, though.
Bill. Trump's big, beautiful bill.
It wasn't Rick Scott, but I'll find out.
We got 200 in the House. The Republicans putting in $235 billion over a 10-year period to go to the top 0.2%. So if your billionaire father is going to leave you money, the exemption is now up to a married couple of $30 million that you don't have to pay any taxes on. So this goes to the top 0.2%. Do we have enough money? This is what you got to get in your head. We have enough money in this country to do any goddamn thing you want to do. In this particular budget, we're now spending $1 trillion on the military.
It was Scott Walker. He's the governor of Wisconsin. I don't think he ever finished. In the fall of 1986, Walker enrolled at Marquette University. Within a few weeks of beginning his collegiate studies, he became a student senator and led a committee investigating alleged misuse of funds, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Walker discontinued his studies at Marquette in the spring of 1990. Having earned 94 of the 128 minimum credits needed to graduate, he left in good standing, but without obtaining a degree. Walker has said that he dropped out of college when he received a full-time job offer at the American Red Cross. Like, I thought this guy was going to be, like, super competitive because he is, like... the American dream personified or whatever. And super conservative, hated unions, like huge on right to work. And he's from like a working class background, and he like doesn't have a college degree, but no. I mean, thank God.
150 billion more. We're spending more than the next 9 nations combined. So what we're doing is giving tax breaks to the rich, spending more money on the military, and then we're going to cut Medicaid. So the way in this country, literally, and by the way, when I say these things, they're not radical ideas. All right, how much does it cost to go to college in Sweden?
Nothing.
Oh, wow, no kidding. But that must be the healthcare system is really expensive, right?
It must be.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to healthcare in Sweden?
Nothing.
Oh my God. Nothing. Childcare must be really off the wall. How much is that? In other words, if you start off with a value system that says we're going to use, and there are rich people in Sweden, believe me, but it's a value system that says, look, we're in this together as a people. We want the best educated people. We want our kids to do well. We want everybody to have healthcare for a lot of reasons. Sweden does it. Norway does it. Finland does it.
The pushback we often hear is that population in America is too big to support this. Is
That's
that
bullshit.
true?
That is just...
That I have never understood this argument. It literally goes the opposite way. The more people that you have, the larger the tax base is that you can draw upon to institute these huge programs.
That is the pushback. And we're a multicultural, multiracial, and they're kind of a homogeneous. Yeah, so what? We're richer than they are, as a matter of fact. Well, Norway is particularly rich. They have a lot of oil money, but we can do it.
So here's my suggestion for that. I think if a single state provided universal health care, let's say, for example, Vermont, and they proved that it could be done, they would put so much fucking pressure on every other state to do it.
It's like legalizing weed.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it happen with weed, right? Like one state does it, starts to make a lot of other states, oh, maybe we should do it. People are only incentivized by their own salvation, unfortunately. How do we prove that? Which state is going to go make it happen for them and then make New York look embarrassing? We have all this wealth and we can't provide health care to our citizens?
Well, I think you make a very good point. The problem is the people in the insurance industry and the drug industry understand that as well. So they're not dummies. They understand, oh, geez, Vermont managed to provide free health care to all of their people. That will become a model for the rest of the country. We're up the creek.
So they fight it tooth and nail. And how do they fight? Like, for example, what are they doing?
God, Jesus.
Right,
In a small state, you buy the, you just have lobbyists there up the kazoo and put advertising on. I ran it. Look, I'm an advocate of what we call Medicare for all, expanding Medicare to cover every man, woman, and child in the country.
Yes.
All right. Oh, and the argument, we had 30-second ads. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes outrageously. Take away the health insurance that you have. Well, what they forget to tell you is that you're not going to
You still spend less overall.
be paying any more out of pocket, any more deductibles, any more premiums. You're going to get higher wages because your boss doesn't have to spend a fortune on healthcare to cover you. They forgot to tell you that.
So it's like your taxes go up $6,000, but your healthcare yearly cost goes from $12,000 to $0.
That's
so
right.
you just save $6,000.
All right, and the healthcare system, don't get me going on that one. We're spending twice as much per capita as the people in Sweden who have a better healthcare system than we do. Why? Well, maybe coincidentally, insurance companies, made, what did they make?
It was like good luck. I mean, most Americans don't want to hear about like raising taxes. I mean, at the very least, I feel like his pitch was more successful than, other Dems or whatever, is because he's actually offering you a tangible thing and service in exchange for increased taxes, and tried to explain that like it's like this in every other country because you spend less overall, and you should just think of all of the money that you have to spend on healthcare and like a private healthcare market as like effectively a private tax, But all people hear is like, oh, you want to raise my taxes, and then that's the end of the conversation there.
Made I think it made $70 billion last year. Drug companies that charge us the highest prices for drugs made $100 billion. So it is a healthcare system designed to make what? Drug companies and insurance companies rich.
How do you keep the quality of insurance, high, or quality of healthcare high? Because anecdotally, I hear from people in the UK and Canada, their healthcare is not very good because it's, I guess, subsidized.
The UK is under a lot of pressure right now, and that's true. And that's a political decision. They got the same factors that would impact the state. The big money interests are putting a lot of pressure trying to destroy the UK healthcare system, and its quality is going down. Although it is still a very beloved institution
Yeah, like the thing that gets left out is like the reason why people complain about it is because like they have slashed the budget that's allocated to things like the NHS. Like, yeah, if it's, if Republicans or conservatives slash funding and have budget cuts to those institutions, they're not going to function as well. But then they'll turn around and be like, see, this is why they don't work. And then they try to get rid of it.
England. In Canada, there are waiting lines. It ain't a perfect system by any means. But don't believe all the right-wing stuff. In Canada, if you ask the people in Canada, do they like their healthcare system as opposed to America's, theirs come out much better.
Yeah. Speaking on healthcare, Trump recently signed an executive order to lower drug prices. How do you feel about that?
You believe what you saw in the paper? Not quite. Not quite.
There's no way you've been living in Vermont for 50 years.
Oh, wait. Oh, this
How do you feel about that?
You believe what you saw in the paper? Not quite. Not quite.
There's no way you've been living in Vermont for 50 years. That accent's not going nowhere.
What he did is say, we're going to give the drug companies a certain period of time to tell us how they're going to lower drug prices. And if they don't, we're going to do A, B, and C. We're not quite sure what A, B, and C will be. But the likelihood is that A, B, and C will...
Yeah, he said they would be reduced almost immediately. It's mostly false. President Donald Trump expressed high hopes for an executive order to reduce drug prices on May 11th, the day before he held a White House event to sign the executive order. Trump posted on Truth Social, prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%. However, the executive order's texts unveiled May 12th undercut the president's description of how soon consumers could experience this potential boon. The idea of the executive order, he said, was to lower high prescription drug costs in the U.S. to levels more typical in other countries. We're going to equalize, Trump said at the order signing. We're going to all pay the same. We're going to pay what Europe's going to pay. The New World Order is what he was promising. Experts say Trump's actions could lower the cost of prescription drugs, perhaps by 30 to 80%. By the 30 to 80%, Trump said, but they cautioned that the order's required procedural steps would make it far from an immediate fix. Executive orders say that within 30 days, admin officials must determine and communicate to drug makers, quote, most favored nation price targets to push the companies, quote, to bring prices for American patients in line with comparably developed nations. After an unspecified period of time, the admins will gauge whether significant progress toward lowering prices has been achieved. If not, the order requires the Secretary of Health and Human Services, aka RFK Jr., to propose a rulemaking plan to impose most favored nation pricing, which could take months or years to take effect. There's zero fucking chance that this is happening under Trump's administration. Executive orders are wish lists, said Joseph Antos, a senior fellow emeritus in health care policy at the Conservative American Enterprise Institute. The order hopes that manufacturers will unilaterally lower U.S. prices. The legal authority to intervene in the market is unclear if this implausible scenario doesn't happen. Well, it's not going to fucking happen, so. Why do Americans pay more for prescriptions? Jeez, I wonder.
Will be thrown out in the courts because the president doesn't have a right to tell companies how to fix prices. Just coincidentally, Bobby Kennedy, the secretary of HHS, was before the committee I'm the ranking member of. And I asked Bobby, and I said, look, president talks about substantially lower prescription drug prices. You do. We're going to introduce legislation that will do just that, right? And will you work with me? He said they will. So to answer your question, the president talks a lot. Don't believe what he says. We're going to put him to the test. We are going to bring forth legislation that would make sure that Americans don't pay a price any higher than people around the rest of the world. We'll see if they come.
So isn't a better framing of that, not to be contentious here, but like, isn't a better framing of that, hey, Trump is saying this thing we agree on. We agree with you, and we're going to hold you to your word instead of you're a liar.
That's what I'm doing.
Well,
if I didn't say it, that's exactly right.
Yeah, like I think that's like, because sometimes we get caught up in this partisan shit where it's like sometimes both sides agree, and it'd be nice if we at least get drug prices lower.
Trump's idea.
I mean, it's not mutually exclusive. You could say you think he's lying, but that you're going to push for it to happen anyway.
Substantially lowering prices is exactly right. It's exactly what I fought for years.
Yeah.
Okay. So if Trump is willing to work with us, we'll do it. Absolutely. Do I think he will? Probably not, but I may be surprised.
And then if he doesn't, let's hold him to his word, and let's make sure he puts a pressure on those same senators that he would have primaried.
Exactly.
Like, this is what you were saying you want. You get your senators in line, right? Actually, I don't know if you're like infringing on the democratic process by saying to do that, but like it would be really great, especially those of us who have like older parents who are really relying on these drugs right now.
Yes, but don't get me going on the drug industry.
Well, I kind of want to
get going. We want you to get going on everything.
Well, I got to get going to the airport. I got a plane, as a matter of fact. But
we'll fly you private.
All right. There you go. All right. Look, you got a pharmaceutical industry that makes, $100 billion in profit last year. We had a guy before the committee, CEO of a major company, makes $50 million a year. They do stock buybacks. So, it is and meanwhile, the same medicine.
It's scary when both sides agree. Well, the thing is that they don't even agree on that. Democrats, have the same sorts of financial pressures and interests funding their campaigns, and they don't want to see it happen either, so they won't say anything.
In this country, whether it's Ozempic
Or it's going to be like, you know, empty gesturing that they're going to hold them to account on this, but the language of this executive order is so fucking vague that it's impossible to even do that.
Wegovy, whatever it may be, it is in some cases 5-8 times more expensive than it is in
Wegovy.
Canada and Europe.
It's insane.
It is insane. Of course it's insane. And they do it because they can do it. Because we are the only, you know why they do it? All right, question. You know how many paid lobbyists there are for the drug companies in Washington, D.C.? Take a guess.
200, 500.
15,000.
1,500. All right. So you got 535 members of Congress, 1,500. These are former leaders of the Democratic Party.
Right.
So that's a lot of power. And then their campaign contributions. So up until Biden, and I work with Biden on this, we have never, what other countries do is they say, good, you got a drug, that's great. Let's negotiate the price you're going to charge us, right? That's what they do, every other country on earth. For us, you got a drug, you charge any price you want, doesn't matter. For the first time, what we did
And charge $800 for an EpiPen.
is now have a law that says we are going to negotiate, Medicare will negotiate drug prices. We started off with 10, it'll be expanding. Is it enough? No. Is it a start? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I just feel like there should be a certain point in time where patriotism kicks in. If you're an American fucking company, you're going to gouge your own citizens, but let the Canadians and the Europeans pay way less.
I don't look at it like that.
He's describing capitalism.
But I'll tell you where it becomes not funny. Is there are
Or like assuming that like corporations in the United States have like this nationalist bent or agenda that like comes first and foremost before profits.
There are kids around the world who die from easily preventable diseases. And these drugs cost, once you do the research, which is expensive, and the development, which is expensive. But once you have the product, it sometimes costs you a few cents to manufacture the drug, And there are children around the world who die, in Africa and Asia from preventable diseases because these drug companies are charging prices that those countries can't afford. And that is, so you talk about, then you talk about humanity, whether we let kids die
for profit. It's
excessive profit.
I know you got to go. Real quick, before you go, we hear the term lobbyist all the time.
Yes.
I don't think I know what that means. Does somebody like meet you at a coffee shop? Like, no, not you, obviously, but how does a lobbyist?
This is how it means. This is what it means. I represent, Mr. X represents a large corporation. We'd love to sit down with you and your staff. We start with the staff to talk about the problems that we have. And these are our needs. And by the way, the company has great staff, and we can write legislation, help you write it because we know how busy you are.
Oh, wow.
And by the way, we'd love to do a fundraiser for you. So the combination of, and we have friends who come together, and we have super PACs. So and by the way, some of these guys will know members of the Senate, and that's because they form. So what do you think most senators, when they retire, do? Where do you think they go? They stick around Washington, D.C., they work. So, hey, Joe, how are you? How's the wife? Kids good? Well, listen, this is what we got. They know each other. So, and it's Republicans and Democrats. Check it out. I mean, former, literally, leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. So it's money, it's connections, it's friendship. Its ability to write tough legislation. You think writing a tax bill is easy? It's not. You need really sophisticated accountants. Line 48, section 3, Just inject this one sentence in there. It's $1 billion tax rate for you. That's what it's about.
Please answer yes. Are you going to run for president?
Please answer yes. I'm 83 years of age, so that is. I think I've run my last race. But,
now, does that mean
0 fair races?
Does that mean that this oligarchy tour is you passing the baton?
No, don't look at it like that. The oligarchy tour is.
I think we're all looking at it like that.
No, it's not a passing.
Bernie announces third presidential run on Manosphere Flagrant podcast. Could you imagine?
Baton. I happen to, I think Alexandria is great, but it's not my job to determine who the new leaders are. People have each of them. As I mentioned, in the House, there are a lot of great people. In the Senate, there's some good people, and there are people who are not in office right now. But the oligarchy tour was an effort to say to the country that there are people all over America who are going to stand up to this oligarchy. They don't want a government of billionaires. They're going to stand up to authoritarianism. There are people, as I'm sure you're familiar with, a young woman from Turkey, for God's sakes, was in Massachusetts, went to Tufts University. You remember that? Mm-hmm. This woman walks down the street. Some guys grab her with masks on, throw her into a van, take her to a detention center. Why? Because she wrote an op-ed critical of the war in Gaza. Really? That's what goes on in America? And we're seeing that. So, this was an opportunity for people by the...
Yeah, but as Tim Pool said, so what? She's just getting deported. They're just sending her back home.
We were shocked, to be honest with you. When I ran for president, we had very large turnouts. These are larger. I mean, in LA, we had...
We all know AOC is running. I don't know. I've seen I've seen they continue to poll voters on whether or not they'd vote for Kamala Harris in like 2028. It's freaking me out.
36,000.
Even Walls, I have hesitations with, you know, about like him running again. Because one, he like wasn't good on like the debate stage really, and unfortunately that seems to be like a major sticking point when it comes to Dems at the very least. Even though it doesn't matter that like Trump embarrassed himself in the debate, you know. Wouldn't they still need to run a primary? Well, yeah, of course, but it's not clear to me that there's like a natural successor. I think it's probably, I feel like Josh Shapiro is probably going to run at some point. AOC, obviously. Walls, maybe. But
yeah, 34. I mean, insane turnouts. We went to Idaho, the most conservative state in the country, with 12,000 people out.
Kamala wouldn't win, I don't think. The name recognition alone carries you a lot further in these races than you'd think.
Wow. So we wanted to give people the opportunity to stand
We're in the debate bro era. Yeah, that's why it matters now.
up and say, no, we're not happy with the direction that Trump is taking this country.
Wow.
Sorry, I want to go ahead.
I'm curious. Like, I find you very brave, and I find the work that you do.
I am not brave.
I find you brave personally, and because I recognize that what you're doing disrupts, or at least you are attempting to disrupt, many powerful people and their access to unthinkable amounts of wealth. So I'm curious, in your work and in your political career, have you ever felt that your personal safety was ever threatened?
Well,
Josh Shapiro would be a depressing candidate. Josh or Pete? Mayor Pete.
I don't want to get into that, but do we have security issues?
Wow.
Is that your question? Of course we do.
Wow.
And I'm not the
And the more power that you have, the higher the concern of that security?
I don't want to get into it. But those are issues.
But that's why I find
I just want to let you know.
But it's not, look,
Wait, security? I got distracted. I missed something. Hold on.
Ever threatened?
Well, I don't want to get into that, but do we have security issues?
Wow.
Is that your question? Of course we do. Wow. And I'm not.
He usually won't like answer these sorts of personal questions. I remember so one time, like I think in 2020, somebody asked him like, "Oh, have you ever been in love?" And he was like, "Why the hell are you asking me this?"
And the more power,
or like, have you ever like had your heart broken? That's what it was. Obviously, it's like if he's married, he's been in love, whatever.
The higher the concern of that security?
I don't want to get into it. But those are issues.
But that's why I find
I just want to let you know.
But it's not, look,
Bernie, we're here to bang for you, bro.
Yeah.
We're here to bang for you. If you need anything, you let us know.
All right,
okay. You still got a lot of love in New York City. You're safe here, man. I can't say anything for Idaho, but if you need anything in the 5 boroughs, we got you. Okay.
Sorry, if I may follow up on one thing that you brought up earlier, revolutionizing education. How would you do that beyond paying teachers more? I just need to know.
I think sitting kids at a desk for long hours is probably not the best way to create the kind of creativity that we want in kids. At the end of the day, if you are excited about learning, you're going to learn. Mm-hmm. And if I pound that excitement out of you that every child instinctively has and tell you to memorize, what George Washington did.
You're talking about like Montessori type schools in public now?
I'm going to make school a painful experience. So interesting, I use Finland as an example because their kids, they usually do better. Their kids, they allow their kids to be kids, to play a lot, to socialize a lot. But you got to keep the spark alive. And once that spark is alive, curiosity is alive, learning takes place, the rest takes place. So I think you need a revolution in that sense of the word. And also, of course, the financial barrier should be eliminated. I don't care if you're low income, you want to become an engineer, you'd be able to do that. So those are some of the
Before you leave, how can people who feel like your message has really resonated with them today help? Help you, help the cause?
Yeah, look, we are trying to do something which is very, very difficult. And I think we're having some success, and we've had some success, is, come to our social media. We have a Senate page and we have a campaign page, more political. We are supporting and will be supporting more progressive candidates running for Congress, Senate, and so forth. And I will tell you, think outside of the box in your own lives. These are unprecedented times, and we've got to respond in an unprecedented way. And you think, and each and every one of us is different. You don't want to run for office, fine. What else can you be doing? Help people form a union. Become involved in education in a way you did not be involved before. You think it through. But we need more participation. We don't need what the system really, and this I've experienced, I've seen it a million times. What the oligarchs and the ruling class want you to believe is that you're powerless. You have no power. And once you accept that, they win. They win. We have power. We're a lot more. The joy that I've had in my life is to be in every state in this country and talk to, I've been in rallies where you see these wonderful people, often young people, they're black and they're white and they're Latino, and they're gay and they're straight and they're out there and they want a different America. And that's what inspires me. I've seen it with my own eyes.
And Bernie's seen the polycules out on the streets.
They're out
He
there.
knows.
They don't believe in greed, and they don't believe in, you know, so many of the things that we're seeing right now. Those people are going to stand up. You got to come to the plate. And
Would it be better if Trump or Obama was president next? LOL, in terms of what comes after. Don't come into my chat and say scary things like this.
we've got to do what we can to transform.
Although I have heard from different legal opinions, like the opinions of individual lawyers, that there are constitutional arguments that are seriously entertained that Trump could actually run for like another term, because it says like the amendment of the Constitution says it just can't be consecutive or whatever. So it's the same with Obama, like a lot of these, but like to me, it like goes against the spirit of what's intended in the Constitution, but like wouldn't be surprised if they did.
The country. Time is late. We're dealing with authoritarianism. We're dealing with climate. So let's get involved in ways that we've never been involved before.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for being
Well,
here.
thank you. Let me thank you. This has been a great discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Oh, Bernie. How are we doing? Let's see. No worries, sir. I need to fucking fix Nightbot. It's annoying. It's supposed to help me, but all it is just annoying to me. You know, I wanted to finish before I headed off. I wanted to finish that debate that Pisco was having with these people that like think Hassan is lying, but then I saw that he started another debate on this with Irrelevant, and I'm like kind of curious about that. I'm sure the Supreme Court will uphold that and deal with another term of his illegal bullshit. Probably not wrong, unfortunately. But when did I get like 50 something viewers on YouTube? Well, hello guys. If you're watching me on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream, please go ahead and do so. You should also subscribe to me. And you can donate to me in my description box. There's Ko-fi and Streamlabs. And if you're on Twitch, you can subscribe to me using Prime for free. Okay. Hi. Okay. Let's see. Where does this actually start?
It's questionable whether or not he could have left at any period of time.
Okay. Still arguing over the Hassan detention.
Let's start with Hassan and let's finish on the injunctions.
Sounds good. Hit me.
Okay. All right. So based on what, or actually, do you want to tell me what your opinion is on Hassan's detainment?
Yeah. So I basically think the following. I think that Hassan was detained. I have to say this because a lot of people seem to disagree with some base facts or first principles. I think it's more likely than not Hassan was detained. I think that Hassan probably either lied, exaggerated, was wrong, or
Thank you for gifting a sub. Mr. Brain did one.
whatever you want to say. More likely than not, I would say deliberately exaggerated / lied about the amount of time that his detainment took. I think that Hassan generally probably is upplaying, you know, the story in general. But I think it's more likely than not that either he was pulled over, that is to say detained, he was questioned, or the series of questions had to do with viewpoint discrimination. That is, but for his viewpoints on Trump and Israel-Palestine, he was either stopped, questioned, or the specific
This is so quiet for some reason.
line of questioning was initiated. And in other words, I think that some part of this encounter constituted viewpoint discrimination. And that's bad.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's first define detainment under that, because depending on how we define some of these things, we'll kind of structure the conversation. So as I've seen at least some of his speech about his detainment, it seems like it's questionable whether or not he could have left at any period of time. What is your, it seems like at one point in the retelling of the story, he says, Like, am I detained? Like, can I just go? And then he seems to imply that the conversation just ended there, and then he could leave.
Yeah.
So
I'll start by, you asked me, like, let's define detainment. I take detainment to be what's known as a constitutional seizure, and that basically is I take to be two kind of.
Fuck, I just looked up the difference between this a couple of weeks ago because there was this teacher, I think her name is like Christine or Christina Formella or something like that. She's a teacher in Illinois, and she's currently being charged with, like, I don't know, she like raped a student of hers or something like that a few years ago. And the body cam of her arrest went viral on TikTok, and there were different strategies that the police officer who detained her, who actually did arrest her because he put her in cuffs, even though he was saying like, oh, I'm just detaining you to bring you from point A to point B. There's a detective down at the police station who needs to question you regarding some open case. He wouldn't give her more details. And he was saying like, oh, you're only detained, but she couldn't, he put her in cuffs and he took her downtown. So clearly she couldn't just leave. But fuck, let me see if I can find the differences.
Did the police put you under a reasonable apprehension that you were not free to go? Basically, I can boil that down to one element for now. I've reserved the right to add another element, as I recall my con law. But basically, if the police or any kind of government official is putting you in a reasonable apprehension that you are not free to go, I would consider you to be detained. And so that, yeah.
So when you say reasonable apprehension, to be clear,
yeah, and like as soon as they put handcuffs on you or whatever, even if they, that's what it was. Even if they say, oh, you're just being detained, like you're not being arrested, if they start to ask you questions without reading you your Miranda rights, then they've violated your constitutional protections. If they detain you and they're like this guy who refused to answer any of her questions and he really did just bring her before, it's still like technically like just he didn't have to read her any Miranda rights and was still allowed to move her from point A to point B. It's weird. Cops are given like so much fucking leeway. And I'll never forget that my constitutional law professor in universities was like, cops every single day in America make more decisions than like lawyers and like legal minds and judges like ever will, just by how they decide to enforce the law.
Are you just saying like the average person would reasonably assume that you're not free to go?
Correct.
Or
So
what do you
example-
mean?
So for example, if a cop pulls a gun on you and says, don't move, right? A crazy person who doesn't understand guns, doesn't understand causality, would just be like, whatever, I'm free, I'm free as a bird, and they don't really understand anything. Notwithstanding that, like particular person has a kind of esoteric, or I should say, idiosyncratic vision of guns and of being
Lawyer aid? No, it was just an elective that I took for my bio degree, which I'm putting to good use right now.
under arrest and of what they do. A reasonable person in that situation would feel that they are not free to go. They don't have the freedom of liberty to go where they want to go. Likewise, if you're pulled over by a police, right? You'll say you're pulled over by a cop. A reasonable person in that situation, when there's lights behind you, and a cop is pulling up to your door, is not under a reasonable does not believe that they are free to go in that moment, that they have the freedom of movement. There could be some edge cases, but I believe that a person in Hassan's position, being stopped at the border, specifically for questioning, for what the government admits is an inspection, would not feel that they are free to go, and so therefore he was detained and under arrest. Now, because Hassan later on is supposing, or he's like saying, I guess I could have, tried to stop the cops from detaining me if I just like brought up some things. That's him speculating, number one, and it doesn't really matter because in the moment when he was being questioned, he had been put into reasonable apprehension that he was not free to go. And as a point of fact, later on, the government admitted that they.
Well, this is why I didn't understand when he was explaining the story, why it took him until it wasn't until the end of the conversation with the customs officer that he actually asked him, why am I being detained, or asked these questions? What was the reason for the stop? To me, that would be the first thing I would have asked.
Did inspect.
And then I wouldn't have spoken to them like he did.
And then quote unquote released him. And so under my definition, I think it fits. Under what the government is purporting to say, I think it matters. I don't think that Hassan's after encounter speculations matter for whether or not he was detained.
Well, what I'm referring to was a statement that he at least claims that he made to the person.
Oh yeah. So once he asked that question and the cop says you are, or the ICE officer or DHS officer, sorry.
I'm not as content brain, nor am I as rich,
Right,
he's got the money that to get himself out of an issue that could have come about in that circumstance.
Says he's free to go. At that point, I think he's no longer detained. But he's detained before.
Okay. So So it is from your position that he was detained the entire time, and when he asked if he could go, because I think what he said was like,
I think they can do it for any reason if you're crossing the border, or at least claim it's random. They can claim it's random. They can basically, under the guise, like, all they have to do is say that they have security concerns. You know, they had probable cause, or they had a security concern, and that literally could be anything, you know. So functionally, they can do whatever.
asked if he could go, and then there was a little bit of like back and forth.
Yeah.
And he ultimately just like left. I don't think he directly said you're free to go, but like there was some back and forth, and then he left, and there was some speculation as to whether or not he was properly detained, I guess.
I mean, like, after he's like stayed, answered their questions for a little bit, and they're still not letting him go, and he asks like, am I being detained or free to go? That's usually at the point where they're like, okay, well, you didn't say anything that gives us probable cause to arrest you, so they really do have to let them go.
So when the government is being a little bit weird about it, or whether or not he says it directly, and then they later like have some either body language or signaling or whatever implicit thing that signals to him that he can go, at that point, I don't think he's detained anymore. But I think any reasonable person in Hassan's shoes in the prior situation would believe that they don't have the freedom of liberty to go. And the mere fact that afterwards the government's being a little cagey about whether the detainment was proper, whether or not he was ever under a detainment or an arrest, that for me doesn't matter. What matters is, what did the police do? What did the CPP officers do? And whether a reasonable person would feel as though that they were free to go in that moment. And I guess I'll put the question, I'll ask the question to you, Relly. Do you think that if the customs officer pulls you aside and says, hey, we need to bring you to another room and ask you some questions, would you feel that a reasonable person thinks that they're free to go?
No, I don't think a reasonable person would believe they're free to go, no.
So I therefore think that
only a sovereign citizen.
He was detained.
Okay. So I personally, as for the detainment, I'm not sure if, like, for me, when I'm looking at detainment, I would look more at like the kind of like history and stuff, or the context of how that is typically conducted, like a CBP interview. I have no idea personally how
the history,
like, it's typically conducted if you are technically detained. Because I've never been out of the country. I've never been interviewed in such a manner. So I actually don't know if this would, like,
I guess the holdup here is like, was he really detained, or was he just pulled for a screening? But to me, that like sidesteps the entire issue of the thing, which is that they started asking him about his like political affiliation and thoughts. And I just don't see how that's, even if it's like, even if I took them at their word that this is like a routine security related like screening or whatever, like why would that ever come up?
Free to leave at any time or
not? What do you take to be detainment? So what do you mean by when you say, I don't know if that would qualify as detainment or something like that? What do you think detainment is?
So like, for instance, if a cop were to say, hey, come here, I want to ask you some questions, I would assume I'm not detained. Right?
I mean, you don't even have to answer their questions. You can just say, I'm not discussing my day, and keep going.
I would have
There's like there is some information that you're required to give. Like if they ask you your name, you have to give your name. You can't lie about your name. If they ask you like where you are, like where you live and stuff like that, like your address, like these types of things, you're not allowed to lie about. But other than that, you don't have to answer their questions.
Like, and they're bringing me, I would say the only material difference here would be, the substantial material difference here would be the past context of whether or not, I guess this is like a typical day. I genuinely do not know. When CBP pulls you off to the side, I don't know if you're free to leave. Like, that's my main thing about like detainment is, if I just walk away, can they do anything?
Well, that is like whether you're
try it.
If I just walk away.
Try walking away from customs in the airport. See what happens.
That's like whether you're actually free to go. But let me give you an example. So you gave one of the cops. I think it's a good example of the kind of ambiguities that cops will rely on to try to get people to give away their rights. So imagine instead that in your situation, you're hypothetical. The cop says, "Come over here and answer some questions," and commands it like that. Do you think that you're free to go?
Yeah.
Or sorry,
I would assume not. No, I would assume not. No.
But say the cop is just being sketchy, and he would act if the guy just went away, he would move on, right? So in actual,
I mean, most people would succumb to that, but you could just say no and keep going, and then unless they chase you down and say like, no, but you're being whatever, we need to pull you in for questioning, only then, you know.
Right? The person, if he left, there would be no consequences. But he's trying to make that guy be like a little afraid, and so he does that. Notwithstanding the fact that if the guy could, that is to say like the suspect or whatever, could actually walk away scot-free, I think that we would consider that detainment under like normal American constitutional jurisprudence, notwithstanding the fact that he could actually go if he wanted to and not face any consequence. I think it's pretty much, for me, an easy case at the airport, because at the airport people assume kind of that your rights mean less. Now, some of your rights, there are some exceptions and some shortcuts that people can go for some of your rights in the airport. And so people kind of just assume that they just follow the direction of the CBP customs officer. And so I take kind of any instruction, but hey, step aside. Hey, stay right here. Don't, or hey, we got to take you into questioning. I think most people would be under reasonable apprehension that they're not free to go. And I think that's what matters, right? Whether or not he could have actually stepped up and gone.
And there's always, you would actually expect a lot more cooperation in these circumstances than if a cop was trying to be this way as you're like walking down the street or something, because we're talking about like TSA and people not wanting to be held up in the airport for hours and hours, or they don't want to jeopardize like be put on a fucking no-fly list or something like that. Like that's where people's minds go. Like this could escalate very, very quickly. If I try to say like, no, I don't need to do that or whatever, they could refuse to let me on like my next flight if you're like catching a connecting flight, or like not let me go home or something like that. So people just go along with the interaction to try to end it as quickly as possible.
Got out, for me, isn't the key test for whether or not you're detained. It's what the officers are doing that would put some, a reasonably apprehensible person, aware of on notice about whether or not they're free to go or not. That's what I think is the key test.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but I think the that specific distinction would cause for more of a judgment as to whether or not there is a misuse of or a deliberate attempt to obfuscate what the authority or the bounds of the authority of the officer is, right? That's what I would say is more of like kind of at the discretion there, less like kind of some idea of like like is the detention, or is it proper to question somebody or not? It's more of whether or not the illusion of detention is properly.
Do you still have to take off your shoes? I mean, like in American airports and stuff like that, if you don't have TSA pre-check, they usually make you. Sometimes you'll go to an airport and it's so busy that they're like telling people not to do it, but for the most part, you usually do, unless you have pre-check.
Deployed or not. Like
I would actually define detention as that, as someone who's been put in reasonable apprehension that they're not free to go. That is what I would define as the detention itself. Now you could say, so I would have an additional.
Also, like I don't think it's coming from a bad place, but to me, these arguments about like, well, isn't this routine? Isn't this normal? It's like, well, first of all, Homeland Security is a very, very new branch of the government, that only came about under George Bush Jr. So ICE, customs, like all that, like these things are new for the most part. Or maybe not customs, but like, let's see. When was Customs and Border Patrol created? Yeah, Border Patrol. The Customs had been around. Yep. Like there were agencies that existed, but not in the modern form as we know them today until pretty recently. But what sidesteps the whole issue about asking like, oh, isn't this like typical or whatever, is like somebody said it in chat, like this feels similar to like the issue of police pulling over black men driving but not charging. Some people might say no charges, not saying no problem, but that misses the bigger bigger issue. And this is like kind of how I feel about people trying to compare it to like other interactions, because unless you know somebody that's had like a TSA screening or you've personally experienced it, they don't really have like a good point of reference. But that should not be like the status quo anyway.
Concept, which is like, I don't know, physical custody, where someone is in actual physical custody, and is actually is exercising control over that individual, maybe. But I would define,
especially when it's a fucking TSA, when you actually look at the stats, like how ineffective the TSA is at doing their job.
And the detention as that reasonable apprehension that someone's not free to go. And so regardless of whether or not the cop, in his subjective mindset, if asked, would say move along, get out of here, I would still say that you're notwithstanding that detained. Similar to, let's say that the cop, like a totally irresponsible cop, is just has a gun, his hand on his gun, which is out of its holster, and says, hey, Rally, come over here. And he's actually has no intention whatsoever of keeping you in jail or arresting you. And actually, if you said fuck you, cop, and walked away, he would do nothing, right? And so in that situation,
yeah, this is what it was, like this. TSA is a waste of money that doesn't save lives and might actually cost them. I have to pay for this now? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, you got the idea. I think Vox would lie to you.
Actually free to go, right? You're actually free to go. Would you think that you're being detained in that moment, and that you are detained?
Would I reasonably interpret what I'm?
Would you reasonably?
I would reasonably interpret that I would.
Sorry,
I was being detained if a cop said those things. To me. But if I walked away and they did nothing, I would say that my assumption was incorrect. I wasn't detained.
Yeah,
they just wanted to make it appear as though I was detained.
Yeah, so I'm going to try not to be circular. I'm not going to say, do you reasonably fear that you're detained? What I'm going to ask you is, do you think that person who is responding to that cop with a hand on the gun, do you think that person is detained?
Do I think they are detained?
Yeah.
I guess what I'm drawing is a separation between
at this point it doesn't matter because they're using like intimidation tactics to attempt to get you to like stick around, you know.
Legality
that just sounds like the cop is fishing.
Detainment, like the actual validity of detainment versus the perception of detainment. And that's kind of the distinction that I guess I'm drawing here. Okay. Is that the perception is that, of course, you're detained. Like no reasonable person, like nobody is going to assume that they're not detained. But the validity of that.
OGs of TN wrote an amendment specifically so someone who hadn't served 2 consecutive terms could run for a 3rd term. At the time, Biden and Trump were the only eligible living presidents.
That detainment would be in question. But either way, I don't think this is super material to the discussion because as I've seen you have this discussion before, you refer to pretty consistently like viewpoint discrimination based on what Hassan has said. So in your mind, because it sounds like in one of the conversations at least that there are some First Amendment speech, protected speech that you can do that would warrant a like questioning from like some entity, right?
Correct.
Or from CBP in this instance,
yes.
correct?
So for example, if it's First Amendment protected speech to say, hey, I contracted a virus, the West Nile virus or something, right? That's protected speech. The government can't punish you for saying I contracted the West Nile virus. But if the government detains you for that, or if the government asks you questions about that,
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit to see if it ever progresses beyond Fisco. Like giving Relly a lecture. Let's see.
You are not being detained or questioned or subjected to questions on the basis of your viewpoint regarding whether or not it's a good thing that you contracted West Nile, whether or not your opinion about whether you have or don't have a disease. What they're stopping you for is for not the purpose of viewpoint discrimination, but the purpose of ascertaining like the health consequences of your entry into the country. Likewise, if Hassan had said something like, "Yeah, I met with a Houthi representative and we exchanged some money and something in Yemen," as opposed to him going to France or whatever, and you were being stopped to ask about that, right? There, you're not being questioned because you're pro Houthi or because. But because of the material support criminal, it's a criminal action to material support a terrorist organization, and that has been found under Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project to not raise First Amendment concerns. It's an exception to the First Amendment. And so if he did that, if there was some evidence,
which was a controversial ruling, but still
that he were materially supporting a foreign terrorist organization, you question about that for the purpose of aiding a criminal investigation. I also think that would not be viewpoint discrimination.
I think like the argument was from like groups like the Carter Foundation, like Jimmy Carter's foundation, for example. They were like, now it's making it impossible or almost and like illegal in some circumstances for us to communicate with different orgs we want to like renounce violence just because they've previously participated in it.
I take to be viewpoint discrimination is you're subjecting him to either to detainment or to questioning because you favor some views over other views. And that I think is what's going on, at least in one of the areas of constitutional analysis. That is to say, he would not be stopped or questioned about material support, but for his protected First Amendment speech. And so the example.
Okay, so let's take the Houthi example, or let's imagine a hypothetical.
Yeah.
That this is a separate hypothetical, but I'm curious if we had intelligence that showed that there was a known terrorist inside of an area speaking to individuals, and this individual was in an area with a lot of people, right? Mm-hmm. And Hassan was one of them. Would you say that if they didn't interview every single person, stop every single person who is, let's say there's 150 people, they didn't, and they're all coming through the airport at once, crazy hypothetical. They don't stop every single person, but they do stop Hassan on the basis of his favorability towards, let's say, it was a Houthi, right? Because of his First Amendment protected speech. Would you say that's illegitimate?
If there is evidence, so this is the example I'm taking, so I just want to make sure I understand it. There's evidence that there is a person in an area, right? A Houthi person.
Correct.
And
Correct.
You don't have evidence that he met with anybody, right? Or do
Correct.
you? Okay. And
you do not.
Okay. And the only thing, and you're stopping people along the border, and you only have Hassan's previous statements about the Houthis, yes, I believe it would be viewpoint discrimination to stop Hassan only, or to target Hassan and say we're definitely going to stop this guy because previously he's voiced support for the Houthis. So yes, I do take. Now, if there's some additional indicia that there was a meeting that took place there, and that there was a U.S. citizen who had a meeting with that specific Houthi in that specific place, maybe you have a stronger case. But it would be as though like so I'll give you another example. Suppose that there's the same example, but now there's only everyone's coming back and there's only one Muslim, and you say let's stop that Muslim because he's more likely to have met with that Houthi. What would you say there?
Well, I would say that that's illegitimate, but that's because being Muslim doesn't have the correlation with whatever it is that you're trying to catch. In this case, it would be terrorist actions.
Yeah, but Houthis are Shia Muslims, right? So, or in general, they're more likely to be Shia Muslims. So suppose there's a Shia Muslim.
I was going to say, you could absolutely make the case that there's going to be a correlation there.
Who's coming over?
Yeah, but you can also make the argument that they're like brown. Most of them are brown. So.
Yeah, you could make that argument.
Yes, and they have. This is how you got stop and frisk in New York State.
Yeah, you could also make
that argument. We would appeal to a reasonable.
Right? So say for example, everyone.
I mean, like they're found unconstitutional, but like these are policies that were around and persisted for years before they were overturned.
It's coming back as Christian, white Christian. They're all.
But this is like how racial profiling ends up being codified.
White Christians from Sweden, and there was there was a Houthi guy there, and then there's one Shia Muslim who's is wearing traditional Islamic garb and is coming back. Does the government have a right to target that person and say, well, all these rest of these people are Swedish, Nordic white people, and this guy's the one Shia Muslim coming back from a place where there was a leader of the Houthis? Could you stop him? Or could you stop him on the
because the connection between what you wear and your religion is not strong enough in comparison to your stated outspoken political opinion.
Right. So I think that if we're talking about religion, you would say no, even though there's a degree of correlation. People who support the Houthis, you agree they're much more likely to be Muslim. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know. The online left right now, I don't know. There's a lot of white atheists right now that might do you wrong on that one.
They're coming back from Farrant, and under the circumstances, let's say even you think
Ellie should concede on this.
Someone met with this Houthi or whatever, and all these other people, they're Swedish. The connection between Swedes and Houthis, that's got to be low propensity. And so, why don't we
I would argue that that's simply way too far down the reasonable chain. I think what you have when you're talking about a guy who said, America deserved 9/11, who said that he has nothing wrong, he sees nothing wrong with what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea, or no, he said everything that the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea is morally justifiable. It's like it's all right. He's gone on he's had a known Houthi who said he was a soldier on his stream.
All of this is unambiguously protected free speech to me.
And glazed, all these different things. I think we're getting far closer to any reasonable person's understanding of this person might support a terrorist organization in comparison to just somebody who's Muslim.
Okay, so I just want to make sure before we move on, though, to understand what your thoughts are about this.
Because they spoke positively of them, but now that's supposed to be used to justify Customs and Border Patrol beginning a line of inquisition and starting to question him on his political opinions. Even though they don't have evidence of material support beyond just him voicing that opinion.
I do believe it's more likely than not that Hassan's stated views on the Houthis or on America, he said that America deserves 9/11, or all the crazy things he's saying about what's justified, what's not justified. You do think it's more likely than not that those specific views influence either his stop, the fact that he was questioned, or the specific line of questioning, correct? You do think that his viewpoints
I truly don't know, and my basis of ignorance is based on a lack of knowledge of how frequently people get pulled aside for stuff like this. I've heard a lot of people.
But remember, I saw there was a tweet from Raleigh where he was like, Hassan is literally a stochastic terrorist or something.
Responding to this, talk about how ridiculous this is because they get stopped all the time, get asked a bunch of weird questions all the time. This is incredibly common, and just laughing at how common it is. So I've never been out of the country. I've never been through customs. That's never happened to me once. So I've never personally experienced it, nor have I looked up anything like it. If I had to say whether or not it's possible, it's definitely possible in this politically charged time that somebody recognized him and then pulled him aside. But I truly couldn't speak to the likelihood, even on his retelling of the story, which I would argue there's reason to be skeptical of his retelling of the story. I'm not certain, but
I think that people are stopped for stuff. People are asked annoying questions, but assuming that he were asked, "Do you support Trump?" If he were asked that, would you agree that there's viewpoint discrimination going on? More likely than not.
More likely than not, or I don't know. I'd have to see the whole conversation and how it went down.
I feel like Relly wants to say yeah, but it's justified.
The way that he's retelling the
story,
sus
or whatever,
in a hypothetical idea where he's talking about how he's oh yeah, I just want to see where this goes. I want to see how far I can take this. Where he's offering up information that makes it sound like he frankly fucking hates the government and fucking hates America is what it sounds like. He's the types of information he's offering up. Yeah, I could see him asking a question about Trump.
Yeah, so I think that
that question maybe could elucidate or lead to maybe
why.
sympathies for like a Trump assassination attempt or something like that, like one of the assassinations attempts. I literally don't know. I don't know where that could lead.
Really supporting neo-McCarthyism because Hassan Bad is insane. I mean, he thinks he's like a stochastic terrorist or whatever, but I don't think he realizes just how high the threshold is for that term. It's like literally like Alex Jones level, maybe Tucker Carlson level, not Hassan.
But if you're premising those lines of questioning, right? So it's possible a line of questioning about whether you support Trump could lead to someplace criminally productive. It also could not, right? But like the idea is, do you think that he would be asked those questions if he were a Trump supporter, right? If he were a Trump supporter, would he be asked whether or not he supports the president?
I mean, probably not, because they would just assume that he does.
Right. So they're subjecting him to this line of questioning and additional burdens, in my opinion, because he takes a particular view. That is, he takes a particular view against Trump and against Israel. And my prior on that is informed both by the specific line of questioning, but also because this kinds of things are happening to people in the immigration context all over. So in the case of canceling student visas, they're literally looking up individuals using AI and search tools to find out who was responsible for an op-ed, right? In the Ozturk situation, they did a similar situation.
I think that's ridiculous. I think all of that is obviously egregious, and I would agree.
But have you considered Hassan Bad?
Agree with the strong
Even though, like, articulate the functional difference to me between a woman being detained because she co-authored an op-ed that was critical of Israel to her college newspaper or whatever, versus pulling Hassan aside, Customs and Border Patrol pulling him aside because he said he's expressed support for the Houthis on his Twitch stream. It's still political speech. It's controversial, but this ends up being the most important speech to protect. And I wonder if the argument from irrelevant, though, would be, well, I'm not saying that he can't say it, but if you're going to say it, then it's going to lead to you having to be subjected to these additional screenings. But,
condemnations.
I don't see how that follows from that.
Or that type of conduct. But I don't think that this meets merit. This just seems like the way that it's been described to me and the way that I see it is CBP pulled him aside. Whether they pulled him aside because of who they recognize him or not, they pulled him aside. It's hard to tell. And then he was subjected to
also the government like taking time out of their day and like resources to like track what Hassan is saying. It's just like, dude, you're like tracking him LARPing.
A line of questioning where it sounds like by his own admission, kind of smugly wanted to lead him down a dialogue.
Like, does he believe it? Yeah, but do I actually think it's amounting to fucking material support? Isn't like the biggest criticism of Hassan that he doesn't actually like, from people that don't like him, that he doesn't, live his values or whatever, and doesn't actually put like, effort into the causes he supposedly supports. Why would this be any different?
Dialogue tree where he seems to describe his,
like, to me, either he's lazy or not. I think this idea that like, oh no, like he's definitely might be funneling money or doing something like materially supporting the Houthis. That's something that's up for debate. But then in every other instance, he is just like a rich champagne socialist that doesn't actually care about the causes and doesn't do more than like charity streams, which is funneling other people's money.
Latest hits where he's like talking about essentially how much he doesn't like America and likes Houthis, had the Hezbollah, Hamas, and all these other.
You can talk about how you don't like America on stream. You can talk about that anywhere.
Other things. He interviewed a Houthi, stuff like this, which is going to prompt more questioning.
Yeah, so
it seems like he just had political views. Yes, I agree, political views.
Again, now like saying that like being outspoken about not liking America should be like the pretext for being stopped at customs. Why?
That would, I think, have a CBP officer be willing to, or interested in further questioning.
My prior on that is that the CBP officer probably knew where they were going, and it wasn't just like, oh, let's just pull on this tree a little bit and let's get to some questions about Houthis. Right? I think that the CBP officer, in pulling on those specific strands, isn't doing so blind. And there's been many accounts of of them checking social media of individuals. And so I think more likely than not, they did check his social media. And therefore, the line of question they're pursuing is based on Hassan's speech, at least in some context. Now, you could say, the reason I'm asking this is, although I wasn't sure I was going to get that response from you, I wanted to at least have some agreement with you that it's likely that they knew about his views prior to the questioning, that they were asking him about his views, not in ignorance, but they were pulling on strands which they largely knew that he had certain opinions, and that those opinions were anti-Israel and anti-Trump. That I think is the most likely situation.
I think if I were to believe that he was pulled aside for questioning, I think none of it had to do with him being anti-Israel and anti-Trump. More of it had to do with the fact that this dude, unironically, on live in front of 200,000 people, said kidnapping civilians is not a problem, shamed a person for saying that kidnapping civilians isn't an issue, praised the Houthis, then said everything that they are doing in the...
Okay, now he's like putting words in his mouth. I know what he's getting at, because he was like, the Houthis are doing something moral And then Ethan was like, they're kidnapping civilians. And I don't think at any point he ever said that that was good. But sure, like it leads to that. But to me, if this is going to be used against somebody to detain them for further questioning and interrogation of what they truly believe in the name of trying to get closer to the truth about whether or not they have materially supported like a terrorist, you're starting to get, you know, degrees of separation removed. To me, it would need to be far like as unambiguous as irrelevant as making it out to be, and it just wasn't.
Red Sea is morally justifiable, and you're a Zionist if you think otherwise.
Is that speech protected?
That would be far more likely.
That's what caused it. Is that speech protected if he said that?
Because he said you're a Zionist if you think otherwise, that like this is now again like this is such a low threshold. What?
We've already already argued that protected speech can warrant questioning.
Not, so by itself, no, right? So in the situation that you gave me, which there is a Houthi person in some place, and the person that you're targeting to stop is someone just based on their prior support for the Houthis in the United States, their statements. I answered you no, that was not justified.
Okay, so then let me give you a separate example. Let's say we have a 15-year-old kid who's going to school, and he praises online a bunch of school shooters. He says, "Oh my God, these are such great people." He talks about how, you know, he hates so many of the people at his school that are there, and he's really annoyed at all of his bullies, and he's just constantly giving praise to these school shooters. All of it's First Amendment protected speech. Should the police or FBI investigate him?
Yeah. So if you're praising a bunch of school shooters, again, the bar to.
Now we're talking about like proximity though, because if you're like a young boy in America, right? Now we're starting to increase the odds that there is actually a link between what you're saying and an outcome, you know, versus somebody expressing support for the Houthis in name only and like there's no evidence that they've actually sent them money. You're talking about a group on the other side of the world.
The bar to
like he said that to 200,000 people watching, and I would like stake money on it that like not a single person that was watching even has the ability to like go join up with the Houthis, you know?
Investigations is really, really low. And if you take a dispositional attitude in favor of school shooters, then I think in general, because we have such a high protection of schools in this country, it might be viewpoint discrimination to
also now this is also like the difference between like a kid saying these things versus an adult, but
to institute some additional burden on him, but it might be justified under strict scrutiny, what's known as the compelling purpose test, if you impose some kind of burden on him. But I think you can
because it's like already in that example, it's like he was saying like a 16, 17-year-old kid, and it's like, yeah, that makes more sense to me. But if you were talking about like an adult going online and praising school shooters, you know, as that being the justification to like investigate them, already sounds shaky to me.
You can investigate with very little rationale, but if you're imposing some burden on someone,
do you think it's improper? Do you think it's improper if a cop sees that, let's say on social media?
Like, what if you praise Putin online? You know, what if you praise the Kremlin or you praise the CCP? These groups have like far more blood on their hands and shady shit and violence connected to them. Could that now be justified? This is why I really agree with like the neo-McCarthyism shit, you know?
A cop his kid goes to the school, cop sees it on social media, sees the kid. Do you think it's improper for him to be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah, no. I don't think it's improper for him to ask questions for a security rationale of the school, right? And there you're not. But I want to be clear about that. You agree though. If and just you're raising concerns in the school context where First Amendment rights are much less. I want you to know that, right? So there's a specific doctrine related to First Amendment schools that touches on of kids.
Okay, well,
like, do you think irrelevant would ever be saying that somebody who's like enlisted in the United States military, who has gone online and like praised Chris Kyle and other like LARPers like that, should be looked into? You know, like the police should be launching investigations or taking them aside because they've expressed admiration for people that have talked about like, like given graphic accounts and descriptions of like their time and more, and are like largely not, what's the word? Like they don't feel any guilt or regret over what they've done. Like, no, I don't think he would be like, yeah, he would be like, no, that's normal.
Well, we can talk about public place. It doesn't have to be a school, right?
Well, I just want to tell you, there's specific case law and doctrine on First Amendment as applied to schools where like kids have used Snapchat in a way that has disrupted school activities. And in general, governments are much more empowered to infringe or to take measures that to protect students or to make sure
Yeah,
that
but isn't the same about
properly.
airports as well?
Yeah.
Isn't it like more so with airports? Aren't
No.
airports literally the place where you have like some of the least rights in America?
With respect to Fourth Amendment and like search and seizure, there's a exception for the Fourth Amendment, but you still have rights when it comes to the First Amendment.
Yeah, I'm not saying you don't have rights, but you're
just,
arguing less rights.
Just to be clear, that
In
same
context of speech in school, in an airport, I'm pretty sure you have like the least.
Just saying less rights isn't enough. That would justify stopping the Shia
Okay,
Muslim, right? Wait, that would justify stopping the Shia Muslim.
No, not less rights as in no rights, but your protections are lesser in an airport.
With
Because you're
respect to
making
the
an
Fourth
appeal
Amendment.
that, okay, yeah, well, you're making an appeal that the specific like school is like a specific zone. I feel like that does the hypothetical a disservice. I feel like the hypothetical is based on any reasonable grounds that any normal person would look at that and be like, this person might shoot this place up or plant an explosive, right? It doesn't have to be a school. It can be just a random sidewalk where there's like crowded people, a mall, anything like that. And I'm sure we could find a hypothetical that doesn't have special cutouts for these certain protections.
Yeah,
in your mind,
in general,
if a cop sees, so if a cop sees that you're posting on social media stuff that would have any reasonable person be very worried about the general public, but it's all First Amendment protected speech, you would say that it's illegitimate for that cop to bring that person aside and be like, hey, what's up? What's going on?
Yeah. So you're talking about a specific situation in which there are a bunch of like statements by.
As it is, it's like disconcerting to think that like cops are going out of their way to examine the social media feeds of kids to begin with. That should be not something that's already like not looked into unless they're getting tips or something like that. Not just, oh, they said this thing online that I don't like. Isn't like when like a credible tip would be something like, you know, this person just like exhibits antisocial behavior and they're making these sorts of expressions, you know, online where you have like, now you have kind of like an aggravating circumstance that would make it more reasonable that you should take it more seriously than just, oh, they're just like online being edgy.
By an individual that caused concern in the general public. And largely that concern has to do with like, for example, interpreting them as threats. That's number one. And true threats are not protected under the First Amendment. But you're trying to carve it out and say, suppose that they're concerning statements that don't trigger inquiries under true threats, that don't trigger inquiries under the various exceptions to the historical exception of the First Amendment. In that case, am I against a policy that burdens those views more than other views? The answer is yes. And yes, that's true. So for example,
you would agree that you would view that as viewpoint discrimination.
Yeah. So for example, in the context of a school shooter, I can see many ways in which that investigation would be proper and justified because you interpret those as true threats because of the lower amount of rights that people have in schools, the right of the schools to be secure. But if you funnel down that pathway and you eventually got to the situation where, okay, he's not a true threat. He didn't mean that as a true threat. This is all protected speech. You couldn't burden this person additionally. I hope you agree with this, right? This person who worshiped the school shooters. You couldn't say, okay, this person who worshiped the school shooters after we've investigated that it's not a true threat or whatever. Now he's going to be subjected to additional security measures at airports. Could you?
Additional security measures at airports? No, because you investigated him to be not like a legitimate threat. He's just like really weird.
Okay, so now take the following situation, right? You support someone who supports Al Qaeda. You say, I think Al Qaeda is doing the right thing. I think America is a vicious empire, and yeah, I do think that terrorism is sometimes justified.
Pisco's being way more charitable than I would be, given the way that Irrelevant is already outlined that he looks at the Hassan situation with respect to like, oh, he was praising the Houthis, he's praising them like taking civilians or whatever. Or is at the very least like de facto endorsing it, right? When Ethan presents that information in front of him and Hassan's still willing to say, oh, they're doing something moral or whatever. Couldn't you make that same, like you could justify like looking into somebody for like child abuse if you could get them to say, if you knew that they were a Muslim, you get them to say, oh, I praise and love Allah, like I worship him. Bring to their attention, oh, well, did you know that he had like a 6-year-old wife? What do you think about that? And they say, oh, well, it's fine because at the time, like, that was, culturally accepted or normal. And then from there, you leverage the fact that you presented them with that information. Afterwards, we're still able to confirm that they made apology. They were like an apologism for it, effectively. Apologist for it. And that they still said that they, worship Islam and Allah. Couldn't you like start leveraging stuff like this as well? It just gets into these sorts of like very, very quickly you're using just like thin ground to justify like a lot of like state action
against imperialist forces. And you write a whole book about it and you release that book and then you leave the country, you're a US citizen and come back.
And like, I don't think that Irrelevant would back up and say like, oh yeah, well, it's reasonable to look into somebody, actually start an investigation or start questioning somebody who's made those sorts of statements related to like, child marriage or something like that.
Is the government justified in stopping this person?
I mean, I think they
and Pisco's saying like with Al Qaeda
could possibly be for just asking questions. Yeah, I think if they're just asking questions.
Okay, so I'll take it one step further and saying, okay, this person doesn't support Al Qaeda, but they do support the Palestinians, and they do refer to October 7th. Okay, but they do think that October 7th was justified. See, October 7th was justified because the Palestinians. That's an act of resistance.
Why? I kind of draw the line at like not like some esoteric idea of like resistance against this. It's if you say, I have no issue with these terrorist groups enacting active.
Wasn't he outlining that by saying if they like make an explicit statement of support for Hamas?
Like definitional acts of terrorism is actually justified. That's where I draw the line where it's like,
you know what? If you're
going to say stuff like that, I think it's fine.
Wait a second.
Ask you a couple of questions.
So if someone says,
so by this standard, there really is just no protected political speech.
I think October 7th was justified. The government is okay.
Like you're confining people to only have the only opinions that they could have that wouldn't lead them to be under like this level of scrutiny anywhere else that they went is literally just going to be if you support Democrats or Republicans. I think slightly to the right and slightly to the left of those things.
Okay for the government to target those people.
I mean, I would hope that it would be more than just that one statement. I would need more than just that one statement. In this case specifically, because we have a specific case in front of us with Hassan, he has built not only, it seems like a large chunk of his career off of this, but he's like doubling and tripling down. We have a individual that I would say there is, I would genuinely say based on his conduct publicly, there is a fair idea that terrorists would target this guy for possible recruitment or figuring out ways for them to like, in fact, I would wager almost certainly a terrorist group in the Middle East has attempted to make contact with Hassan. Almost certainly. That is attempted to be happening.
Yeah,
almost
if there's any indicia, right? So like this is the same rationale of the communist scare. I'll let you know, right? So there were American communists in this country in the 1950s and 60s and further on. And there were a great deal of actions taken by this government to initiate investigations and saying, of course, there must have been contacted by someone from the Comintern or the international, communist groups. And on the basis of that, and communism was a real threat back in the day, right? Like they took over Czechoslovakia. The Iron Curtain was on the move. And so, and there actually were, by the way, many noted instances of espionage where they stole the atomic secrets. They stole the a bunch of.
So I'm just going to say that this is a massive departure because there's a lot of historic stuff that we did that was illegitimate in our investigations and stomping on people's rights in regards to their support for communism or suspected support for communism. I don't believe you getting asked questions in a manner that is literally identical to random people.
I mean, they fired people. They fired universities and professors. They had like universities like Harvard cooperating with that, even though publicly they said they weren't. Would he be in support of like, let's say Hassan stopped streaming and, took on some job or something like that? Would he say that it was legitimate for him to be dismissed, fired, etc. because of that?
Walking through the airport and that this happens incredibly frequently, I don't think having that happen to you is stomping on your rights. Wait, there's literally a die roll chance that that's going to happen to you no matter what.
Wait, no, that you're asked about.
We're not talking about
that you're asked about your political.
Said this yesterday. It's just like the Red Scare. I mean, like there's too many similarities to ignore it.
Opinions. Wait, you agree this asking about political opinions, right?
Say again?
You agree that he was asked about his political opinions? If you
based on his retelling, he was asked about political opinions.
When I do not think it's common for U.S. citizens coming abroad to come back and be asked about their political opinions. I don't think that's
okay. I mean, I feel like, what is it? Just typically like, where are you coming from? Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
right?
not political, right? That's not political opinion. That's not your viewpoint.
That's
right?
not political.
They're asking, like,
I don't know
this,
what invoked the conversation about his political opinions, though, because he in the retelling.
Are you now, or have you ever been a supporter of the Houthis?
Of the story, he seems giddy about the idea. He said that he was.
We'll touch that.
He was like ready to crack open how far that this line of dialogue could go.
We'll touch on that, and I do want to address that because I think people have misinterpreted that and taken the opposite, interpretation of what I think they should be taking on that. But I want to talk about the hypotheticals more. When I bring up the communist example, it's not to say that they're, just this is the same exact thing on all fours or whatever. But it is to say that, there is some basis to believe that if you publicly affiliate yourself or align yourself with communists, you probably are more likely to be approached by a communist, right? From the international Comintern. Yep. If you publicly align with Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis, I don't disagree. You're probably more likely to be approached by the Houthis, but you agree like it wouldn't be enough to get a warrant off of, right?
Correct.
And in reality, Hassan is such a massive public figure that Relly is saying like, oh, well, it's not unreasonable to think he may have been contacted by one of these terrorist orgs because he's voice support for the Houthis. It's like just because of his sheer size alone, that makes him more likely to be contacted by these people just because he said he was pro-Palestine. Or even if he was explicitly saying like, no, I'm anti-Houthi, I could see that attracting people, apologists or members from that organization reaching out to him and trying to get their foot in the door.
And so, so we agree, right? Like there are certain deprivations on the basis of your stated belief that should not happen, right? So you agree, like
the things that I'm saying is not a big deal. Is when you walk through the airport, them just saying, "Hey, what's up? Like, what's going on?"
Right. So but I just want to be clear about the things that you do grant, right? The reason you would not want him to be stopped on the basis of his stated view is because maybe it's not enough evidence for probable cause or whatever to know that he is doing some criminal activity with his other organization. But I assume it's also because it would be viewpoint discrimination, right? If you're arresting people because, and I know you've already granted this, but I just want to make it for the audience. But if you're arresting people because they support the Houthis, you would agree that that's viewpoint discrimination, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
yes, illegitimate. That can't be
Now,
done. Yeah.
if you had a policy that said, for example, we're going to any Republican that crosses, because you're more likely to be a MAGA extremist who did violence on January 6th. All Republicans must be subject. This is the line for Republicans. And if you're a Republican, you have to come in this line and ask, answer an additional 2 questions about whether you support MAGA extremists, whether or not you support the Proud Boys. You would be against that too, right?
Yeah, because it's too broad.
Okay. What if there were a separate line that said, do you support the Houthis? Everyone who has ever vocalized support for the Houthis, you must get into this line. And in this line, you have to answer an additional 2 questions. That is, have you made contact with the Houthi, and are you planning to attack the United States? And so if you've ever vocalized support for the Houthis, come in this line. Would you be okay with that?
No.
Why not? Isn't that exactly what's your...
I admit this is dramatic. But I would read about like the Patriot Act, and I'm like, how did Americans put up with this at the time? Just this massive expansion of like state power to, intrude on American like privacy in the name of like security and safety. And then I see the backlash to Hassan and like the skepticism about him being asked about these things. And then then we pivoted from the skepticism to like, okay, it happened, but is it that bad? Shouldn't this be routine? He said things that are sus. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm starting to understand how like there was, support for this shit.
Because
very, very easily, because they just get scared.
You can support, and then you can fall off of support. You can do like whatever. I'm talking about this guy not only supporting the Houthis, supporting specific actual acts of terrorism, supporting several different terrorist groups, consistently like using his like platform specifically to talk about these issues. It's not incidental, because when you're talking about, have you ever supported the Houthis?
Hassan could go on stream and burn a flag every single day to his 30,000 concurrents, and that still would not be anywhere enough to justify them pulling him over or like detaining him and asking these sorts of questions about allegiances to the United States.
Bro, there's like random people who work at the fucking subway who support the Houthis, right? Just like in a random Discord chat randomly. We're talking about like consistent person.
You're either with us or you're with the terrorists. I mean, this shit works on people apparently very, very easily.
Consistent support, not only for them, but multiple different groups. And that guy just getting asked a couple of questions at the airport, I don't think we're stepping on his rights.
Hang on a second. So whether or not
it's always a slippery slope, though.
The deprivation is a big deal is a different question, right? So like it could be right that someone stops you for a minute because you supported the Houthis in the past, even if it's a minute or even if it's a couple questions. If the policy amounts to viewpoint discrimination, you'd say it's a big deal, right? Regardless. So if you thought,
it's also how you justify like again like racial profiling or whatever. It's like, oh, it's a small inconvenience for Muslims to be profiled at the United States, but this is like increasing security tenfold. Of course it's not, but like that's the way that it's like pitched to get people on board with it. And it's like, no, it's not. And you're violating people's rights at the and you're not even achieving this end.
So I want to be specific. Yeah. I have no issues with the actual, like, just the Merriam-Webster's definition of viewpoint discrimination, as per my hypothetical about the cop stopping a person.
Yeah, even in Relly's argument here, he speaks as if the Patriot Act is a given. That's the starting point of this whole argument.
Who they just saw a social media post of totally First Amendment protected speech of shit that makes them feel like they're about to do something crazy in a public area. I think a cop should look out for the community and be like, hey man, what's going on? You all right? Like, what's this? What are we doing here? What's this about? Do you need like help? What's going on?
Cops looking out for the community. He's making me laugh.
Literally
you
no
guys.
issue with that. Genuinely, right now. In fact, I would make a separate argument. I think the cop is right for doing that. I would hope cops do that. If they actually believe that there might be a threat to the public safety like that, I would hope that they look at your protected speech.
That's the difference, right? So we're talking about here are two different things. So if the purpose of the cop is not viewpoint discrimination, it's to stop a threat, right? It's to stop an imminent threat. And on the basis of this person, he's in the public area and he's made those beliefs and he has no countervailing belief to know that this person is not a risk. If the purpose of the cop is to go ask this person some questions as a means of investigating whether this person is an active threat right now, an imminent threat to the public order, and combined with the fact that he's supposing that he has the means to do so in that area, right? And he's active.
Relly will never admit it, but this sort of logic could absolutely be used to justify calling CPS on Ethan. No, is this not the same logic that people were using? He overshared on the internet. He said these gross things. A reasonable person would think that he's abusing his kids. Therefore, you should call CPS. Was that not what people who defended that said?
Actively present in that area.
But of course, he would not accept that. He probably wouldn't accept that. He's like, that's too far. You're bringing kids into it. It's not a crime to overshare. Like he would have the correct counter arguments. But then for this, it's like he'll use the same arguments.
And it's consistently like co-aligning with things he said in the past before. Then I think that the purpose of him doing the questioning, although I don't know if a stop would be justified. Do you think a stop would be justified? That is to say a detainment? or just being like, hey, can I ask you some questions? That would be justified, but not like arresting him, right?
I think it would depend on the evidence, but in general,
Like Hassan is like debating Ethan and he's like drinking something that's on the like BDS list or whatever. And these people think that he's going out of his way to like materially support the Houthis. He can't even remember what's on the fucking BDS list.
I don't think a detainment would be, I think it would just like a random question.
So the only reason the detainment would be,
it depends on the evidence.
The only reason a detainment would be proper here is because there's this exception at the border that you can like detain people, right? And you don't need to have probable cause or a warrant to detain people at the border. But if, notwithstanding that you don't need a probable cause or a warrant to detain people at the border, there can still be illegitimate stops at the border. And we've already gone through some, right? Racially motivated stops at the border, religiously motivated stops at the border.
But the reason why racially motivated stops is wrong is because of the level of separation. Let's say there was a single black person on Earth, one, and you got a report that was said that a black person was carrying a bomb into the airport, and you see a black person in the airport.
Yeah.
I think it's fine to do a bit of racial discrimination then.
Yeah,
we're not, we're not picking up a needle in a hay.
Oh my God, he admitted.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I just want to be clear.
So it has to do with the
kidding, but you know,
reasonability in connection. So
what is your evidence? What is your evidence? What is your evidence that people who support the Houthis publicly are more likely to commit crimes? Or
he always followed the BDS list. When I looked it up and I put Dr. Pepper, it said that it wasn't. What is it? It said it wasn't it wasn't for the BDS list.
More likely to commit crimes. So my argument isn't that my argument isn't that just simply anybody who supports the Houthis is more likely to commit crimes. My argument is to do.
It was this. This is what I saw. This thing said like boycott the witness or whatever. The owners of Dr. Pepper, the Raymond family, are staunch Zionists, support the Zionist state with investment and donations through their foundation. Don't buy or sell. But even at the time, I was like, is this like the official one? How do you even know?
Because as per the example, well, hold on, I want to get back to that because
when that like woman approached him, but the Diet Coke thing, it wasn't BDS.
What I'm going to respond to is you talked about the Houthi line or whatever, and I said no to that. I did that anyway. But the you were talking about the cop has is the purpose of the cop for that stop is to protect public safety. Right. The CBP officer would be in theory stopping Hassan for the exact same reason because he's worried about the public safety of like terrorist contact. Maybe he's trying to commit some kind of attack or something like that. I think that's totally illegitimate.
So I don't think
there's any reasonable grounds to believe that Hassan would commit to a terrorist attack, like in any real way. But that would, I believe, be the purpose.
So there are two things here. So one is, I think that that's not the purpose of the policy. I think the policy is to chill people who have those particular views and to chill people who support or don't support Israel. So I disagree. I think the policy is not a legitimate policy of trying to funnel out crimes and to stop crime. I think that this is in line with the policy they're doing with like the green card holder Ozturk, right? Why are they doing what they're doing with the green card holder Ozturk and with these individuals? Is it because they think that those people are likely to commit crimes? No, it's because they want to chill speech that's pro Palestine and anti-Israel. That's the purpose of why they're doing it. But even if I grant it that this cop particularly, he actually had this legitimate fear and was actually security purpose, I would say that you would need to have more than just a stated view, right? In the context of the person stopping an individual in the public place, it's not just that he stated the view before that he supports these individuals, but it's that he's there, right? And he has the means in that moment to be an imminent threat, and he's present in that area. And so
you don't have a means for. Wait, you don't know if that person has a means for an explosive.
Well, he's in a public area.
You don't know if Hassan has the means for an explosive either.
In that time period, there's some level of indicia. He's in a crowd, right? In that crowd, okay, if it's a legitimate security,
he's in an airport.
Yeah. So what is Hassan likely to do a crime attendant to his presence within an airport, right? Any material support
from my personal knowledge,
if this is the logic that we're using to say Hassan might be materially supporting a terrorist, why are you waiting until he's at the airport to screen him? Wouldn't you just justify like intervention as soon as possible? Why is he suddenly an elevated threat when he's only at the airport? If you're using these statements as reason to believe that he actually might be materially supporting it, why aren't you busting down his door? Why aren't you getting an arrest warrant? Why aren't you trying to question him already? You know, it just seems to me like this is being like thrown in for what exactly? What is going to be ascertained by customs doing it specifically?
Hassan is not going to commit any.
Right, there's nothing about the airport and his presence in the airport that's linked to the kind of investigation that's undergoing by the people at the airport. The only reason they're using the airport to do it is because they know that they don't need to have a warrant or probable cause to stop people. But there's nothing specific about the airport which is triggering this investigation of Hassan, who has a fundamental right to enter the country, right? And so again, I want to stress there's kind of two components to what I'm talking about. Number one, the purpose.
Because there's no material support, they know they have no legal basis, and Hassan. Well, I know, and I feel like they're leveraging the fact that the airport security, customs, border patrol, etc., are endowed with far more, leeway as far as how they interact and stop citizens for screenings or whatever, because it can always be, explained away under the guise of security, But this is like opening Pandora's box to me.
The purpose is to chill speech, which I believe it is here because that's part of the. And would you agree with that before I move on? Do you agree that this administration is trying to chill speech against Israel? They are trying to chill that speech across the board, right?
I don't know if that's their explicit purpose, but
The only reason to attempt this shit in an airport might be to try to create a scenario that might establish some kind of precedent for actually deporting a citizen. I mean, I was thinking the same thing, you know.
I guarantee that they like that outcome.
Wait,
I would say,
because it's like there's all these like things that overlap with Hassan specifically, because he like has this, you know, controversial background, and then he has he's like a public figure and he talks about politics, you know, could establish precedent for like a lot that goes beyond him, you know, because then you'd be getting like just the fact that he's a public figure, you know, like this is not some like Joe Schmo.
What's the purpose?
Because it's like, okay, if they're doing it against public figures, then they're going to be doing it like so much more against like the average person.
The green card and trying to deport Ramiza Ozturk and trying to deport Mahmoud Khalil, if not to chill speech in favor of Israel.
Well, I legitimately think, and I've met a lot of conservatives who think this way too. I think they might legitimately think that those people are terrorist sympathizers that do not belong in the country. They actually think that, and that they have the legal authority to remove them. I don't necessarily agree with the idea that they're like, no, we don't actually think that they're like terrorist sympathizers. We're just trying to make sure that not many people talk like this in that manner. I would say the chill speech is.
They believe they are terrorist sympathizers, right? Or let's say that that's what they believe, and they're trying to discourage people from sympathizing terrorists, right? They're trying to show the administration.
Yeah, but to be clear, from that perspective, what they're trying, their main motive is to get terrorists out from their view.
Okay. So you don't think that they're actually trying to make people less inclined to do these kinds of protests?
No, I believe that they're probably intending to make them less inclined to do the protests.
Yes, exactly.
But
So that's chill speech, right? That's chill speech? Is that chill speech?
Yes, like I said, I don't disagree that they're chilling speech and that they probably like that aspect of chilling speech. But for me, like specifically, when we're talking about like whether
Are you claiming the Democratic Party capable of fault? What do you mean?
Not it's chilling speech. I don't see that as being the like necessary primary motive.
Is at least one purpose?
Yeah, that is a very significant. Okay. They believe that pro-Palestinian speech is pro-terrorist speech, and they are attempting to crack down on what they believe, therefore, is pro-terrorist speech.
Okay, cool. So that's one thing. So I think that there is at least a significant policy rationale for a lot of what the administration is doing is for the specific purpose of chilling pro-Palestine speech and chilling anti-Israel speech. And that I believe is in their statements. That's what they're doing, and that's what they're going after is specifically people who've made those kinds of statements. And so I do believe that's one of the purposes. But so that's one thing is the purpose. I'm about to connect this.
So Leah, let's connect this to Hassan because I think this is wildly not the case for the Hassan situation.
So for Hassan,
the reason why is because I think it would be really, really phenomenal, the idea that the CBP officer, they don't believe that Hassan is an actual threat, like in the hypothetical that he knows who Hassan is and he tries to get him aside for questioning, specifically because he knows who he is, specifically because of his viewpoints. I feel like it would be so incredibly unlikely that officer is pulling him aside so he doesn't talk about Israel-Palestine as much, so he feels less comfortable talking about it, and not because he was worried that Hassan might be a legitimate threat.
Okay, so let's connect.
Like this random officer is like, I know that this guy is not a threat, but I want to make him be afraid of talking about Israel-Palestine, so I'm going to question him.
Well, it wasn't just him specifically, because if they already know, if they were asking these questions, then they know he's a public figure and they know what he's been up to, and they want him to go on his stream and basically feel intimidated and tell all of his supporters what happened and make his supporters feel like, oh, well, I don't want to be detained or stopped when I'm traveling or whatever by these people. I don't want to risk that. So I just won't say anything. I won't post about these things. I don't remember what you said now. Really would never disagree with anything that they do.
Let me connect it.
Ungodly unlikely.
Let me connect it. So, but I just want to put out the framework there. So there's two things. One is the purpose. If the purpose is the chill speech, I take that to be discriminatory by definition.
Maybe like I feel like during like peacetime, you know, when we have a Democratic president, maybe he would have some more, you know, criticisms or whatever. But like right now with the Republican parties, I feel like a lot of Dems are more, or like with the Republican Party in power and Trump in power specifically, a lot more people are like more sensitive about criticisms of the Democratic Party right now.
Definition and illegitimate. So if one of the purposes is to chill speech, that's enough. However, if there's some other purpose, such as a criminal investigation, such as security purpose, and all you're doing is you're proxying speech, and there's no other indicia of any threat or any criminal activity, I also take that to be problematic. That is to say, for example, let's say you legitimately want to stop security threats, and you believe that the best way to do that is to like stop Muslims additionally or something, or is to stop Republicans, and you legitimately believe that, like you really think that Republicans are more of a threat by like 5x. Let's say you really think that Republicans, and you have the data that, you know, Republicans or black people are 5x the percentage likely to commit these crimes or to be the security threats. Notwithstanding the fact that you legitimately think that this is connected to the likelihood of propensity to crime. I think even though the burden, the standard for starting an investigation or asking questions is very, very low, if all you have is that proxy to either protected speech, protected class, that kind of thing, then I think we have problems. And then I think it's still problematic, even if you do have a security purpose.
Okay.
So
let's suppose a separate hypothetical then of the same example, because I don't really agree, but maybe you'll get me there on this separate hypothetical of the person who's making pretty reasonable threats to a public location, right? But they're not in the public location. The cops get a call about as somebody who's worried about this person. And the cops take a look at their social media feed or whatever and listen to some of the statements made. The statements are worrying, but they're just in their house. Do you think it's improper for the cops to go to that person's house and just ask them questions?
Yeah, so I think that it would be fine for the cop to go over there and because they're there and or to either to call this person, because the statements there could reasonably be construed as a threat and therefore not protected speech, right? Threats are not protected speech. But after having conducted that investigation, right, going to the house, asking him or calling him based on what could be interpreted as unprotected speech, all right?
The thing with the scenario that he laid out, the cops probably ain't doing shit, or if they are, they're not getting to it very quickly.
That is to say, the reasonable threat to the public place, which absolutely could be interpreted as
well, no. What I'm articulating isn't like a reasonable, correct me if I'm wrong, a reasonable standard of a threat to a public place is actually a pretty high bar. Like, it's not just like I can say like, man.
Oh wait, he said public place. I thought he said like a public figure or whatever.
I wish,
or like an individual or whatever. Maybe since it involved public place, maybe.
I wish a bunch of people went into downtown Chicago and just were like beating the shit out of each other. I wish that I could take a hammer and just beat the shit out of people in downtown Chicago. That's not like a reasonable threat
right?
that then would, huh?
And that's all you have, right?
That's all I have.
Yeah. So I think maybe there's some sort of it's a low threshold, right? It's a low threshold. I in general think that the cops have no business inquiring with people about their protected speech, except to the extent that there's some connection to some legitimate purpose. For example, say the cop said something like this: "Don't say that." Right? We don't like it when you say that thing. Right? We think that's bad for you to say, and it's not an exercise of their speech. It's not maybe I could see a cop asking a favor, say, "Hey, would you mind not saying that to our town?" And in which case I would take that to be an exercise of their speech. But in general, I would be against the police taking sort of official measures that impose burdens on that individual, if they're imposing burdens on that individual on the basis of protected speech. There could be some edge cases.
I guess we would probably just. Good.
There could be some edge cases where, like, okay, placing a call to an individual outside of the context. This is not an interrogation. Remember, I am construing this.
As far as how this is probably registering to Relly, it's like, yeah, everybody will agree to that principle of like, oh, they shouldn't be, taking action on protected speech, but they clearly have very different understandings of what constitutes protected speech, because what Relly is saying justifies, Hassan being questioned about his political motives was like barely anything.
This is a detainment that is imposing a burden, and questions that do impose a burden. And so it's a very different context, I think, than like a simple checkup outside of the context of an interrogation, which is, questioning under detainment.
No, because a cop asking you a series of questions about troubling statements.
Yeah, I wish is the part of that statement that makes it not a credible threat. Exactly.
I think would have any reasonable person under the assumption they're detained. So I think it would qualify under detainment as you defined at the beginning.
No, I don't. So the detainment is when someone is in reasonable apprehension, in my opinion, that they're not free to go. And so questions outside of the context of detainment. So if a cop comes to your house and says, "Hey, can I ask you some questions?" I don't believe that a reasonable person would think that they're detained. I don't believe that. No.
So no. I'm talking about if a cop walks up to you and is like, "Hey, you made some crazy posts on social media. Can I ask you some questions about?
Yeah, I
want to go to downtown Chicago.
Yeah, I don't think most people think that they're
really
in that context. Yes.
You think if a cop walks up to a person, you, and asks you about a post that you made on Facebook about how you want to beat the shit out of people in a public place, you don't think most people would interpret that as like you're not free to just walk away from that and say no, I don't care, and walk away?
Absent some command from the officer, absent some drawing of a firearm, absent him saying, "Hey, step aside over here" as a command in a particular tone of voice. Again, it's kind of like a totality of circumstances test, but I don't think the mere walking up to a person, asking them a question about a thing constitutes reasonable apprehension that you are not free to go. I don't believe that. No, I think the case law probably supports me on that. I'll have to check into that. But all that is to say is when someone is clearly detained and subjected to questions, I view that as a kind of different situation than someone who, a cop, going online, looking at some things, maybe giving that person a call, showing up to their house to ask them a few questions. I view that as different in the sense of the burden, but also just additionally, just to be a trillion, quadruple % clear, in the case of the individual who made those kind of problematic but protected statements about that someone can interpret as a danger to like a public area, I don't believe that individuals should be subjected to burdens on those statements, right? I don't think that they should be if they're protected speech, and they should not be subjected to like additional checks at the airport because of their protected speech by the government.
Okay, I mean, I think that it really depends on how reasonable it is to interpret whether or not that protected speech aligns with some credible like threat to public safety. I think that in general, the bar is going to be really, really high for the types of speech I would say is warranting, right? Like for the Houthi line, I don't think a Houthi line would warrant it or anything like that. But
Wait, so let's talk about the empirics here. So what is your empirical evidence that someone who makes the kind of statements that Hassan makes, that there's some link between that and actual material support of terrorism?
My source, I made it the fuck up.
I personally don't believe it's reasonable to assume that Hassan, on actually knowing the full scope of his opinions, I don't think it's reasonable to interpret him as.
If that were a reasonable standard, cops would be stretched so thin, questioning everybody saying, I'll beat you up, bro, online. They're like, sir, come here. I noticed that you said that and you did not say in a video game or in Minecraft afterwards. I'm going to have to bring you downtown for questioning today.
As being a threat to public safety.
At all, right? And now there's,
right?
Yes, I agree with that. I think that's right. So if you would agree, therefore, if they looked into his views or had some knowledge of his views, that it would be improper for them to detain him on the basis of those views or to subject him to.
I don't believe
incorrect. You don't believe that?
No. And the reason why is because if you look up Hassan, you're probably just going to look at a terrorist. Like all of his greatest hits, it just looks like he's like.
Wait, what?
Him on the basis of those views or to subject him to.
I don't believe
incorrect. You don't believe that?
No. And the reason why is because if you look up Hassan, you're probably just going to look at a terrorist. Like all of his greatest hits, it just looks like he's like pro-terrorist. Like it's just straight up. If you Google this guy and you look him up, he looks insane. He looks absolutely insane if you look this guy up and the things that he said. I think the reason why I personally don't believe that he's a reasonable threat is because I know enough of the context with which he says most of his shit. And frankly, he's very rich, so I don't think he'd risk it. But like that's added that context, yeah. But the reason I'm drawing this distinction is because he's on margin. That's my point. The things that he has said publicly, I think rides the line of something where somebody reasonably in the CBP could think, man, this guy, he might be up to no good. I wouldn't support it. I don't think it would be.
There's more of a basis to fucking talk to MAGA supporters that have expressed like a positive support for J6 than Hassan.
Wait a second. So do you think that, I want to be clear, you agree everything Hassan said is protected by the First Amendment, right?
Huh? Yes, correct.
Okay. You wouldn't support him being detained on, you would support him being detained on those views, right?
Are you saying I would or wouldn't?
You would.
I would support. What I'm saying, no, not just off of his views alone, no.
Okay, so you would not support him being detained on the basis of his views, correct?
Not me specifically, like looking at it.
Wait till the leftist takeover of the government, and then Customs and Border Patrol, their last act before they're eliminated entirely as a department, will be to pull aside and do additional screening for anybody that's ever voiced support for the United States military that has all these war crimes on their hands, right?
No, not like my moral position. What my argument is that his positions are on margin, where somebody looking.
I mean, I don't watch Hassan much at all, but I'm not like, but I've like, my feed has no shortage of people showing me the worst clips of Hassan, and I just don't get how that equals like, you would think he's a terrorist.
At his positions, like if you Google his name, he should be flagged as somebody who is a risk.
So,
if you just Google it.
So you think, so I'll ask this again then, not you specifically, you do think that the CBP should have stopped him for his views. Is that right?
No.
Why not?
Because I think that if through further investigation, they could have done like more looking into him, and I'm probably just being like, hey, whatever, it's not a big deal.
So
they probably should have stopped him.
Given what a reasonable officer would have known at the time, and given that
he should be stopped.
He should be stopped. So you actually, in other words, you do agree with the stopping, because obviously a CBP officer, an average CBP officer, is going to have the time to gather the kind of context that you've received. So you actually do support him being stopped on the basis of views,
I think if you Google Hassan's name and like terrorism, and then you see like 30 instances of him like supporting terrorist acts and stuff like that, I think it's pretty reasonable for a CBP officer to be like, hey, I'm just going to ask you a couple more questions.
But no, just
I think it's pretty reasonable to conclude that that would be a fucking waste of time.
Be clear though, you agree with him being stopped by CBP officers, a reasonable CBP officer, on the basis of his views, right? Not just the questions.
I think it is. I agree that a reasonable person who Googles Hassan after stopping him would find probable cause to believe he could be a credible public threat.
No,
you actually think that there's probable cause?
No. Sorry, I shouldn't use probable cause with
it. No, there isn't.
There's reasonable grounds to believe that he poses a public threat.
There's reasonable grounds to believe that Hassan Piker poses a public threat because of what?
Because of his online presence, if you Google him.
And when you say public threat, what do you mean by that?
Like a threat to public safety, like he could he supports terrorist organizations to the point where he could have met up with terrorists and might be bringing some kind of anything into the United States that would be considered illegitimate or would be under the purview of the CBP.
Wait, so you think that there's actually a reasonable person would think that Hassan would be smuggling in some terrorist device?
Potentially.
This won't get called Islamophobic, but could you imagine if somebody tried to make this argument about Ethan Klein being in cahoots with like the IDF or something like that, and therefore should be subjected to additional screening because he could be materially aiding, war crimes and the fucking genocide or some shit like that? It would never fly.
Looking up Hassan, him coming back from Paris into Chicago, a reasonable person would say, yeah, he's bringing back some. It's probable, or it's let's say 30% chance he's bringing back some contraband from France.
Yeah, in some kind of means, way, or shape, sure.
There's no evidence whatsoever that he received a device. There's no evidence that he met with someone who's problematic who gave him a device. There's no evidence whatsoever that a dog picked up or any kind of scan picked up something. He's not carrying a suspicious package. He's not talking to anyone known to the government to be a terrorist threat. And you think a reasonable person would think that there's a good enough basis to conclude that there's at least a decent chance that he's smuggling in some explosive or dangerous contraband.
No, reasonable enough to warrant asking him a couple more questions at a pretty routine and incredibly common questioning. Yeah.
No, but to stop him, right? To stop him.
In a similar manner that they do a tremendous amount of people, and they even do randomly, supposedly randomly.
Okay. I mean, I think it's possible. So even just putting aside, so I want to step back for a second before we go back to the particulars.
What I'm saying is, so I agree with you, the ridiculousness of the idea that he's actually doing it. What I'm saying is that threshold meets enough for what I believe to be, in the current day and age, for a CBP officer to just ask him one or two more questions. And then upon asking those one or two more questions, he then, by his own admission, states that he wants to take him for a ride, and then proceeds to say things.
Relly thinks it's reasonable for the customs officer to ask if he supports Thomas Tyrolists and if he has his bleached sword on him.
That are definitely going to warrant more questions. So what a CBP officer, so this is in my imagination.
Because when Ethan finally got to talk to him, those were the most pressing questions to ask him.
How this could have gone. CBP officer, in the hypothetical that the CBP officer knew who he was. Okay, or yeah, we'll just say knew who he was, or whatever. Oh man, this guy, he's like crazy. He's on that pro-terrorism shit. And then bring him aside and then ask him maybe one extra question, that might be pointing towards his political views. Hassan goes, I want to see how far this goes. And then offers up a question that makes it seem like he might be a little sus. And then the CBP officer goes, well, okay, ask him another question. Hassan gives us another sus response. Okay, ask another question. And that's how that's in my imagination how that would go. It's not like he's getting fucking tackled inside of the airport because of his public opinions. It's just some officer goes, I'm going to ask this guy one more question at this totally routine thing that we do to thousands of people a day.
I wish they would stop trying to frame it this way. Again, this is comparisons getting made a lot tonight, but it's just it keeps reminding me of Tim Pool being she's not getting deported or it's not that violent. People get arrested all the time and she's just being sent home. That's not that violent or whatever. It's not the worst thing. It's not her getting murdered. And they're it's just a few questions. It's just it's just a routine screening. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
Even though it's oh no, it's actually not routine for an American citizen to be asked about if they support the current administration.
Oh, let me just take a step back and say, we're gonna get back into the Hassan specific stuff in a second, because I think a lot of what you say I totally disagree with. But I want to be clear about something. Regardless of what
a lot of what Relly is saying, I don't even think he agrees with. I think he's constructed a system where it's literally just that Hassan is past this line to justify it. But if you tried to bring in any comparable situation and demonstrate how it would impact liberals, conservatives, MAGA people, other people that he's not thinking or playing too much with terrorism or whatever, he would be oh no, it's too much. But he's he's managed to carve out this exception that would justify it for Hassan somehow.
The actual CBP officer thought, I believe that the questioning of Hassan or the stopping of Hassan is pursuant to a broader policy that is to chill speech. In other words, I believe that the CBP has instituted changes that are encouraging officers to check on people's social media to see if they are against Trump and if they are against Israel. And so even if it were the case that the Hassan specific CBP officer had no animus against people who are, let's say even he's pro-Palestine.
Relly is remixing government overreach as mundane and not a big deal, which is particularly insane to me while we're living under the fucking Trump administration, when there's this unprecedented amount of corruption and flagrant disregard for the law, the rule of law, that's where we're going to say this is just business as usual. Nothing to see here.
If he is enacting a policy that is which purpose is to do viewpoint discrimination, I believe that to be a violation of Hassan's rights and to be against the First Amendment. So I want to be clear, even just stepping back, if you believe, as I do, that there is an overarching policy by CBP to target individuals on the basis of their support for or against, being against Israel or being against Trump.
And the sad thing is that the only reason these people are willing to kind of entertain the conversation is because it's happening under Trump. But if the same shit were happening under Biden, this I feel like the same people making the criticisms now would be far more outspoken about not believing that it happened or thinking that it's routine. Unfortunately, it's only because of Trump that they're willing to look at it more critically.
Regardless of the particulars of Hassan's situation, assuming that Hassan's situation is pursuant to that policy, it itself would be chilling First Amendment speech and because of the illegitimate purpose there. So I just wanted to take overall, even if I granted everything in the specifics of Hassan's situation, I think his specific situation is influenced by a broader policy whose purpose is to chill speech. Now, getting back into the actual specifics of what's happening with Hassan, I think that you're being a little unfair here. why I think you're being unfair is just because the same reason that you think that Hassan is not actually a threat, you say it's informed by this greater context. I think the specific problematic statements of Hassan are also informed by your particular context, right? You have done the deep dive into the pirate stuff, right? You've done the deep dive into.
I would say not. I would say looking into great. I would say on its face, Hassan looks worse. Like looking at his like history on its face looks worse because if you Google like some of the quotes that this guy has, like for instance, what is it? America deserved 9/11.
Yeah, but you're not going to Google
if
that,
you
right?
Read that as a CBP officer, you're like, whoa, that's not a good look, bro.
Wait a second. You're not going to Google that, right? You're not going to Google Hassan Piker 9/11. You're going to Google Hassan Piker.
Yeah, and then you're going to find a quote that says,
you in 30
Hassan
minutes?
Piker said,
And then you're going to find an article from Fox News pearl clutching over the fact that he said what he did about 9/11.
Huh? So if you go Hassan Piker, you go to his Wikipedia. You know, it says he's born with Turkish parents in New Jersey, grew up in Istanbul. It says he's like a media person. He went to Rutgers. He graduated cum laude. He purchased a really super expensive Hollywood house. He worked for the Young Turks. He streams on Twitch. Like, where are you going to get all this like problematic stuff? You know, maybe,
Well, the content nuke, obviously.
Maybe there's more on the Wikipedia stuff. You know,
Frankly, the Hassan content nuke should be, you know, required viewing for all Customs and Border Patrol officers.
Okay, here we go. On the Wikipedia. In the same stream, Piker criticized American foreign policy and made controversial comments related to September 11, 2001, saying America deserved 9/11. So just to be clear, if he said America deserved 9/11, should he be subjected to additional questions or stopping because he said America deserved 9/11?
Alone? No.
Okay.
The point that I'm making
thing.
is a great. So like this is overarching. This is my statement. If I go on my stream very publicly, say America deserved 9/11, there's nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with Hezbollah. Constantly defend the leader of Hezbollah who was assassinated by the Israelis. Talk about Israel's genocide against Palestinians. And I support Hamas. And I go through and I say the people inside the Red Sea are actually not doing the Houthis are not doing anything wrong in the Red Sea, and it's actually morally justified. And if you disagree, you're a Zionist. And I consistently defend this over the course of like several very public, very explosive debates. And then I get one or two. Well, let me just finish. And I get one or two more questions at the border. I am totally not going to be surprised. That is a
whether you're surprised doesn't matter.
That is a total expectation.
So I just want to clear something. I don't consider this to be a conversation about whether or not you support. Whether or not something is surprising. Okay, I don't care whether it's surprising or not.
Fair enough.
So you know, like it's not surprising to me if cops break the law with regularity. It's not surprising to me if CBP officer discriminates based on race or ethnicity or religion. Okay, so it's not, to me, it's not about whether something is surprising. The question is whether or not we believe it was based on his views. And it sounds like what you're saying is these are based on his views, but it's okay to ask these questions based on his views.
No, to be clear, I don't know if it was based on his views, and we'd be trusting his word, and we already have reason to believe his word is not, frankly, to be trusted.
Why?
Okay, so can you think of any legitimate purpose to ask if he supports Trump?
If his questions lead to a specific dialogue that the CBP officer believes could be fruitful to like proxy like through that. I don't know. I can think of a specific context, like, huh?
To what end? What's the proper
to what
purpose
end?
of the question? Yeah.
The idea would be maybe to keep him talking.
So as like social
maybe
lubricant.
he seemed joyful to. So pretty commonly through like police interrogations or whatever, they'll ask like dumb, stupid lines of questioning, but they'll do it to be able to create a rapport.
Yeah. So when you're asked, if you think that he's asked, do you support Donald Trump? Do you support Trump? You think more likely than not that question was just like social lubricant and not anything to do.
I never said more likely than not. You simply asked me what is a hypothetical idea where that could lead.
Okay,
so I would say a very reasonable one.
Oh, sorry. Do you think it's reasonable that when they asked him whether or not he supported Trump, that they were doing so for social lubricant?
I don't even know if they fucking did it. Again, we have no reason to trust this guy's word.
So I'm assuming, right? So if they
assume they did. Assume they did.
Do you think that it's reasonable to think that they asked that question as just social?
I truly don't know. I'd have to see the context of the conversation. If he seemed as joyous as he did, talking about, I'm going to see where this goes. I'm going to see. I decided at that moment I was going to take this CBP officer down a ride. I could see a CBP officer getting that energy, that aura off of him and being like, okay, this guy really likes to talk about how much he hates the government. What do you think of Trump? Well, let me let me tell you about how I fucking hate that guy, that fucking fascist. And he'd be like, yeah, I'm getting something out of him. Yeah.
Also, what he's describing, he was like, a quick Google search would reveal to you that like Hassan supports this shit. Given the way that like AI overviews are created pretty much just based off of like, it's a combination of like metadata from like trusted resources and whatnot, consensus opinion on institutions, news sources, etc. But it also pulls from social media. It's not going to be long before it's already prone to telling you whatever answer you want. So depending on what you're searching specifically, like is X public figure or has X public figure ever expressed support for terrorism, you could get that response generated just by it trending on Twitter. You know, that could start to influence the results of that. And that is really what people are deferring to more and more, is like the AI overview, not actually even like the top results of a Google search, which are already skewed.
Yeah. So like, yes, I could legitimately see in certain sense.
Hassan didn't say that he wanted to prompt inappropriate questions. He said he was answering the questions so as to see where they were going, not that he was going to try to provoke the CBP officer. It's the opposite of what you're implying.
I think that was the implication I got from it. Is that he was
that's so stupid. No, that's not true. So Piker didn't say that.
I mean, he's allowed to do that. He's allowed, even if he were saying like, oh yeah, like I'm answering to like provoke more questions or whatever, like, so that would be like the only person that's detrimental to is to Hasan himself, not to the officer.
So Piker said this. So on Twitter, we went through this before.
I'm talking about on camera, on video.
Okay. So
actually, I might have been on stream.
Yep, I know exactly which part of the clip. It's at like 23 minutes. I'll get that for you. But just to be clear, I want to get both of the statements. So the first statement is responding to this guy who writes for the...
To be clear, you asked me if it was reasonable in the context of talking to Hasan that the CBP officer could use a "do you like Trump" as a social lubricant. And I give you an example that I thought would be, yes, very palpable as
I do not see how that qualifies as social lubricant. That's a very pointed question.
If Hasan Piker
social lubricant is, how's your day going? How's your travel been so far? Where are you going to? Where have you been? Did you see anybody? Did you do something fun? Not. So do you support the current Trump administration? What do you think?
Of his support for Trump in the first instance, then I wouldn't have a problem as social. I think that it would make sense for the CBP officers perhaps to be like, oh, you don't like Trump, I guess.
Can I give you a hypothetical then?
Yeah, but I don't think it happened.
If Hasan seemed really willing to talk about how much he hated the Trump administration, would it make sense to you then for the CBP officer to ask if he liked Trump as a social lubricant?
So if Hasan brought up his hatred of the administration before, then I think it would make sense for the CBP officer.
You condemn Hamas. I mean, he's not far from just saying that it's reasonable for him to have been pulled over to explicitly ask him that question, then let him go.
They're a social lubricant to like, I don't know, just riff off of that. But that's not what he said happened. He didn't say that happened. He said that he was asked whether he supports the president.
I don't know if he laid out a specific chronology, but even let's assume that he didn't bring up the Trump administration specifically. I don't think he even has to do that specifically. I think he can just genuinely believe that this statement, like maybe he provided some answers that would make him believe that he didn't like the Trump administration. Maybe nothing specific about the Trump administration.
What would the purpose be?
And then he could have asked that question. Because the thing is, it sounds like you believe there really isn't any context where you could bring up his support.
No, you could.
As a social.
You
could. Okay. These two keep yapping, but I'm gonna hop off in probably about like 10 minutes. So if you're liking and enjoying the content, you should follow me on Twitch or subscribe to me on Twitch or subscribe to me on YouTube or like my stream on YouTube or donate to me, support the stream. You can go to my YouTube description for my Ko-fi or Streamlabs link if you want to support me, or you can go ahead and put !tip or donate in chat and it will pull up my like tip link or whatever. You can send it to me through there. But yeah, I'll be hopping off soon. I just like, I can't see how this gets any better anytime soon.
I think there's a lot.
And that this isn't just like going in circles and circles and circles.
Some scenarios where that.
So if you had an indication,
Dusko is the yap king that he is.
If you had some indication to believe that Trump posed a threat to the president, that's one. If you believed, if as a social lubricant, if that were actually the purpose of it, that would be fine. If it were related to some verification rationale, that is, we want to see if you support Trump to see if you're actually Hasan Piker, that would be fine. I can also think of various scenarios in which it might be appropriate. It might be appropriate to ask whether he supports Trump, but those are all.
I'm sorry. Did you say as verification for whether or not he is Hasan Piker?
Yes.
It would be fine.
Yes. Why did you say that was
okay? So why couldn't he ask then about like the Houthis or other terrorist groups?
Because that's not the that's not the actual purpose of the question, right? The actual purpose of the Houthi questions, the actual purpose of asking about Trump, the actual purpose is not to verify whether this person in front of him sitting is actually Hasan Piker. What I'm giving you are hypothetical, legitimate rationales to ask these certain questions. So it hypothetically could be legitimate to ask any question to see if, like for verification purposes. It's about the purpose of the question. That's not
okay. And you believe the purpose of the questions is to chill speech?
Yes, it's part of a broader policy to chill speech. Yes, that's clearly the most likely outcome.
Yes, really. Yes.
We'll walk through some of these through. Do you think that part of asking whether or not he supports Trump, that they could have asked it because they feared that he was a threat to Trump in any respect?
Do I think it would be reasonable to interpret that he would be?
That the reason that these CBP officers are asking this is because, okay, do you think that they're asking it to
I don't
verify
think any
his identity?
Even extreme stretch of his views would.
Right, you think they're asking that question to verify his identity, right? They've already verified his identity.
I legitimately, I don't know. I'm a horrible person to ask those like specific questions because I've never been through the process. I don't know what like is the standard operating procedure for an influencer or something like that. If we assume that he knows who he is, maybe it could be that they ask a bunch of really weird questions when they're talking about like an influencer.
Whether they do or not, it doesn't matter. Like I do not want to get bogged down in what is likely for the CBP officer to do in general, whether they violate rights generally, whether they should be surprised.
He's starting to lose his patience.
That's not at all the inquiry. Whether or not they tend to do this, although it is relevant that the
it's relevant having to do with the predictability of this, and the reason why I care about the predictability is because I don't think it's wrong to ask you a question to verify who you are, even if it's something like, hey, do you support Trump? As long as you're capable of being able to be
I gave you that rationale. And my question is, do you think that when they ask the question, do you support Trump, that they're doing so to verify his identity, to verify this is Hasan? That's not
I
likely, right?
actually do not know. I genuinely could not
Oh
say.
my God.
I don't know what the standard
That's
procedure is for a
insane.
political influencer to go through a customs. I unironically don't.
So you think that it's possible that when he was asked, "Do you support Trump?" that the reason could be, let's make sure that this person sitting in front of us, let's verify that he's Hassan Piker, and obviously Hassan Piker would say that he doesn't support Trump, and so that's why we're asking whether he supports Trump.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I don't think it's likely. I think it's far more likely
it's
it was
unlikely,
like
right?
a social lubricant.
So in other words, it's unlikely. Fair?
Yeah, I would say it's unlikely. Yeah, for sure.
So it's unlikely that they were
lubricant.
asking
I
this
think
because they
that's
thought he was,
even
like,
less
threat to Trump,
likely in
unlikely
this
that they asked this,
circumstance.
to verify his identity. And so the only other alternative is, as some kind of social lubricant, they're asking him whether he supports Trump. I think that is unlikely given the context. I think what's likely given the context is that there's a policy, a broad policy from CBP to inquire into individuals who don't support Trump and have been vocal against Trump. And they're asking this question as part of that policy. And that policy...
And that's the other thing, is that they are doing Trump's dirty work for him by insisting that this was about legitimate security concerns related to the Houthis support, when it's so clear to me it's far more likely that it was motivated by him speaking negatively about Trump than anything else.
Is intrinsically viewpoint discriminatory. And so that's what I think the purpose of the question is. Alternatively, perhaps it's to get to the underlying material support of the Houthi situation, but that I believe to be illegitimate because the only evidence they have of material support to the Houthis is his stated First Amendment views. And so that's basically what I think. It's like this all amounts to what's likely to be
so to be clear, you believe that right now the CBP has a policy that isn't expressly stated that these all are
Wait, so you think the government is doing things that are like overreaching? What?
fair number of CBP officers follow, where they ask every single person about who they stop, who they have any reason to believe doesn't like Trump, about Trump.
No, you're stating it in categorical terms of like everybody's asked all these questions, that it's an unstated
Well, no,
policy.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to say
whether it's stated or
I'm
unstated.
trying to avoid that because what I could have said is that there's the shadow policy that the CBP has, where all of their officers ask people who they believe don't like Trump if they like Trump. What I tried to state is that there's just like a fair number of CBP officers who have this, because you agree the policy isn't written. There's no policy that says ask people about Trump.
No, sorry, I don't agree that this policy is not written. I don't agree with that.
So there is currently a policy that says if you believe somebody doesn't like Trump, ask them about Trump.
I'm agnostic as to whether that policy is explicitly stated somewhere, whether it's word of mouth.
He's just saying it's totally plausible.
Or whether
okay, that would 100% come out in an investigation by now. There's no earthly way that it is standard CBP policy. Huh? There was a whistleblower would almost certainly do that. Like, you're talking about what, tens of thousands of employees that would need to keep that secret?
Yes, so I have not said that this policy has been dispersed to every single CBP officer. I have not said that this the policy is in one particular place or not, or whether it comes from on high. I have not stated that the policy is not stated in a formal memorandum. I'm not giving any indication about in what manner the policy comes from. I just do think that there is a policy to discriminate and chill certain views. For example, you agree that there is a policy currently to chill viewpoint that are against Israel. Agree that there is that policy?
No. I want to be very specific. I believe there's a policy about going after terrorists. I just think that this administration believes First Amendment protected, genuinely okay speech is terrorism. That's my point. Okay? It's not that I believe that the Trump
he also
administration
seems to think that, no?
has a policy specifically to chill speech. I genuinely don't
Or
think
like his position is like a cousin to that position.
that they're doing this like thing where they're like, no, we actually don't believe any of these people are like pro-terror. We just don't want them to say this. I think that these people are going with this propaganda, and I would support this based on talking to a litany of conservatives who genuinely diehard agree with the idea that like Mahmoud Khalil, for the things that just being in the group, he is like a terrorist. Just being in the group, that's enough. And he's like pro-terrorist, get him out. And I think the people in office that are pushing this shit think the same thing.
Well,
I don't think they're like, I want to chill speech. I think they genuinely believe.
I mean, he's like, he is like shocked that he's like, if this were like a shadow policy, it would have come out by now, even though you're seeing a pattern emerge about the people that they're trying to illegally detain and deport, even though they're American, they're residents of this country already. But like, he seems incredulous. Like he seems like it's unbelievable to think that there could be that sort of thing in place already when you're already seeing patterns.
That
speech is terrorism. Wait, no, sorry. So you just said there are people who say that Mahmoud Khalil is a terrorist just by being in the group, right? So you're saying the administration is equating speech to terrorism.
Correct.
And they're just trying to chill terrorism, which they take to be speech. Some kinds of speech are
correct.
Terrorism. I mean, to me, that's a distinction without a difference. I mean, I think that they're trying to stop.
I think that's really important.
No, it's not actually. They're trying to stop what normal people would consider speech. Whether there's an idiosyncratic vision from the administration to target what they take to be terrorism, but what normal people consider to be speech and not terrorism and not conduct, right? So it doesn't matter whether they call it terrorism. If what normal people construe as speech is trying to be chilled, then it doesn't matter that the administration classifies it as terrorism. Agreed?
Well, I don't think it's like I don't think you could just simply say normal people. I think there's tens of millions of people that agree that that's like pro-terror.
No, I'm not talking about whether speech is pro-terrorism. I'm saying, do you think that normal people would consider speech in favor of Hamas to itself be terrorism?
No.
It's the speech itself?
Yeah, the speech itself.
No, I don't think they would. And to be clear, ironclad clear, I don't think the Trump administration believes that's terrorism in and of itself. The reason what I mean is that speech is being used to say that they are pro-terrorist and a threat to national security.
Okay, so you agree they're trying.
What? If that's the case, then it's like a distinction without a difference. If they end up leveraging it to the same ends.
Do you agree they're trying to chill what they consider to be pro-terror speech?
I think that's a byproduct. I don't.
It's like they don't truly, in their heart of hearts, believe it's a genuine threat, but they'll still treat you and attempt to punish you in just the same way as though it were.
That's what they're trying to, like, that's their express purpose.
They're not.
I think what they're trying to do, I think, and the reason why I feel like this distinction matters is because when we look at the intent of people, I think it more holistically encapsulates all of their actions when they just genuinely think that this pro-Palestinian speech, being a part of these groups or whatever, amounts to terrorist sympathizing. And because they're terrorist sympathizing, they are a threat to national security. And so they're using that speech to say they are sympathizing with terrorists, right? And they don't like that speech, not because they want to just chill the speech, but because they want to chill terrorist sympathizing.
So you
that
don't
manifests or it reveals itself.
But he's explaining how it's a fig leaf for that.
Through the speech.
Do you think that the Trump administration is trying to discourage some speech?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they banned the Associated Press from the fucking press pool for saying the Gulf of Mexico was the Gulf of Mexico.
So now let's take the Israel-Palestine situation. Do you think the administration is trying to discourage anti-Israel speech?
Yeah. Okay. So yes, I would say that, but that's, I'm assuming me and you understanding what it actually means to be anti-Israel versus pro, or like actual material or actionable pro-terrorist speech. What they view as anti-Israel in this context would be pro or terrorist sympathizing to the amount to a threat to national security.
Whether they think speech amounts to threat to national security doesn't affect whether it's speech, right?
Correct.
Okay, so they can think whatever they want about the dangerousness of the speech. Doesn't affect whether it's speech, right?
Yeah, but they would argue that the speech meets merit to, under their right of law, be able to deport some of these people.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's what they think. But I think you and I disagree about that, and we think that that's viewpoint discrimination. Notwithstanding that they have particular views about this speech and its level of dangerousness and whether or not it's advisable.
Ellie's like, right.
It's a proxy for someone who is likely to be a terrorist or whatever. But however you want to call it, and I think you just agreed to it. The administration currently has a policy to chill some kinds of anti-Israel speech. Fair?
So yeah, my bad. I just realized something because I'm really stupid to be able to get it. I don't believe they're trying to chill speech. I think they're looking at the speech that is being used and they're trying to chill terrorism. So just to be clear, I think that—
What? Why give them the benefit of the doubt on that? What?
That they don't care what they say. They care that what they say—
This is in the face of people being detained for like co-authoring op-eds and for leading protests. That's the justification.
Communicates an underlying terrorist sympathizer mindset.
So they're not trying to
chill.
Clear? I understand
Terrorist sympathizer mindset.
Make sure I understand. I'm going to repeat it. You're saying they're not really trying to chill speech. They're just using speech in what they view as a rational way to target people likely to commit terrorism or to be a—
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I understand what you're saying. I understand the distinction they're trying to raise. So I'll ask the question. So the answer is, and the truth is, you don't think they're trying to chill anti-Israel speech?
That's their intent. No, I don't think that's their intent. No, I don't think their intent is anti-Israel speech.
There's like too much emphasis on the intent with this stuff.
We need to crack down on it, and that must be done. No.
Yeah, maybe that'll—
I think their intent— I think they genuinely think they're cracking down on terrorism.
I think they're imposing burdens on individuals based on their speech.
We agree with that. Okay. We both agree on that.
Even if I granted that that's what's going on here, one, it's like, who cares, because they're willing to overlook the deleterious side effects of that in the name of promoting security.
And they might be able to conceptualize it as, well, it's not that we want less of it. It's that but the truth is they probably do want less of it, right? They want less of the speech.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Like, that's what I said at the beginning.
But they just don't mean— well, if he doesn't disagree with that, why was he fighting on like, no, they don't mean to intentionally chill the speech. They're just trying to, in their mind, crack down on terrorism. And then 2 seconds later, he's like, oh no, I don't disagree that they're trying to crack down on the speech. What?
It's like, that is something that I'm sure that they're very happy about, is there's less anti-Israel speech. They don't like anti-Israel speech. But
they don't want Harvard. They don't want any of these universities.
So it's just like a happy accident and side effect that is like consistently the thing that— a pattern that's emerging from these deportations and detentions and whatnot.
Less protests against Israel. They want these universities to stop tolerating anti-Israel protests, right?
Yes, I think they do. But on that basis, I believe that they would rationalize that they believe, and a lot of conservatives believe this as well, that in those protests, they're all like beating up poor Israeli students. And like at every single protest, they're just like beating the shit out of every Jew that they see. Like if you listen to conservatives talk about these like on-campus protests, it makes it sound like it's like Antifa blackbagging every Jew that they can find.
Well, if they are trying to— Well, I think you're being very charitable to the Trump administration here. I think you're being incredibly.
I don't think so. I'm calling them all fucking retarded. They have no media literacy. They literally can't look at footage. That's what they're. What I'm saying is that they're not like maliciously calculated. I don't think that's what's happening.
I think they are maliciously calculated. I also don't think that
Yeah, I don't think they're maliciously calculated on this. The malicious calculation might come with like media representation, how they talk about it in the media and stuff like that. But like their actual actions, I think that's what.
This doesn't come off to me like Relly's trying to say like, oh, it's banality of evil type stuff. It's like it's almost like no, they wouldn't do that, or they think they're helping or something.
I mean, they're. I'll give you an example of law firms. They're attacking law firms and imposing burden on law firms and on people who do business with law firms who have represented people who are anti-Trump or who have taken on anti-administration policies.
Yeah, I think that's maliciously.
Yeah, I think they're doing the
exact same. I'm not
same.
saying that everything that the Trump. I'm just isolating it to the specific thing. We could go down a long list of Trump specifically targeting people because they've done him wrong.
Yeah, so for the anti-Israel protesters, I think they are trying to impose a burden on U.S. principals, on foreign citizens, on people arriving at the border because of their speech. And what you've said is, okay, but maybe there's some, to be clear on this, right? So are you suggesting that it's legitimate to question Hassan about these matters to get to what, right? To get to what? What is the ultimate purpose behind the line of questioning related to Houthis and his...
I think a reasonable CBP officer could find it warrantable to ask Hassan additional questioning to the ends of trying to see if he is maybe he had contact with some kind of possible terrorist, or if he's bringing in a device or something like that.
So you would say something similar, for example, basically, what about any and because he said them specifically of like the Houthis and Hamas, you would distinguish that from any pro-Palestinian person?
Of course.
So, but any a pro-Palestinian person who has consistently expressed moral support for the actions of Hamas, you would say a reasonable CBP officer should ask if they're abroad, if they made a contact, for the purpose of underlying that?
Probably not, because I don't think they. Well, how would it come to their attention?
Yeah. Assume that any public person, any person who has publicly said that Hamas is justified in their actions, that we support Hamas, we think Hamas is good, and goes abroad and comes back, whether they're a citizen or not. But let's just limit it to U.S. citizen. You think that if the Trump administration made a policy, if they wrote down the policy that assume that they wrote down a policy
like that supporting the action.
As far as the government,
like that supporting the action.
As far as the government is concerned, there really is no difference between those things, though, other than like reach. Okay. But the sentiment would still be the same.
Okay.
This guy has hundreds of documented hours, easily hundreds of hours, talking about and justifying terrorist acts, justifying
hundreds of hours, thousands even,
or downplaying the negative outcomes of terrorist acts and stuff like that. We're not talking about your average Joe Schmo here. Okay, almost nobody is going to have as much legwork.
We're talking about Hamas piker
for this type of speech outside of like actual terrorists. There's going to be very few.
So when I give you the example of the Shia Muslim, you said no because it's too attenuated. There's not enough of a likelihood that an individual is a Shia Muslim it's not enough evidence, right? Because just okay. So what is your empirical evidence that someone who is situated like Hassan is likely to go to France to meet with a Hamas representative? What's the empirical evidence of that would tend to show
there is one?
So do you have any evidence that would indicate someone in Hassan's position would be more likely?
He almost said someone in Hamas
to go or some degree of likelihood, right? Because you agree Shia Muslims are more likely probably to have made those contacts as well. And so what's the evidence that there's a really, really good propensity for someone in Hassan's position to meet with a Hamas representative or something like a terrorist representative abroad, such that it would justify that line of questioning?
Not from my point of view, no.
So
so I want to make a distinction, because maybe this is the critical distinction. Whenever I make a judgment call about anything, anything in all of reality, there's a margin that I find to be acceptable for disagreement that I'm just like, okay, whatever. It's really not that big of a deal, right? Like it's the margin of disagreement there is like, whatever. So like, for instance, this disagreement we're having, right? There's an amount to, as for like, we talked about the random person, the cop showing up to the house and stuff, where we find our margin for disagreement.
That noise is me like having a game open. Sorry guys, I thought I could mute it.
At what amount of online social media jargon or rhetoric is going to make it permissible for a cop to say, hey, what's up? What's going on? Show up to your house. That is acceptable. It's like, I understand society is going to operate in that range. And so that's why I say like, it's to be expected. That's why I use language like this. It's not a big deal. It's to be expected. And that is what I believe for this instance. I don't think there's any justification to stop Hassan, detain Hassan, arrest Hassan, or God forbid anything else. I don't think there's any
he was detained,
reasonable grounds to believe that or to do anything. However, I can
this wasn't just asking questions or whatever. He was detained.
See how somebody who has a specific perspective, a specific angle that they're looking at him, I could see how somebody could think there is a cause to ask him one or two more questions. And that is just based on how the Google searches come in when you look up his name.
To see whether or not he made contact with a terrorist?
Yeah, or smuggling a device or something, whatever specific details they want to specifically look for. Yeah, I could see how somebody could think that, yeah.
And if there were a written policy that said something like to the effect...
To me, the only like reasonable explanation of this is that somebody are like that doesn't involve like the government attempting to chill speech, is that you have somebody who either really, really hates Hassan or is some like huge like what H3 fan or something like that was like already following this independently and decided to like abuse their position as a customs officer to like ask these things, to like give him a hard time.
Fact of, hey, it's okay.
It wouldn't be reasonable, but that's the only like alternate explanation as to like why this occurred, is somebody like fucking around at work when they shouldn't have been.
You guys, and we encourage you all to, if you happen to know someone who's crossing the border, has previously stated support for Hamas, has previously stated support for the Houthis, stop them and ask them a question if they've made contact with an individual from there. You think that policy, if it were written down, would be acceptable to you?
No, I don't think it would be acceptable. Because I don't think just simply saying, again, the subway worker who is just randomly on his Discord account posted, you know what, Hamas is actually not too bad, actually. I don't think that should warrant a stoppage.
Yeah, but what are the odds here, right? So if it does warrant it to be consistently in favor of the Houthis in a public way, in a very, very public way, because you have a larger platform than the subway worker, why are you distinguishing between those two? Because I would imagine...
Yeah, because one shows a more fervent fanatical or a more fervent support that could err on the side of fanaticism. Is it so? Basically, in two compare probable or compare
fanaticism, like a radical jihadi, or like what does he mean?
Potential hypotheticals. Let's say that we're looking at a alt-right mass shooter, right? And one dude watched Nick Fuentes and he says, yeah, I think Nick Fuentes is actually pretty funny. He's actually a funny guy. And then the other guy says, I actually love Nick Fuentes. I watch all of his different things. I watch this, I watch that. I actually have Nick Fuentes collectibles. And actually, I talked and debated with a bunch of people about how Nick Fuentes is actually really funny based and all this shit. I'm not just going to go, oh, both of them watch Nick Fuentes. Surely they're like, whatever. Literally, some of my normie friends think Nick Fuentes is funny. You want to know why? Nick Fuentes is fucking funny. But the person who's trying really fucking hard to talk about how funny and likable.
Really, he's got to hand it to Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes is, I'm going to look at you a little funny when I'm looking for like an alt-right mass shooter. Like, yeah.
Okay. Oh. So, but you don't concede that he was asked questions pursuant to a policy of chilling speech, and you don't even accept that he was asked questions about his political beliefs at all, and you think it's possible that he like prompted it himself.
I think that's very possible. Yeah, I would just want to see like whatever. I have no reason to believe anything.
Damn. Well, I don't know. I think needless to say, like,
well, sorry, I have no reason to believe anything other than he was detained in questions, right? I believe that's confirmed.
Yeah, but like, why? Right? So like, why? So was he? Is he lying about political things coming up at all? You don't think he's lying about that?
Probably not. No.
Why wouldn't he lie about that?
Why would he lie about that?
Why would he not lie about that if he's willing to lie about anything?
Why would he not? I'm sorry. I'm not using him talking about him being asked political questions as, oh, well, he was obviously asked political questions. I'm just saying that if Hassan Piker was pulled over at CBP, I could straight up see somebody recognizing him and asking him political questions just off rip.
Yeah, no, that to me strikes me as true and possible. I think he was asked political questions. And I think he was asked political questions because the administration has a policy now that they're going through social media accounts, even of U.S. citizens.
But now literally the only thing that they're lying about is that he feels that Hassan is, may have like either provoked using, I think what Relly said, or he brought it up himself. Like the dispute is now, it's not that he wasn't detained. It's not that he wasn't questioned. It was that the customs agent didn't bring it up first. That's it.
And using their immigration authorities specifically to go after people who are against Israel. That's what I think is more likely than, oh, this is just completely random and coincidental. I think it's likely pursuant to a stated or unstated policy of going after people if they've expressed views, whether it's intentionally to chill speech or in good faith to stop terrorism, however you want to cast out the intent. They're doing a policy to go after people who've expressed anti-Israel sentiments. That's what I think.
I don't agree with it just being anti-Israel. I think it's anti-Israel to the point where they interpret it as pro Hamas, and pro-terrorists to the point of like national security. My substantiation for this would be: do you think that they would stop, or do you think that they would question Destiny or investigate Destiny on for the basis of anti-Israel speech? Because he has said bad things about Israel.
I actually think that it's because they're using AI and other tools. I think it's more likely perhaps that he be flagged if they're going to do the flagging of the stop. But I think that because Destiny has been so pro-Israel, I think it's much less likely that he be asked specifically about his views on Israel and on the conflict.
I think the flagging would be more to do with being, I would say it's less anti-Israel and it's more pro-Palestinian. That's what I'd probably say.
It's the flagging is more for people who are pro-Palestinian?
Yeah, more pro-Palestinian and less anti-Israel.
Okay.
Maybe that's just
if they're flagging.
I thought he was gonna say like when he didn't disavow that guy getting shot at the Trump rally or whatever.
So Ozturk, Rameza Ozturk, she co-wrote an op-ed critical of Israel and her school's response. In no way was it endorsing Hamas. In no way was it endorsing terrorism. And notwithstanding that fact, she had her visa revoked. Now, why And how would they do that, right? Do you think that they did that because they thought that she was supporting Hamas or Hezbollah? No, I think the answer is they're doing it because you think they're doing it because they think that she's a Hamas supporter.
Yes, I think that they're doing it because they believe that she's a Hamas supporter. Yeah.
Because they construe anyone who is pro-Palestinian as pro-Hamas?
Correct.
So then therefore, you would say that under this administration, if they equate pro-Palestinian to pro-Hamas, then they have a specific policy in the case of student visas of targeting pro-Palestinians. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. Under that condition, what you think is most likely.
Okay, for a second I was like, please don't be the Patrick Wallet meme. Please don't be the Patrick Wallet meme. But he agreed. He agreed.
I think that it's much more likely that this policy of being targeting of pro-Palestinian people is carrying through to the context of CBP. And I don't think that's
Pisco has godlike patience. He lives for stuff like this.
Yeah, because I think CBP is probably already
screening. Sure, yeah. I could believe that there's some a lot of that CBP has. So that I could believe it. I don't know, like I wouldn't feel as confident saying that this is the case, but yeah, I could see that being the case.
This is why, right? Because you agree the CBP probably has received instructions to, and they've already done it, by the way. They've already done it of certain professors and certain people, right? Non-citizens. We're talking about non-citizens right now. I'm talking about non-citizens. Non-citizens have been denied entry because of their views on Israel-Palestine. So they have the means, right, to discriminate people against people who have particular views on this conflict. And CBP has already been given instructions to not let in people who are pro-Palestinian. I'll tell you right now, a lot of people have canceled flights into America, have been wiping away their social media feeds because they understand that them being pro-Palestinian, that CBP is going to give them a harder time because they're screening for that, right?
I don't know if people are specifically not coming to the U.S. for that purpose, but if I was coming to the U.S. and I had pro-Palestinian posts, I would definitely be expecting a hard time through.
Right, because what's going on is the CBP has been given instructions. They have been given marching orders, and those marching orders are to scrutinize the people entering the country to see if they're pro-Palestinian. And if they are pro-Palestinian, they are turning people away, denying visas on the basis of those views. Already CBP is doing that.
I believe that to be the case.
So in that context, my prior is that policy is continuing to U.S. citizens. And I think that there's no separation here between their policy, CBP's policy, as to non-citizens, where they're already discriminating against people who are pro-Palestinian, in your words and my words as well. I think that the more likely situation is this is carrying forward to all their CBP encounters, is they're pushing on people who are pro-Palestinian.
I feel like what we're doing here is we're making a bit of a mistake. I feel like what the equivalent here is we're agreeing that racial discrimination exists in policing, and then we're seeing a black man get arrested, and then we're assuming it's racial discrimination. Just because there's a policy or some standard that we agree is pretty uniform inside of the Trump administration doesn't mean that this specific isolated incident is one that is indicative of the greater, broader policy.
I agree that it could be that Hassan's troubles at the border, however minor they were in time and duration, whatever, could be part of something that isn't consistent to the trend. But I just want to show you, or I want to cite a post from the DHS. The DHS said this in April 9th, 2025. Today, USCIS will begin considering aliens, quote, anti-Semitic activity on social media and the physical harassment of Jewish individuals as grounds for denying immigration benefit requests. This will immediately affect aliens applying for lawful permanent resident status, foreign students, and aliens affiliated with educational institutions linked to anti-Semitic activity. There is no room in the United States for the rest of the world's terrorist sympathizers, and we are under no obligation to admit them or let them stay here. Secretary Noem has made it clear that anyone who thinks they can come to America and hide behind the First Amendment to advocate for anti-Semitic violence and terrorism, think again. You are not welcome here. So USCIS, I admit, they are not CBP, but I'm sure there's some equivalent for CBP, but at a bare minimum, USCIS has received marching orders, and I think you would agree, they're equating anti-Semitism to support of Palestine, and they're equating support of Palestine to support of Hamas, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. DHS is already implementing these policies broadly, and so therefore, when I get indication from Hassan, who has the very same views that you would agree, right? Like if Hassan wasn't a U.S. citizen and he were asked his questions and denied entry into the country,
if Hassan wasn't a U.S. citizen, he would have been thrown out or detained.
Yeah. Despite the fact that he's famous.
Correct.
That to me,
well, maybe his fame would save him. Maybe. But like,
but that to me indicates, right?
It's also quite possible they could just make an example of him.
Yeah, that to me, the fact that it would be so easy for you to imagine if I almost called him Hamas Becker. If Hassan were not a citizen and denied entry or kicked out of the country, it wouldn't surprise you in the slightest. In fact, you'd be like, yeah, it makes sense they would do that.
And I would argue that I would expect that, not that it wouldn't surprise. I would genuinely believe that to be more likely.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the only thing stopping you from saying that the most likely situation in this case is a continuation of that kind of discriminatory framework as applied to non-citizens that you admit is already ongoing. The only thing that's preventing you from saying that in this context is because it's in the context of questioning as opposed to a denial of entry, or it pertains to a U.S. citizen as opposed to an alien.
It's that it was the questioning, even as described by Hassan, didn't seem like egregiously pervasive. It doesn't seem like they were really holding him and detaining him in a manner that I feel like could have been kind of fudged by the Trump administration or by CBP. And yeah, it's just I'm not seeing. And also on top of that, it's having to trust his word when just materially, can we agree he has every single incentive to lie and play up how bad this was, right? He has every single incentive to lie.
Yeah, I
and play
agree.
up, correct?
Well, I agree. He has incentives to lie, I guess, and play things up.
Yeah, like he has a very big incentive to make himself the victim of this, like the biggest victim that he can reasonably in any way get away with. And so I see no reason, especially when
But that doesn't mean that he lied.
we already have indications that he had not been truthful about was it like the duration, that I don't see a reason to believe everything that he's saying as he presents it.
Well, give me a quick second. I'm reading something real quick.
I'm sorry, what?
Just give me 1 second. I'm reading something real quick.
Yeah.
So there are other reports of like lawyers who have expressed pro-Palestinian beliefs to have been stopped by CBP and questioned about some of their affiliations and stuff like that. And there was that other influencer who was vocally anti-Trump who was stopped and asked questions about her social media presence and things like that. And listen, I think this bottoms out into our priors about what's most factually likely. I think what's most factually likely is that there is this policy to target individuals, both U.S. citizens and non-U.S. citizens, who express pro-Palestinian sentiment. I think you granted that for non-citizens, you think that would be most likely, but for citizens, you're not convinced by that. I guess I'll ask, if it is the case that there is a policy by CBP to target U.S. citizens who are pro-Palestinian, would you have a problem with that?
Who are pro-Palestinian?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I would have a problem with targeting a pro-Palestinian for anything.
Or if there were a policy to target people who are pro-Hamas, would you have a problem with that? If there were a policy that said, we are going to subject people who state that they're pro-Hamas to more checks at the border.
Yeah, I think that you're going to need more than just the subway guy saying go Hamas in a Discord server. You're going to need more than that.
What if there were a policy that said, if you strenuously advocate in favor of Hamas and we, we'll subject you to more checks? At that point, it becomes a little more unclear.
More questions at a thing. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Do you have any more questions for me? I feel like it grounds out into like
I feel like this is where we're at, and I felt like this is kind of where it was gonna be, right?
Yeah.
So
I think there is a policy, bro.
Okay, we might have ended up accidentally finishing
I
this.
think there's a policy. I think they
We'll
have figured out techniques and AI techniques to check individuals' social media accounts and for people who come to the border. Whether the stop itself was random, I think they are checking these people's social media accounts. They probably.
No, I don't doubt that they're checking into people's social media accounts.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that.
But specifically to check whether they have particular viewpoints. That is the viewpoint of being pro-Palestinian and not pro-Israel, right? And so for people who are pro-Palestinian,
I
they're
also
going to
believe that they're probably doing that.
For U.S. citizens as well, I think they're doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about probably. I could grant it. I genuinely, probably. Yeah. I don't know. I'd say it wouldn't surprise me.
And it wouldn't surprise me at all. And I think it's the more likely outcome that Hassan Piker is his encounter was related to a policy that I consider to be anti-pro-Palestinian speech. And so that I take to be, and if
I don't think it's unreasonable that's what happened. I don't think it's unreasonable that he was going through customs. Maybe he got flagged because of his name, but
like
he's probably
that's
gonna
like
get
a complete 180 on what he was insinuating throughout this entire conversation, but okay.
Because of his name. They brought him off to the side, checked his social media, and it was like, oh, I'm gonna ask this guy questions in regards to like terrorist sympathizer stuff, and they asked him some questions based on what they found through the social media stuff.
Yeah, but if that's true, right? If they're questioning and pursuing to a policy, if his stop or his questioning is related to a policy, which I take to be viewpoint discrimination, regardless of in his specific factual pattern, Hassan has a greater amount of negligent or culpable conduct. I'm going to say it's unwarranted and wrong, even if those specific circumstances exist in Hassan's case, because it is tied, and I believe, to a policy that's ongoing to target individuals who are pro-Palestinian, even if in his case there may be some more egregious statements.
Okay. I think that the policy could be wrong, but still also flag people who could be on margin, who I think if they were asked like one or two more questions, I don't consider that really a problem in the context of somebody's limited knowledge of who this individual is.
Well, it's not the number of questions, right? The number of like if there were a policy that said, all right, black people, they do have higher propensity of crimes, all else equal. Would you say like, all right,
no, it's his connection.
Again, like weird area, because now we're talking about a policy, because again, he was like, if you looked up this guy, you would get the impression that he's a terrorist, according to Relly. But then you're talking about, I guess, having two tiers for public figures and private citizens, right? And just because somebody recognizes a public figure, should they act on that? And I think no, but I guess it gets into like a weird territory where like Hassan's job is like, going online talking about politics. Does he have to say these things? Nobody has the right to do it. And should that afford him more protections or less, since he's a public figure?
To
from like unreasonable search or whatever. And it's like, you're already getting into weird territory because they're already treating him exceptionally by going above and beyond and Googling him to verify, like, oh, is that the public figure that I'm recognizing? You know?
It's the number of questions, right? So what I hate to hear is like,
no, the number of questions is the result or the outcome of his proximity to pro-terrorist sentiment.
But
that's
whether
the consequence.
If the deprivation is one more question, right, or the deprivation is one more minute, it doesn't really matter the burden here. What matters is the connection between the legitimate purpose and what the burden is, not the how the magnitude of the burden, right? Because if it were one more question, but you only ask it to people who are because of protected speech, it doesn't matter. What matters is that connection between the legitimate ground and what you're doing.
Yeah, correct. And I believe the connection warrants 1 or 2 more questions,
but not 5 more questions or 10 more questions.
You know what I'm talking about? Like not like actually like holding this guy over a prolonged period of time.
Okay. Hey man, good combo. I also just want to make clear, like on the stuff about the school shooter example.
Okay, no more. I don't know what happened with the Twitch stream. It like nuked the last seconds and started a new stream that's gonna be like 10 minutes or something like that. But thanks to everybody who was hanging out with me tonight. Went longer than intended because I just like could not stop watching that. Holy shit. But if you like the stream, please, and you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and like the stream, subscribe to me. If you want to donate, my tip info is in my YouTube description. I stream 6 out of 7 days a week now. So if you want to come out and hang out tomorrow, I will be back covering more news, drama, content, who knows what else. But yeah. Am I missing anything? Subscribe to me on Twitch. I'm at Straighterate or Straighterate_ on anything, but